put the fucking title card like I need to. Let me do that. Jesus.
Bobby Pickles Podcast.
Here's the title card, buddy.
I like how he got the big letters, I got the teeny letters, and then Lala's relegated to and special guests.
Yes. So anyway, we could do some pre-banter really quick before Lala gets on, while we're waiting here. What were you saying, Patrick, about Goodfellas?
I was saying that I think like movies like Goodfellas and Casino that I loved when I was a kid, they have aged badly, and I don't like them anymore.
You are out of your mind.
I have the opposite opinion, dude.
Well, like, you know, I still love like The Godfather, and like, so it's not just like mob movies are bad. It's just that I think those couple movies that everyone loves, I think are really not that great anymore. You look at them and you're like, this is kind of a little cringy.
I disagree.
What about Goodfellas is dated? What about it's dated? It feels like it could have been made yesterday.
I think Goodfellas is dated, and I think The Godfather is not really dated. You know what I mean? Because it's a classic, it doesn't get dated. But Goodfellas, it just didn't age well.
Okay. Number one, Goodfellas is based on reality. Okay, it's like the closest thing to real, how it really was to be in the mafia back then.
That doesn't mean they made the movie well.
The movie is made so fucking carefully and amazingly. The cinematography is amazing. The acting is second.
There's one shot that's amazing, and there's one.
The
shot
restaurant
that's
shot when he goes through the back and it doesn't
stop. The restaurant shot is amazing, and you know
what about the diner? What about the diner shot with the push pull in? What about fucking the trunk shots? Even the trunk shots weren't being used the way the trunk shots were being used. The dialogue is amazing. The characters.
No, I think that's where I have a problem with it. I think the dialogue is not amazing. I think it's pretty bad.
What line makes you cringe from Goodfellas?
Oh, I don't know that it's a specific. I think the laughter in the scene in the tiki bar kind of thing where you get the whole do I amuse you and all this other stuff.
Do I make you laugh? Do I fucking amuse you?
There's a lot of overacting in there and over laughing, and I mean I understand they're on drugs and stuff, and that's part of it, but it was a little much, man. It's just. I don't know. They wouldn't make it that way now, and I think now it would be better. And I'm really looking forward to this new The Many Saints of Newark, the Sopranos prequel.
That looks good.
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that because I think that might be like really well done. I hope it is anyway. Hope it is.
Now
I got high hopes for it. High hopes.
Here's the thing. Did you see the movie Black Mass by any chance?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I live in Boston. Yes, I saw.
So the updated version of the "Do I Amuse You" scene is the "Give Me Your Steak" recipe scene, and it works pretty well to build tension. But before the "Can I Amuse You" scene, nothing had ever built tension like that, where you show a true bipolar sociopath, where he's laughing and joking one minute, the next minute he's gets crazy dark. And when you're watching that for the first time, because now it's been done to death.
I don't know. I think they did that in Taxi Driver. I think they did that in The Godfather. I think definitely that's been done before.
When is there a turn like that in where everyone's laughing and then all of a sudden it's like stop, like he's conducting the audience, like Scorsese's going stop laughing, and then you get freaked out.
You talking to me? I think that's sort of that. I think
that's a good scene, but I think it's a different purpose. And then fucking in Goodfellas when he does that stops and then goes get the fuck out of here, and they all start laughing, and the next thing that happens is the fucking manager comes over and now he's beating him up. It's like it demonstrates like bipolar disorder without saying. Nowadays they would just go, he's been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, but instead of doing that, in the same way,
that's
Travis
a good point.
Bickle,
I like that.
In the same way, Travis Bickle is like, which by the way, Taxi Driver might be the best movie technically Scorsese's ever made, but Bickle is like a delusional schizophrenic.
Sure, I agree with that.
But they don't go, he's a delusional schizophrenic. We like there would always be a scene nowadays where at the end they go, some guy in a lab coat who would probably be a young black man is standing there just going, and we've never.
I don't know why that would be, but okay. Yeah.
Because in every movie now, they have to make like a 20-year-old black guy the like medical genius. It's just the law now. It's shocking. But no, I think Goodfellas stands up great. I think Casino has fucking unbelievable cinematography. Like you could say what you
does.
want about.
I'm not beefing with that. Martin Scorsese, like a lot of the guys who made mob movies, like did a really good job for a long time at making them look pretty. But I just think that there was more glass and less substance.
All right, guys, we're going to start soon. Let me ask just one question. One question for Patrick O'Reilly. Did you like The Irishman?
I like the first 4 hours of it.
The last 5 minutes.
Did you like The Irishman?
No, I didn't.
Okay, good. All right, well we're on the right page. Let's fucking start.
Okay.
Bobby Pickles Podcast.
Oh, everybody on here? Good. It's not a secret. I find this human being morally reprehensible. He claims to be the most liberal Proud Boy after me, and that would be true if he were actually a Proud Boy, because this stupid motherfucker down there, swings way left. He openly admits to having voted for Biden. What a dick. He was accosted by
Biden.
Yeah, he was accosted by Antifa over the weekend at an event in New York City's Foley Park, which serves him right. He deserves it. His video was shared far and wide. It went viral. Even Andy Gio shared it. This he did not deserve. Actually, this guy is always trying to get out of the limelight, but trouble always seems to follow him. Get ready for me and a couple of my right-wing chums to take our turns at verbally accosting a libtard, and we aren't even Antifa members. Sit back, grab a Snickers bar. Welcome to episode 197 of Bobby Pickles Podcast.
Bobby Pickles Podcast. That's me.
Yeah, that's me. We're on, baby. We are live, and we got a little panel going on. I like doing the panels. Got Lala Beams again, podcasting extraordinaire. We got the magnificent Paul, the fucking genius, Bazil, who we all know. He created so many different things for different people and, doesn't even take credit for it. I mean, he just, he lets people know, though, on podcasts. So that
On your podcast, so I may as well scream it out my window.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck you. Anyway, we got Brad Chadford on, and I'd like for all of us guys to, just berate him. Patrick O'Reilly. Is it Reilly or O'Reilly? Reilly?
It's Reilly. It's
Reilly. Sorry, I got to take the O off the title card.
O'Reilly.
I see him bringing all the energy just like normal, kind of just, lackadaisical. Look at that. Look at what he's doing. He's sharing his nice. What is this? Michael Graves did nothing wrong. That's you, huh, Paulie?
That's me. Are you the guy who took my picture?
Yeah, I would say I was.
Oh, yeah, then we did talk. That's why I know you. Okay, cool. I was like, where the fuck did you get that? That's cool. I was looking for that guy.
Okay, so just a recap. Basically, I'm having, what should I call you? Should I call you fucking Patty?
You can call me Daddy, baby.
Fucking asshole. All right, I'm going to call you Brad Chadford because that's how I met you. Now, Brad, you you went to Foley Park over the weekend, and actually what's so hilarious, you were texting me in the morning while you were on the train. I believe you were on the train. Is that correct? Huh?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes,
I mean, yeah. You're on the train, and I think you were passing through my hometown, talking a little shit. Hold on one second here. Where is that screenshot? Come on.
Passing through my hometown.
Fucking Bridgeport. Look at this.
Passing through Bridgeport, PA.
This town is a fuckhole. Bridgeport, Connecticut. I agree. It's a shithole, complete and total. Heading to New York for this Ashley Babbitt event. And I was like, that's rad. And he said that he'd send me. He actually, I should not share the other shit that he said about Ashley Babbitt. You would have no pity on him whatsoever if you knew the inner workings of this person's mind and heart. Anyway, so you're on the way to New York. We exchanged a little conversation. You got there, and what ensued?
So I got down there and I met my friend Susan, who is a senior citizen, Trump supporter, female, in Manhattan. A friend of mine. She's like the only person who sends me a Christmas card and a birthday card every year. It's just really weird. But anyway, we were there a little bit early, so we go to get some. We went to a restaurant. We got some quick brunch or whatever, and came back. And when we came back, the Antifa mob had descended on Foley Square, and they were blocking the way in for us. So these guys started giving us the business, throwing water at me, a plastic bottle, and then somebody spit at me on my back. And so it turned into a whole situation. The cops were standing there doing absolutely nothing, just like watching this, collecting Sunday overtime pay. And it was disturbing, man. It was sad. It was disgusting. It shouldn't happen. I was just there to take photographs. They didn't know that I was not a Trump supporter. They didn't care. Because those people are not anti-fascist, they're antisocial, and that's basically what it is. So it was an unfortunate situation. There was a lot of profanity, a lot of loud noises, but
enough
that's
about me.
I guess to be expected at this point.
Let's play your now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play your version of the video. This is your shot. I don't know why this particular version didn't blow up like the other versions did, but this is a better version, actually. It shows everything in it, really. But then after that, I'll show like the one that Andy No shared, okay? So.
Oh, you came with these people? Then you're provoking.
I'm not provoking anything.
You're not wanted here.
Why are you throwing water at me?
Oh, I remember that cunt.
Why are you throwing shit at me? Don't touch me, man. Don't touch me. I don't want to touch your umbrella. I wish you would stop putting it in my face.
What is that?
For what? I'm just a goddamn journalist.
Was that a threat?
What do you mean a threat? Look, guys, seriously, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a fucking liberal who voted for Biden. I just want to shoot some fucking video. What's wrong with you, man?
Like fucking liberals here either. Get the fuck out.
No, I will not get the fuck out.
Trump supporters, that's what the problem is.
Yeah, because you know what? They're people too. I don't have to like it. I don't have to like what they want to do. Seriously. No, I'm not going to get out.
Fuck your stupid ass President Biden too.
I don't know what the purpose of that bell is, but whatever, What's wrong with you guys? What's that?
Fuck out.
No.
Fuck out of here, liberal.
Nope.
not getting the fuck out of here. You're going to have to make me get the fuck out of here, and I dare any one of you cocksuckers to try and get me out of here.
The Boston came out.
I'm going to tell you that right now. Yeah, that's a provocation.
You want to get me out of here? Then go ahead.
I want you out of here, but
You're not going to get me out of here.
I'm not going to put my hands
It's a free country, baby.
I'm not trying to put my hands up.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to stay here, and we're going to see who gets tired faster. And it ain't going to be me.
Now, see, my thing is you picking fights now. That's what you're doing.
What's that?
You're picking fights now.
No, I'm saying I'll stand here.
But what they're doing right now is keeping you away from everybody that doesn't want you near.
Yeah, but nobody's allowed to do that, so I'm just going to walk right past you. You can kiss my skinny, hairy, white Irish ass.
Nice.
I love when you drop that, Patrick.
No, I'm not putting my hands on anybody. I want to walk.
It's time for you to leave.
Nope, it's not going to be time for me to leave. I'm walking straight past you assholes. No, fuck this shit.
It's not working.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Don't do it.
I'm just walking past you.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Out.
What is it? Is this, what country am I in right now?
You're in a country where if we don't want to have anything to do with you, we don't have to.
You don't have to. You can just let me walk right past. You can just move aside. I want to walk over there, sir.
I'll walk you. I'll walk you. You want to walk around?
Thank you.
I'll walk you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, sir.
Where's the latest here?
Officer Man Buns.
Yeah, he was a pussy too.
I don't want to be a dick or anything. I'm just like, come on, man. Like, it's...
Yeah, this is the way this set up.
But they don't have a right to tell me where I can and can't go. You know what I'm saying? I know. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Yeah, he was attacked by the other group.
I just want to get in there. Like, that's
Gotta go around. We're not letting anyone in here.
okay. But they wouldn't let me pass. But I mean, they're just...
I don't know, bro.
I'm not trying to give you shit. I'm not trying to give you a hard time.
They're not letting anyone in here.
I love the cops in New York. I don't fucking know, bro.
If I ask, if I get one of these guys over here, they'll let me in. Like, they will. They will. I just need to...
Listen, stay away from this guy.
Yeah, I'm gonna... You got it. I promise.
That's pretty much it, right?
Yeah, they eventually let me in.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
They eventually let you in. Now that little area of Antifa members, did they have a permit to be there?
No.
No, of course not.
They didn't have a permit to be there, because if they had a permit, then I could understand them not allowing you to go through that area. Because
I couldn't understand that.
One time when I was living in New York, I was commuting to work on my bike, and it was downtown, not too far from there. And the teachers union was protesting right outside of the place where I park my bike regularly. Just right around where I put my bike. So I fucking went right in the middle of the goddamn thing, the whole protest, right in the middle of it, and locked my bike up. And I was like, fuck you guys. And the cop made me take my bike out of there, move it, because they had a permit for being around there. So you're not allowed to be over there. Anyway, it wasn't like that.
They didn't. So, no. I mean, I was supposed to be able to go through. And the fact
before we get there, let me show the other view. Let me show the other view by Andy. No, hold on 1 second here.
Okay.
No, hold on. There it is.
He's from New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Oh yeah, I got some stuff on him. We'll get into Mr. Jenkins really soon. But this is taken from the other angle here. Why is there no sound? Oh.
Bobby Pickles, producer, didn't show up today. So,
what do you mean I didn't show up today?
I'm saying, where's your producer at?
He never shows up. He's a fucking dude, total dickhead. Anyway, listen, Daryl Lamont Jenkins, this guy, he's head in the front, and he is What is this guy? How I don't understand the laws in this country. How can he get in front of you and tell you that you cannot move past him, and then you're provoking him by just trying to go by?
Well, I can't actually. He can get in front of anything because he's about yo wide. You know what I mean? So like it's just ridiculous. So I was on Infowars this morning and I said, look, man, like somebody said that they were busing people in, and I was like, well, I didn't see any buses, but unless you count Daryl, you know, it's just he's a massive human being, but he's been doing this for like 30 years, right? He's an Antifa organizer for like 30 years.
He organizes the One People's Project.
Right, exactly. So what if you see like regular Antifa kids that you see now, like in their 20s, they're like they're a reaction to Trump, right? But Daryl has been around for like 30 years. Like he's different. He's not the same as them. He's like the head organizer. But I mean, they may say people are going to get mad, the HNIC, but you know, he's been around since you know, he's old as dirt when it comes to this stuff. And my friend Lauren, who's kind of like a well-known punk rock, personality in the Northeast, I went to high school with. She's been friends with him for like 25 years. I met Daryl about 25 years ago, probably. He didn't remember me because, you know, whatever. But he's kind of a hard guy to forget. So I saw him. But when he started giving me a bunch of the business, I was like, I'm not really that interested in trying to, take a walk down memory lane and whatnot. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, fuck this guy and fuck everybody. So I just, I was done with it and didn't really care what he had to say. So that was the kind of deal with that. But
So he knew one of your friends that you grew up with in the punk scene? He
is absolutely like really tight with somebody that I grew up with. So yeah, definitely. I mean,
okay, yeah.
We're gonna have a conversation about this very soon. He and I are gonna have a conversation. He and I and Lauren are gonna talk about this because this
you and
got out of
Daryl,
control.
or you and your friend?
No, all three of us are gonna have a talk about this very soon.
And has he already agreed to it? Because I know that you sent him this.
What was it?
Yeah.
I can't see that.
Yeah, I did.
Well,
It says,
can somebody read it?
Hey, man, I'm the guy in the yellow shirt that you were giving a ration of shit to today. My name's Patrick, and I went to high school with Lauren Dougherty. I wanted to mention this to you today, but you were busy being a complete fuckface while that little girl was throwing water at me for no good goddamn reason. P.S. Go fuck yourself.
Okay, so that was a girl.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think. Lala.
No,
Lala,
that was a girl.
can we speaking of girls,
I'm
Lala, can we
spot
get
on.
your
That was a girl.
can we get your take on all this really quick, please? Well, not really quick, but
I mean, I'm not shocked at all. It was just it's just kind of embarrassing in general. Like their umbrellas, their attire, their entire movement. They don't really give a fuck about anything. They didn't care that you were, closer to one of them than you are to one of us, as far as your views go. They just threw water on you.
Yeah, I've never had quite a crew of Mary Poppins before. You know what I mean? But apparently that was the deal that day. You know what I mean? Whatever. But I don't know. Yeah, you're right.
I thought there was going to be more violence, so I was kind of disappointed.
Well, give them time. I thought the funniest thing is that they're like, they have the umbrellas and they have all their bullshit on and stuff like that. And the little bitch in the beret who was screaming her head off the whole fucking time. By the way, I was there too. Who was screaming her head off the whole fucking time. They're poking at you with the umbrellas like the penguin. But you know that in their minds, they're like, revolution now! We're doing it, guys! Oh, they're scared of us. And even like when Daryl is like, you don't want to mess with these guys. It's like, shut the fuck up. There isn't one of those who a strong sneeze wouldn't knock them the fuck down. And oh no. And I'll tell you about the first time I met Daryl Lamont Jenkins. Daryl was outside the Deplorable the day before Trump got inaugurated in D.C. And I'm walking around down there. We escorted some of the women in there because, you know, Daryl's amazing humanitarian group said that they're going to throw piss, shit, and batteries at all the girls as they walked in. So the guys in the Proud Boys surrounded them and walked these girls into the deplorable. And I didn't have a ticket, so I'm outside with a bunch of my friends. And Daryl comes up to me, sticks a phone in my face, and just starts going, "Why are you a racist? Why are you a fascist? Why are you a racist? Why are you a Nazi?" And I decided to give him a recipe for ribs. And that every question he asked me, I would just give him a rib recipe. And I would just tell him how I like the ribs cooked, and I would tell him at what temperature, how long, how I wrap them. And he was like, do you think they're serving ribs in the deplorable? I'm like, well, here's the thing. The way I take my ribs is I like a nice Louisiana St. Louis rib. That is the perfect rib to me. I like a little sweetness, and if you have a spice to the barbecue, just a hint of cayenne, that is perfect. And he didn't know what the fuck to do with me. And by the end of it, I'm like, I just start laughing at him, and I go, "Where the fuck you from, man?" He's like, "Oh, I'm from Brunswick." I'm like, "Yeah, man, I'm from East Orange," which, by the way, is way more hood than fucking Brunswick. And he goes, he's like, "Oh, man," I go, "Are you going to the inauguration tomorrow?" He goes, "Yeah." I go, and I knew the Bikers for Trump were there. I go, "Dude, you seem like a nice guy. We're neighbors. Do yourself a favor. Do not do what you just did to me to any of the Bikers for Trump who are going to be at that thing tomorrow. I don't want to see you get hurt or anything." And he went, "Come on, man. I got the black bloc backing me up." And I just went, "Yeah, right. Okay, yeah. See you later." Yeah, that'll take out a bunch of Hell's Angels. I'm sure they're very scared of the skinny vegans who are confused about their gender. That is...
I love it how...
Yeah, guys, it's Sonny Barger. Get him. Yeah. It's like, oh, shut the fuck up. Like, it's like the only thing that stopped you, me, or anybody else there from ripping each and every one of their heads off and pissing in their fucking throats was our restraint. That's it.
No, it's the police, man. That's all. I mean, if I thought... Look, that kid threw some shit at me. If I thought I could, smack him and get away with it, then I would have smacked him and got away with it. And I would have smacked Daryl too. But the thing is, when you got cops right next to you, you're going to be the one who gets arrested, not the kid who started. Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing.
It's going to be the one who retaliates.
Yeah,
they can throw the water on you. They can spit on you, and nothing happens to them. But then the second that you do something, it's like
if you play basketball. If you play basketball in like high school or whatever, it's always the guy who the guy who's grabbing your shirt and pulling you and pushing you. You turn around and smack him. You're the one who gets the tech, not him. He's the one who started it. Right.
The guy in the penalty box is the guy who splashed back real quick, and the ref goes, "Oh,
who retaliated?"
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. The cops were standing right there, saw everything, and they were throwing eggs at us. By the way, our crowd, I just want to say, way more diverse than their crowd could have ever fucking dreamed to be. We had Jews and yarmulkes. We had black guys, gay guys. We had a whole Asian elderly woman conglomerate came out to support us. We had a Latino rapper. Like, you've never seen more diversity in your life than at this particular rally. And they're sitting there like, "You Nazis." And we have like old Chinese women like, "You should be ashamed of yourself." And I'm going like, oh, this is a beautiful fucking thing. Like, and that woman was cool as shit. And it's like, yeah, and they're throwing eggs at her, at like somebody's fucking grandmother. And the cops are watching it, and we're going, they're throwing shit. And the cops are just like, we don't want to make a fucking problem because they're in New York. And in New York, and here's to the cops' credit, in New York, is it fucking worth it for you to lose your fucking livelihood because you're going to arrest a couple like little spoiled baby Antifa pricks who are, by the way, with you in particular, playing the 6-year-old I'm not touching you game by poking you with an umbrella, and you're going, "Don't touch me," and they're going, "Oh, I'm not touching you, my umbrella is touching you more." Got you there, didn't I?
They figure out ways though. They do. Like, they're so sneaky. Fuck.
Well, that's what they do with the flagpole thing. They used to do it with the flagpole thing a lot more, where they would just poke you with the flagpole, and you're like, "Stop. Oh, I can't have a flag. It's my flag." And they have that look on their face like, "Ain't I a stinker?"
All right. Hold on. Brad Chad, dude. Now, listen, man. So it's crazy the thing that happened because the funny thing about everything is the fact that you blurted out that you're a liberal. You were so specific. You're a liberal, and you voted for Biden. And did you think that by saying that you would get a little bit of empathy from them?
No, the point I was making was not trying to virtue signal and say, with my liberalism. And I said this morning on InfoWars with Harrison. I was like, look, the point I was trying to make was that you guys came here to protest the Trump supporters who are 50 feet behind you, but instead you're messing with me, who's just a photographer, and a couple of old ladies.
And I will.
So
and I will.
Maybe you
let me
guys should rethink what you're doing.
Let me go ahead and say too, man. He's not bullshitting. He is just a photographer. He was just going to fucking do some photography. I swear to God, nothing more. He was not going to engage in any politics. He would actually probably talk shit to both sides, Antifa and fucking the Trump supporters. But he has a quality about him, Mr. Patrick. There, he has a face that you love to hate. He has a personality you love to despise. And
I don't know.
It's universal. Fuck you.
I never.
Well, when I'm at an event, Bobby, my thing is I want to take photos of people. I want to see people's faces, not to like dox people or make them feel bad or like, anything like that, but just to show like the humanity of the people that actually show up at these events on both sides. Whether you can make a judgment whether it's good or bad or whatever. But I think like I take quality photos because I've been doing this for my whole life, and I that's all I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to like make a political statement. If someone wants to have a discussion with me about politics, I'll engage. But I'm not trying to go in there and say, hey, you this, that, and the other are wrong or right or whatever. I just want to be able to take photos. And if you look at what I posted from that day, they're quality photos of interesting people doing interesting things. And that's all I was trying to do.
And this is one of them right here, right? This is one of them right here.
That's one of mine.
I made the cover photo out of this, but honestly,
can we see that?
I didn't even need to put any graphics or anything like that into. I could have just posted this. This is a great fucking photo for real. Like I love the foreground. I love how it's a little out of focus, and then you see the Proud Boys fuck off. You're such a great photographic artist. It amazes me that you don't like Goodfellas. You're fucking really off there.
No, look. I've said
no. You're off. You're off. You're off there.
Beautifully made film. It's badly.
No. It basically changes everybody's. They think like you are kind of smart, and then you say that, and then they realize what a douche you actually are.
Yeah, now go home and get your fucking shine box.
Yeah.
By the way, so you took my picture at the thing, which I recognized. I went, oh, that was you, because I remember. I can't remember. Maybe I'm a little fucked up. Maybe
I'm a little fucked up. Maybe.
When me and you interacted and you took my picture, did we get into a fight?
No, we discussed American Psycho.
We talked about American. I remember that. We talked about American Psycho, but we didn't. And you disagreed with me on that. So we disagree on a lot of shit. And I didn't take a swing at you. I didn't poke at you with an umbrella. I didn't throw water on you.
Not that I remember. No. Yeah,
that's strange. What was I thinking? Yeah. What the? I just had a human interaction with some guy who's like, hey, man, I openly disagree with you about not only the music you like, but the guy you currently work for. And I just sort of giggled and went, come on, man.
Dude, I went to this guy's house on Thanksgiving because both of us have no lives. And we did a podcast, and I just totally verbally harassed him in his own home about his politics and all these other things, and we didn't start fighting or anything like that, although he told me to come outside a couple times, but it didn't escalate to that level. And that's one thing that kind of makes me like, that's what saves Patrick in my mind, or I would totally write him off as a totally just disgusting human being. But the fact that you can have a conversation with him is what saves him.
I think I'm going to try and save you right now, Bobby, because I think that Lala should really get in here and talk about some stuff, and literally anything other than what we're talking about right now would be probably awesome. Up. Can I kind of take over the show and just pass the mic over?
No. This the particular what are you talking about? We're talking about this. Listen, we're talking
She's gonna
about
start
you.
talking about candles and Reiki and shit. We want to talk about the fight.
We need to talk about this. This is what we need to cover. This has been,
Now,
this is
I'm
current events, current news. And I don't know.
I really gave it a shot.
You shouldn't even be in the fucking news. You really shouldn't. Like I said, you don't even like it. You don't even want it. Look at you. You have no energy. You're like looking down on you're not even looking in the camera. Look at
Handsome
you.
guy.
God.
I was on the air. I did the morning show today. I'm like, I've been messing around all day.
Cool,
Bobby
man.
has a
I want to do
show.
yard work.
I would love to see that, man. So what? Give us a recap about the Harrison interview, then, please. On InfoWars.
Seriously, I'm starting to feel uncomfortable that the one woman on the panel has not been able to speak the whole time. So I'm not going to talk anymore.
What a
I will
liberal.
speak.
Boo vaginas.
Okay, how about I'll ask you how your interview was with Harrison.
Okay, and we'll just talk and we'll ignore these two assholes here for the rest of the time.
But also,
it was
another
fun.
question that I do have another question. And don't worry, I'm not shy. I will jump in here whenever I have something to say. I wanted to know why you're a liberal. What are the reasons why you're a liberal? Why you voted for Biden? Are you a Trump hater, or did you just really think he was the better option? Why, and how do you think he's doing?
I think I have coming from a very urban background, I have a real problem with Donald Trump for a long time because of his housing discrimination in the 80s, the 70s and 80s. He paid a whole lot of money to the federal government in a penalty that he had to pay because they didn't want to rent to minorities in Queens. And this is something that's known by just about everybody in the Northeast. It's maybe not well known in the rest of the country. I think that I'm not looking to be entertained by politicians. I want someone who is going to enact good public policy. I don't need someone who's a stand-up comedian, right? And that's what Donald Trump is. I don't believe he believes in anything, because you can't say that you're an anti-war candidate and actually have John Bolton, one of the architects of the Iraq War, as your national security advisor. That's schizophrenic policy that shows that you're a man who doesn't believe in anything. I also don't believe that he's actually pro-choice, because he was pro-life, because he was actually pro-choice his entire life till he's 68, and then you change your mind. No, that's just pandering to what he knew he had to do to win the Republican nomination. Yeah, but you're not 68 years old, so I'm just saying. Look, he did this as a pandering thing. I know he's
faulty logic.
Everybody knows. Well, I mean, I can either finish my point or not, but he's a liar. He's a bullshit artist, right? So I'm a Democrat because I believe that government should, when it can, do what it can to improve the lives of people, and that includes Social Security, that includes Medicare and Medicaid, that includes a social safety net that makes sense, not that one that discourages work, but one that encourages people to be able to move up. And I think the Republican Party thinks that basically the only thing the government ought to do is put out fires and start wars. So I'm pretty much against that stuff, right? So if you want to know why I'm a liberal, that's why.
Cities and how they're doing so good at, helping the people who live there.
Mayor of Chicago in the next election?
How many?
0.
Yeah, because the Democratic
14
machine.
So what? I don't want to hear about it. If the Republican Party wants to fix the inner cities, they need to run candidates. And until they do, I don't want to hear shit from them. Nothing, not a thing.
Well,
you tell me, what policy would the Republican Party enact in the inner cities that would actually fix crime, fix poverty, and all this stuff? They don't actually want to fix it. They want to gawk at it. They want to say, see, the Democrats suck. They don't want to get elected, because God forbid if they did, they might have to actually try and fix it and realize, oh shit, this is really complicated. And they don't want that. So instead they just gawk and talk.
I had
it's
somebody on my show. He was like 20 years old. I believe he lived like outside of Detroit, and he wanted to run for mayor in Detroit. And he was a Black conservative, and he specifically started marketing himself as a Democrat because he knew that if he ran as a Republican, that he would never get anyone's vote.
He was a dino. Yes.
If the RNC was serious about trying to get someone elected mayor of Detroit, which they're not, because they would be terrified if somebody did, they'd have to actually fix it and be like, oh my God, we can't do it. So they don't want to put any money into a candidate who wants to run like that the person you're talking about. They won't give him any money to run, right? Because they would rather chew glass than actually win that election, because, oh my God, now you have to own it. You have to do something about it instead of just pointing and gawking.
Right.
That's
so
why
how do you think
Republicans
Biden
don't
is
run
doing?
for. I think it's like a B- situation. I mean, I'm not really excited about it, but it's better than the fucking haircut before him. So I guess we'll live with it. At least he's not going to set the fucking world on fire, but he's not setting my heart on fire either. So I mean, what are you going to do?
But at least he has a wiped butt. At least his butt is wiped. So.
His butt is wiped. Yeah.
I'm happy you brought up Detroit as the example. As we've all known, Detroit has never flourished and has always been a crime-ridden, just poverty-stricken shithole.
It did once.
It did once.
It did.
When was that?
When everything was made in America.
You're saying that a Republican policy like bringing manufacturing jobs back to cities like Detroit might almost overnight pull it out of poverty?
Yes.
Sure, but what policy is that?
The policies of not fucking bleeding these companies dry on taxes and shit like that, so they aren't forced to move their shit overseas because it's cheaper to ship it.
Listen. Let me explain something to Mr. Patty there. Patty, I'm over here in West Palm Beach, and right across the water over there is Palm Beach, and there's a lot of multimillionaires, billionaires even, and a gentleman came in here, millionaire. He explained to me how you make actual wealth. Being a business owner, you make the initial money through your labor, and then you make your wealth through investments. So I was just thinking, let's apply that to the entire country, because it's the United States of America Incorporated. So we are all just like subsidiaries of a bigger corporation. If you take all of your labor and you export it out to China, that your ability to make wealth is gone. Do you understand that? You fucking retarded liberal? God.
Okay. You want me to respond to that, Bobby, or you want to cry some more?
Not crying.
Whoa.
I'm telling it.
Okay.
Hey, I'm telling it like it is.
Here's the thing. We could drop.
You just saw Antifa people fucking, slap you around like a little bitch in New York City, and you're fucking the one who was crying, and it got plastered all over Twitter, and you're sitting here fucking trying to turn the tables on me. You look at what you and your people have let fester in this country.
Bobby, if you think you can bait me with that kind of childish shit, you're wrong. But here's the thing: if you could drop the corporate tax rate to 0 on Detroit, 0, right, and they would still make cars in Mexico because it's cheaper to do it, because labor is king. That's what it is.
This guy has no idea what he's talking about at all. He does not understand
labor
business
is king.
Whatsoever. Zero.
Look, Bobby, in all fairness, we got to play both sides. He did make a really good point about the warmongering, because, we're still trying to get out of that quagmire in North Korea after the Trump years. The Trump war machine raged all over the Middle East. We started all those new wars, and we're still trying to dig our way out. Countless people died and were drafted and sent to war under Trump, and that really makes me sick.
Yes, you're right. I don't like Bush, dude.
One thing, hey, the day that Trump got elected, I said, you know what? I was trying to look on the bright side, and I said, hey, well, if he does what he said he was going to do when it comes to foreign policy, I'll be happy. I just hope he does it. And then he didn't do it. Because when he left office, we still had roughly the same number of troops in Afghanistan that we had in Afghanistan when he took over. We had more troops in Syria than when he took over. And this is why I supported Tulsi Gabbard, because I want all the troops out of these goddamn countries.
What gave you the idea?
Willing to negotiate on it.
What gave you the idea? I know. What you said was he basically moved people out and then moved people back in. So
Yes.
the numbers
Moved
were
one pile of shit
fudged.
from this side of the street to the other side of the street and called it progress. That's what's called union labor. It doesn't usually work very well.
And I see your point on that one, but what I want to say is resentment builds when you expect something of somebody. Why did you expect that? Did Trump run on that? Did he say he was gonna? What did he say exactly? What exactly did he say?
He said he was going to get us out. He said he was going to get us out of Afghanistan. He did nothing of the kind. He didn't even make an attempt at it.
Did he start any new wars?
No. What? So not falling down the stairs is supposed to be some sort of achievement.
What are you talking about, dude?
It is when
I'm
every
saying
president
not
before
fucking
you
up.
started a new fucking war.
Bro,
for
are
the
you
past
are
50
you
years.
living in fucking reality
so
right
that's
now?
great.
Back to reality.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's progress.
You know who did fall
Oh, that's
down the
awesome.
stairs though?
Yeah, who fell up the stairs?
There's a guy who physically fell down the stairs.
Up the stairs. Up the
Up the
stairs.
stairs.
Up.
He fell up
stairs,
the
yeah.
stairs. That's his boy. He voted for him. Now, Patrick also does not believe that Trump won. I believe Trump won.
Wow. You're
Patrick-
an
I was
insurrectionist?
gonna ask that, but then it was like I already knew the answer, so I just
Let's listen
Bobby,
to
the
let's listen to fucking
Bobby,
Patrick.
the reason that I know that Trump won, Trump didn't win, is because I
Yes,
got
you're right.
$1,000.
You're right. You're right.
of your
You're right.
money.
You're right. You're right. You're right.
I
You're right.
got $1,000 of your money in my back pocket, baby.
Dude, I don't know why
That's how I know.
you think that this is a bad thing to bring up because this is this is so good on me because honestly, if I've told a couple people about this and they say and by the way, Patrick wasn't the only bet I made. I made another bet for a considerable amount of money as well. But and I paid both
I bet
bets.
Bobby $500. I bet Bobby $500 on Biden, right? So he loses the bet, and then he doubles down after the election was called. And I was like, Bobby, don't give me another $5. Like, if you don't like your money that much, I guess I'll take it. But I mean,
Could you believe that? I fucking doubled down.
It's like waiting
after.
till the 7th game of the World Series is over and then betting on the losing team again.
I
like,
thought
what's
that-
wrong with you? Why
I
would
thought-
you do that?
Dude, I lived.
So I took your money. I enjoyed it.
Patrick, I lived
Something to be said
through.
for cheating.
I lived through the hanging chads, and that happened down in Palm Beach back in the day during Bush years. Things have turned. Votes, elections have turned around, and we were in that gray area. Period. And I had no idea what was
We were
going to
not in the
happen.
gray area.
I thought we
Not in the
were.
gray
Hey,
area.
you
And
know
on
what?
Thanksgiving
Still kinda
Day,
are.
We kind of are still.
on Thanksgiving
Yeah,
Day
still
when
are.
he was on Thanksgiving Day when he was in my house, I gave him an opportunity to get out of the double down. I was like, Bobby, just pay me the $500 that you owe me.
No,
in
you
the first
said
place.
$250.
And then you don't have to. We'll just pretend that the double down never happened. Just pay me this money today, tomorrow. Shoot me a PayPal or whatever, Venmo. I don't.
And
care.
I said no.
But and he was like, "I'll think about it." He said, "I'll think about it." And it's in the podcast. You can even hear us talk about this. I'm like, why wouldn't you just take the 500 and get out instead of
because
giving me
there's thousands
$1,000?
and thousands of pages of evidence that the legislature ignored and that the Supreme Court ignored. And so just because that Biden is acting as if he's our president right now, there's overwhelming evidence. If you watch any of the legislative hearings that happen in between November and January, that you would know. So having this argument with someone is just hitting my head against the wall because it's always the same thing. Oh, there's no evidence.
Well, here's the thing. There is never, ever, ever in our lifetimes going to be an election in which Republicans lose for president that any of you people are ever going to believe that you actually lost.
Time
it
out.
doesn't even matter.
Time out.
It doesn't
Time
even
out.
matter.
Flag on the
It
play.
doesn't matter.
Hold on.
You
In
have
2016
decided
I'm
that the only
apolitical,
things that are true are. Look, you
You
guys have
people.
decided that the only things that are true are things that you like.
Hold
And
on.
if you
You
don't like it, if
people-
it's inconvenient for you, it must
you
be fake
people-
news.
Latinos.
You people, but I'm not a Republican. I am apolitical who voted for Trump 2 terms. And I hate politics. I've always
you
thought
can.
it was
I mean,
I'm a
completely
Republican.
fake. What
I'm a
I'm trying to
man
make,
god.
the point I'm trying to make is that it's bigger than politics right now. And the people who say, oh, I don't want to talk about politics or I don't want to get in politics, it's all connected to what's happening and every single thing that we do. I mean, you hear about what's happened again today with the stupid CDC and all of that and what they're trying to put the mask back on a week before school goes back. Like, this is all engulfed in one thing. So,
I'm just talking about the election, and I'm saying that I think Republicans are incredibly, at this point, Trumpists, I'll say Trumpists, are so entitled and so precious that you can never lose, because if you do, then it's not fair and you get to cry. And I don't give
Oh
a
my
fuck.
God. Speaking of
democracy, baby.
Hold on. I want to say one thing
Sometimes you
here.
lose.
You son of a
Sometimes you
bitch.
lose.
I want to say one thing. I want to say I just talked to Dan Badandi yesterday of InfoWars fame, and actually who's also from Rhode Island, like this idiot, this knucklehead, yesterday, and he's a former wrestler, and I used to
Where's he from?
He's from Central Falls.
Oh, he's from CF, right? Oh, yeah, the cocaine capital of the universe. So, you know, that town is 1 square mile, Central Falls, 1 square mile.
Rhode Island's like 2 square miles.
Yeah.
Central Falls is in Massachusetts anyway, but yeah.
All right. So is it? Are you sure? I looked it up.
Yeah.
I don't think you're right.
No, it's in Connecticut.
No, it's not. It's District 16.
No, it's in New Hampshire now.
He ran for politics there too. Anyway, the whole point is, you know, I used to think that politics was just like wrestling, but it's really not. It really is just like Lala said. It's very, very fucking real, you know, and it affects you. And you're a retard. That's it.
That was the point. I thought you were coming to like this brilliant crescendo.
He is a retard. He doesn't even have his logic is fucking totally flawed.
Are a retard.
Well, if you think that Joe Biden is a B-, yes, I have to agree, because
the point I'm trying to make when you're saying Republicans, they can't lose because now they'll just dispute everything. Do you think Trump won? Hold on. So we're talking here. Do you think that Trump won the 2016 election?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, because a shitload of Democrats told me he didn't for fucking years and said it was a rigged election.
No.
With fucking Russia and a hoax and blah, blah, blah and all this other shit.
He goes with the narrative.
Do you think Barack Obama won his election?
Of course, yes.
Oh, yeah. That's funny because I didn't hear Republicans ever fucking
listen,
that.
Whatever the mainstream narrative is, just say he's affirmative. He goes along with it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's my other question. Okay. Do you think...
Well, I could say in 2000, I think we actually don't know who won, but it's not because somebody cheated. It's because the state of Florida was so incompetent at the time that I honestly, who the hell knows? You know what I mean?
We do know who won because they recounted that district like 8 fucking times, and the numbers kept growing for Bush. They weren't shrinking.
Look, I'm saying there was nothing nefarious about that. No one was trying to cheat. It was just stupidity. You know, it's not even a thing. Like whatever. It happened. We live with it.
And for 4 years, because I'm old enough to remember that for 4 years, Democrats told us that Bush was a cheater, not a duly elected president. And when Clinton won, I don't remember, and I'm old enough to remember, no Republican said Clinton cheated and Bob Dole secretly fucking won or W. Bush won. Nobody ever fucking said that. So I don't know where this is coming from.
Bob Dole won.
That all the fucking exactly. But I don't know where it's coming from. Where it's like we have one election where they literally change all the rules to the election right before.
No. Here's the thing, Paul.
And then we go. This is bullshit.
Let me explain why I think that. Right. So, when Roy Moore lost in 2018 down in Alabama, Alex Jones sent Millie Weaver down there to dispute the fact that he lost, even though there was absolutely nothing wrong with that election. And then that was 2017. It was a special election. 2018, Matt Bevin lost re-election in Kentucky for governor, right? And Alex sent Millie Weaver down there again to dispute that. And Alec or Matt Bevin said there were irregularities, and they said, well, what the hell irregularities are you talking about? And he couldn't come up with anything, and this went on for like a couple of weeks until finally the Kentucky Republicans were like, hey, you have to stop this unless you have some evidence. This has been building for years now, where it's like, hey, look, if we lose, we're just going to say it wasn't fair. Like, that's it. It's like going into the World Series. I have no respect for somebody who walks out as somebody, played a lot of sports and stuff. Like, if you go out there and say, hey, if I lose this game, it's because the refs, cheated, right? That's what Trump did before the election.
It's really not the same.
That's what Trump did before the election.
He was talking about everything changing for COVID. That was the umbrella.
No, he said it in 2016. He said, if
but
I lose,
we're talking about 2020, where he said,
and then he won. No. But I'm saying
because everybody was.
I'm saying this has been a pattern, right? When Trump lost the 2016 Iowa caucuses, Ted Cruz beat him by like a little bit. He said it was voter fraud. Then when he was running in 2016 against Hillary Clinton in the general, he said, if I lose, it'll be because of voter fraud. It'll be rigged.
But I do
he
think
won,
that
so he let it go. Then when he lost in 2020, he said it was because of voter fraud and it was rigged. He's been doing this.
Hold on.
But
he won. Now. He won, and then Hillary said it was voter fraud because the Russians were hacking the election.
Never said it was voter fraud. Hillary never said it was
Hillary
voter fraud.
absolutely said the Russians hacked the election.
So,
did she not concede the night of the election?
She brought it.
No, she did not. No, she did not.
She did not.
Look, no, I was in New York. She did not. She got drunk and fucking left and didn't make an address.
She did it the next day, very half-assed, dude. And then she dragged it on for the whole time he was, they obstructed him the whole time.
No, hold on a second. I have to make this point because this is ridiculous, right?
You're ridiculous.
I worked at Channel 7 News in Boston on the night of the election, right? I worked there for a long time. My job was to put the election results out on the screen. I was the Chiron manager, okay? I'm telling you, at around 3:30 in the morning, she called and conceded to Trump, and then he gave his speech. She didn't make a concession speech that night, but she conceded to him on the phone. He went, made his acceptance speech, and then the next morning she went and made her concession speech. She conceded to him on the phone the night of the goddamn election. So I don't want to hear that she didn't concede. She did.
Did you vote for her?
Okay. Hold on, and then spent a year saying, "Well, that was bullshit," and the Russians hacked the fucking election.
She never said that shit. A lot of people, a lot of activists said that, but Hillary Clinton never said that. And who gives a fuck about Hillary Clinton?
What?
She's dead anyway.
Hold on, because
you're making up your own fucking facts, dude.
You sound like a conspiracy theorist.
What was the name? What was the name of the woman in Georgia? I believe she was running for governor. Was it Rice? Who lost the governorship? Yes, thank you. She lost the governor. She lost the governorship, and she went on and on and on about it. So you could play this from both sides. Democrats, though, overwhelmingly and historically accuse every Republican victory of it's a big tainted fucking victory. It's a cheat. He's not the real president, including Bush for 8 fucking years. And I'm not a Bush guy at all, but that man won the fucking election. I'm sorry, he won the fucking election, and he did win the
election. Look, I served under Bush. I was in the Navy for the entire Bush presidency, basically. Like, I can't even explain to you how different it is between Hillary Clinton actually accepting and conceding the night of the damn election and Donald Trump almost a year later, still crying like a bitch. Like, I mean, do I really need to draw a distinction there, or can you just see it with your own eyes?
Well, no. So you think that Joe Biden got 80 million votes and he is the most popular president of all time?
I think he got 81 million votes. Yeah.
And
I think that the reason he got that many votes is not because people love Joe Biden, is because they hate Donald Trump.
People don't vote because of that. Historically,
Joe Biden didn't get 81 million votes. Donald Trump got 81 million for him.
No,
historically, that doesn't bring people out to vote.
And even if that was accurate, it would be because of the persistent propaganda for 4 years perpetrated by the mainstream media and in cahoots with the fucking deep state. That's why.
No, that can't be possible because you guys are very fond of saying that CNN and MSNBC have no ratings, and everybody watches Fox. So if that's true, then
Fox is
nobody
also
gives a shit
propaganda.
anyway.
They're all propaganda.
Well, I'm not a fan of Fox. I don't really. I watch whatever the fuck comes on my stream, and I go, "What was that article say?" I don't specifically
I just love the
go
fact
to
that I
anyone.
hear right wingers. I love the fact that I hear right wingers say all the time, "Oh well, the mainstream media."
Yeah.
Nobody watches it. It's legacy media. It's garbage. Nobody cares. And then they say, well, the mainstream media influenced everybody to vote a certain way. I'm like, well, you can't have it both ways.
Can
man.
we-
Either it doesn't matter or it
you
does.
Plugged
kinda
in.
can't.
Yeah, they watch the mainstream media. They I have my mom's husband.
Well, nobody. According to the ratings, nobody watches CNN.
Anybody
or
who is
MSNBC.
aware that it's propaganda doesn't watch it because you're literally like allowing them to control you. Like literally.
No, I mean, according to the ratings, nobody watches that shit.
Well, when
But
So how can they be influential?
some people still watch it.
Because
And
when
then-
companies like NBC are pumping tens of millions of dollars into places like Vox and all these other alternative liberal media sites,
and social media is also
Young Turks, social media is controlled by them
You
exactly.
think Rupert Murdoch doesn't do the same thing?
Hey, I got you on speaker.
I think I don't know of any. Hello, what's this?
You're still doing your podcast?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's good. Let's bring everything to a screech.
I will
Is
be.
that Enrique?
I will be here in however long these guys want to stay on
You're
here.
on fucking air. Like, spit it out.
Come,
Yeah.
get the fuck over here.
We're coming.
Yeah.
We're gonna fucking come right now. Hope you're ready.
Bye.
Everyone's coming right now.
So yeah, the thing about the propaganda and like Trump in general, like most people don't
my
know
God.
why they hate Trump.
Bobby,
Like
take
a
the
lot
thing
of
away
people,
from the.
Jesus Christ, Bobby.
Enrique Tario is going to jump on probably in about 20 minutes, so he'll be
Alright.
joining the show.
Sounds like a plan.
Yes.
No,
What?
we were talking. I was gonna say, like my mom's husband. He served in Vietnam. He has like one foot. He has one eye, and he fought and literally lost limbs for our freedom. But he's plugged into the propaganda because, in my opinion, I think like when he used to watch the news growing up, like they took that as facts. So when they changed it to be able to use propaganda on Americans, the people who are the most at risk to be controlled in that way are the older generation. And so he watches CNN from the moment he wakes up to the moment he goes to sleep.
Does he live in the airport?
Haha. That's a
Thank you.
great. Holy shit. I love that
But he
fucking
hates,
joke.
Very
he
quick.
hates
Good joke.
everyone that CNN tells him to hate. He doesn't question anything. He doesn't have any opinions of his own. And it's sad. And I don't even care that he doesn't like Trump or whatever, but like the fact that I know that he's not independently thinking and questioning anything, that he's just like taking all of this in and regurgitating
But do
it
you
out.
think that
He reminds me of
do you
Brad
think that
Chadford.
questioning things means that you have to come? Like I find spending so much time with right wingers, at different Trump events, I feel like when people say, "Oh, you're not thinking for yourself," they mean, "Oh, you don't have the same opinion as me, so that means you're brainwashed." Whereas, like, I'm like, I think that's an arrogant ass way to think. I think that's like the kind of reverse elitist.
Well, no, I see what you're
that's
saying.
like the
for
same
sure.
thing as thinking like, well, if you don't think what CNN,
I see what
says,
you're
then
saying for
dumb.
sure, but like the election fraud, for an example, is one where it's like you're literally just taking what they're telling you is to be true. When I literally watched every single hearing, I watched every single testimony, I watched every single piece of evidence.
Yeah, I watched
that they
Rudy
presented.
Giuliani fart in front of people and sweat on himself and be in front of a dildo shop, and I don't take any of it
That's
seriously.
the lawyer. I'm
So
talking about
sorry,
the
forgive me.
citizens of
Forgive me.
America that witnessed
Yeah.
election fraud and had
Yeah.
multiple hours, if not hundreds.
I'm telling you
hours.
that there is
America.
no circumstance ever. There will never be another circumstance under which we have an election where a Republican loses for president, and all of you guys don't say it was.
You're not like, you're just kind of like taking what I'm
never.
saying.
It just won't.
It's
It'll
funny
never
because I
happen.
didn't have a problem with Obama fucking winning. I went, yeah, he probably fucking beat McCain,
Yeah,
whatever.
The
I
world
didn't-
changed. The world changed, man. The world
Well,
changed.
but that's the
different
thing.
now.
It's like
Republicans.
part of the thing too is when you actively go, we're going to change all the fucking voting rules the year of. Forget all the other voting fraud evidence. Just that alone of, okay, everyone's going to get these mail-in things. And it's so funny because
it's always bullshit though. It's like, oh, we had this many dead people vote. Well, which dead people? Well, I don't want to talk about it. Let's move on.
No, that's not what they said.
They have their names.
They
I don't want to talk about it. I fucking heard their names.
Yeah, they have all of that on record.
My favorite was when Tucker Carlson decided to actually investigate this and made a jerk of himself because he realized that this woman actually was voting as Mrs. such and such. And he had to apologize and say, yeah, we got that one wrong. Well, if there were 30,000 other dead voters, why didn't he move on to that? The point is that there aren't any. You guys don't have any. If you did, there would be a list of it. You think that if there were 30,000 dead voters in Georgia, you think that Donald Trump wouldn't take out an ad in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution and put every one of their names on?
How about I have a name, Joe Frazier.
Joe Frazier Jr. is alive, dickhead.
Yeah, Joe Frazier Sr. They said fucking voted in New Jersey.
He didn't.
No, they didn't say that. That never happened.
It's Joe Frazier Jr. voted in New Jersey. I know what you're talking about. It's his kid who voted, and this is provable. You can Google this shit and find out.
Know. Google
Joe Frazier did not vote.
You could Google that Joe aliens live in the fucking president's goddamn head.
The second greatest fighter ever. And you know who? No. You want to see something? When I was in New York this week, I ended up buying this pin at the rally. You talk about Joe Frazier. I don't know if this is going to focus.
Boom.
Oh, there you go.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Muhammad Ali.
He's the greatest of all time.
The greatest fighter ever.
Yeah. Now, do you guys think that this happens a lot? Well, how often does the political spectrum flip? Because I think that we were part of a flip. And they say that Republicans would argue that the Great Reset did not happen. That's not true. But Democrats.
1968. It flipped. It flipped in 1968.
So, do you believe that this flip thing? It's like a paradigm that happens it's like a cyclical.
That's an interesting idea. I don't know if it's like a cyclical thing, but I know it's happened a few times.
Thank you very much.
You can't say parties flip because certain parties took certain policies that were traditionally by one party because they didn't take all of them.
Society changes, it evolves.
Not every Republican went, well, I'm a Democrat now. Not every Democrat, or not even the majority, or not even like a significant minority went, okay, cool, I'm a Democrat now. Well, I'm a Republican now because we're so mad at each other.
Why back in the 60s did they have left-leaning Republicans and right-leaning Democrats?
It wasn't necessarily left-leaning and right-leaning. It was a strategy change, particularly on the part of the Democrats when they realized that they can milk the fucking inner cities and minorities for all they're worth. They say, hey, let's stop lynching them, let them vote, and tell them to vote for us. And that was the policy change because all the fucking shit from the Civil Rights Act was all authored by and voted in by Republicans, including the first and second Civil Rights Act. And the problem is that the Democrats took credit for it because they basically stopped filibustering it after the longest filibuster in history. But then they turn around and go, because they said, we could use this to our advantage if we play our cards right. And in the 60s, including 1968, during the housing bill, by the way, in the 60s, they actually said, well, we could just call everything civil rights. The same way now everything's called, pick your poison, climate change, racism, whatever. In 1968, they said, the housing crisis. It's civil rights to house homeless people. It's civil rights to feed people. It's civil rights to give people food stamps. It's civil rights for Section 8 housing. All that shit just became a civil rights moniker. And then as time goes by, they change again. Now everything's about climate change and racism. So now literally everything is racist. Which is fucked up. It's a strategy. It's a clear strategy, especially when they all repeat the same fucking talking points about racism that no one else could seem to see except for them and their fucking followers from Young Turks.
Jogging is racist now.
Apparently.
It's boring as hell is what it is, but what are you going to do?
Well, let me tell you something. When I saw the part of the video where you professed your love for Joe Biden and your liberalism. I would have rather seen you take cocks in the mouth and the ass in that same video. But you redeemed yourself because you, sir, say cocksucker very fucking well. You have the New England rage, like, you cocksucker. I was like, there we go.
I like this. I like critiquing this because you know what? It's true that you redeem yourself so much though by the way that you stand up for yourself, like the way that you always. I love how you always. Fucking that's the greatest thing when you always fucking say my fucking hairy white Irish ass, you know?
Yeah,
it's the best.
Well, hey, in all
out.
fairness, I was exaggerating. It's not that hairy, but
I figured as much.
The hairiest ass I've ever heard of.
Why don't you say my clean shaven?
My clean shaven.
It wouldn't hit the same.
Why?
Look, no, it's not good for
it would be hilarious.
Hey, I wanted to say, Paul, about the party switch thing though. This is something that I like to try and bring up is that Jackie Robinson was after he retired from baseball was very active in Republican politics because most Black Americans were Republicans back then. You know, that's the way it was. The Democrats were the party of Jim Crow. They were the racist party in the South. And that's not something I even try to deny. It's not possible to deny that because it's just true. But Jackie Robinson was at the 1968 Republican convention, and this video you can watch of this. And I think there's a documentary on Netflix. I think you can see. But he said, "Hey, look, if you guys nominate Barry Goldwater, we're walking out." And he basically was able to influence most of the black delegates, all of the black delegates, really, at the Republican convention, and most Black American voters. They looked up to him as a leader. You know, obviously he was a hero to most of these people, right?
Sure,
and rightly so. So he said, you nominate Barry Goldwater because Barry Goldwater vehemently opposed the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights of 1965. I mean, he was against everything, right? And the Republicans nominated him largely because he opposed all that stuff. So when they nominated him, he walked out, like physically walked out of the RNC, of the convention, and took every single black vote with him. And that's when the party switched. And you know, at the same time, you've got LBJ, who I will not deny was a racist. He was, but he signed the Civil Rights Act, right? He signed the Voting Rights Act, right?
For reasons I've already stated.
Yeah, I understand that. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So if it was craven politics, okay, so what? It doesn't matter.
And by,
really,
by the way,
the
speaking of Barry Goldwater, who I'm no fan of Barry Goldwater, but the reason he opposed the Civil Rights Act wasn't because he was a frothing at the mouth racist.
Yes, I understand that.
We all know that. Hillary supported Barry Goldwater. So here's the thing.
She was a Goldwater girl. Yeah.
If you want to switch with,
but still, that doesn't work for me. Like
if you want to talk about a democratic, no, they did not. If you want to talk about a demographic switch within the parties, that happened during the New Deal. So that was before.
How many Southern Democratic governors became Republicans immediately after the Civil Rights Act was signed? Like all of them.
Democratic governors?
Yeah, I'm talking about
I would think that's
governors.
inaccurate. I don't know a number off the top of my head, but I would think that's
wildly
inaccurate. That all the Southern Democratic governors switched parties. Because the Civil Rights Act that the Republicans authored and pushed through for fucking decade, actually, that policy worked so poorly for Republicans, they said, let's all be racist now. Or is it possible that when you find evidence of like Republican racism from back in the day, it's that the whole country was more racist back then, and the Republicans.
What do you think the Southern strategy was?
There was no Southern strategy.
Okay,
I think it was bullshit. I think it's a contrived bullshit fucking narrative that only is said by Democrats.
No, so Lee Atwater, we know who Lee
Oh,
Atwater is.
yeah.
I know. Yeah. That he said a comment about this thing that was, obviously this happened. So that's the one source that says, listen,
it's not the
you
one
can't
source.
call him the N-word.
Michael Steele
Michael Steele years later, who wasn't involved in the Nixon administration.
Right, but he was the Republican. He was the chair of the RNC back in 2010 when they had the biggest win that they've ever had in history. Right, outside of 1994. He said, "Look, the Southern strategy was real. It was unfortunate. It was shitty, but we're going to move past it." Right.
It's funny how you strike me as the kind of guy who wouldn't believe a fucking word any Republican would say, but when Michael Steele, who is a dumbbell, says something
I voted for Republicans, man. Paul, I voted. Look,
all right, good.
Have you?
Yes, Charlie Baker is my governor right now, and I voted for him 2 times. He's a Republican.
He's a child molester. I don't know
Baker?
if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
No, it's not true. Don't say things like that, man.
You could just say it, and now it's a thing.
Yeah.
Meme that.
No, it's unfortunate.
Can we fucking goddamn get back to this, because we got on here for a purpose, and we're rambling on about minutia in politics.
I think it's lovely. How you doing?
Yeah. Lala, like
I enjoy conversing with Paul.
This fucking thing. Look at this.
Not with you, but
Look at this thing.
I enjoy conversing with Paul and Lala and Bobby.
All right. You know what? So let me get Paul's. What I'm going to do is I want to play this video because Paul was there too. And
the video I sent you, his video is way more dramatic and better. Mine is like 5 minutes of people fucking singing. But if you want to play,
I'm playing it right.
Just to check the footage out.
I'm going to play it right now. Here.
USA! 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 USA!
The first thing you can do. We have to speak up. We have to peacefully protest and petition the government for our grievances. And that's what we're here to do today, to peacefully protest and let the government and the mainstream media and everybody else know that political persecution is not acceptable and that the guys that are locked up from January 6th have due process rights. Oh, so can you see that the doors already light?
Once again, we aren't enemies. I'm not against ANTIFA over there if they want to do lawful things and seek justice. I stand with you. I am not your enemy. We must seek justice together.
We're so godly sweet, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
They say it, Black Lives Matter just as Latin lives do. And don't forget the Asians, because their lives matter too. But please listen, if you white, this doesn't apply to you. You're hardly good enough to shine a black man's shoe, or what your ancestors never owned in enslaved or boo-hoo. It's time to send you to re-education camps by 2022. And this is why we're adding some morality there too. It's time we call good bad and bad good too.
They hate this country. Shame on them.
I know that lady.
They were going to make those colored folks vote for Democrat the next 200 years. They promised it, and here they got you out here thinking that you're on your own side. Meanwhile, you're marching for your own damn demise.
They hate America's founding. They hate you and I for coming together as Americans. We're from all ethnicities, and we are Americans. Our blood is red, white, and blue.
We love this country. There's no racism. They are playing a game. They are playing the card of racism to divide this country, which is shameful.
There is nothing more important than the United States Constitution and the rights and liberties and freedoms that we all enjoy because of that document must be defended
attitude all the time.
Wake up and fight back, I'm begging you today. If we don't fight back, we will lose this country. But the police shot and killed a #1 U.S. veteran and a patriot in the Capitol, and nothing has been done about it.
States of America.
It is not acceptable in America to let this happen.
I just want to say to you that Ashley Babbitt was my daughter. I loved her. She was a proud patriot. There was the rest of the proud patriots that day, and this is such un-American behavior and un-American treatment. And I love my daughter, and I miss her, and I feel like this country has treated her badly. You know, we're set in this country to avoid a tyrannical government and political persecution and religious persecution, and I feel like we're going so far backwards. So when people call you a traitor, know that you're not, and know that your suffering is not for no reason, and somehow, some way, this will all make sense someday.
Ashley Babbitt! Ashley Babbitt! Ashley Babbitt! Ashley Babbitt!
Bro, listen, you know what? Speaking of Martin Scorsese, you're a fucking brilliant director, apparently. And is brilliant directing a guinea thing?
Yes. Italians, it's just the rage and garlic coursing through our veins at all times that make us able to connect with a dramatic narrative. I don't know. I wish Michael J. Fox wasn't operating the camera that day. And I definitely need to smooth that audio out before I... Yeah, thank you. One person. I definitely need to iron that fucking audio issue out, but that audio was all over the place because I was standing next to fucking speakers and people screaming at me. But, yeah, I mean... Honestly, when I heard that you were attacked, I thought it was a pretty mildly boring day until I saw the video of you and like another person. The cops are coming in?
No. Enrique Tario.
Yeah, so
it's
I thought
funny.
it was pretty
It's funny.
mild.
We got two Italians here, and the only guy who lived in Italy, as far as I know, is the Irish guy.
Yeah, but I've been there. Been there twice.
Yeah, but I lived in Jersey. It's the same shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, man, you know what's funny? Growing up in an Italian area in Federal Hill and Providence, and living in Sicily for a couple of years, I can tell you there is very little in common with Italian Americans and Italians compared to like Irish Americans and actual Irish people. Like it's a lot closer. Like Italian Americans have created their own kind of culture, and a culture that I really love and respect, and it's very cool. But it's very different than Italians. They're not that close.
When I
no, that's not necessarily true.
No, yeah, it's kind of true.
Not totally.
When I started meeting people from Italy, that's when I just started calling myself an American, and I wouldn't be like, "Yo, I'm Italian," because when I meet a guy from Milan and he's like wearing designer jeans and on a scooter, I'm like, "You're not."
That's what I'm saying, Paul. That's what I'm saying.
Put it up on your thing. Put the,
and they would always be like, "Do you speak Italian?" I'm like, "Oh, I know like 3 words," and they're like, "You're not Italian." I'm like, "Yeah, you're right. I'm American."
Am I live?
Let's go. Pronto, vieni qua.
Am I alive?
Say that.
Pronto.
Somebody alive?
Why can't I see
Prego,
anything?
prego.
God, you're being robbed, Bobby. Get him out.
Can
Boom.
you fucking move
Oh,
the
hey,
computer
Enrique.
the other way?
I don't want to move the.
I can't see who I'm talking to. Dude.
Listen, don't worry. Just put your. Listen. We're rigging
Enrique.
it up.
I don't know who that is.
That's Paul
Bazile.
Paul Bazile.
Okay.
We got Paul Bazile on. We got Lala. We got the reprehensible scum known as Patrick, Brad, Chadford, Reilly.
I don't care about the other.
O'Reilly.
Who's Lala?
Lala Beams.
Okay,
I
so
wish you
She
could
does
see
podcasts.
But
she's cool.
why is this such a piece of shit? That's why I told you to buy the other thing because I can't hear myself in these.
Dude, I bought the other thing. I have it right here, actually.
Yeah, you
I do.
buy the cheap ass equipment.
Nope.
Nope. I couldn't walk in through this guy's front door right now.
Dude, that's because you did that.
I didn't do that. I've been telling you to fucking spend your money right and buy a new front door.
Yeah, buy a front door.
Look at this. Hold up.
No. Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
Those are Brazilian doors.
Brazilian doors.
They are.
Well,
no.
it looks like the
Brazilian
slums of Sao Paulo.
Can you move the fucking thing?
Fuck that. I'm not moving anything. Just go.
Here, I'm just going to move. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's looking at.
Look at that. I haven't seen Paul in ages.
I know. What's up, man?
What's up, dude? How you doing?
I'm hanging in. Oh, do you see me now? Am I handsome?
Kind of. It's like
All right.
far as shit away.
Well, I'm sorry Bobby's doing this to you today.
Is that Brad?
That's Brad.
Yeah, it's Brad. Say hi to Brad.
I got to be able to do shit, though, with this. So,
Do
I'm
what?
going
What
to
are
have
you
to
trying
move
to
it
do?
back, bro.
You don't have to do anything.
If you really want to see it, I know we don't have a kind of display or anything like that for you. But if you grab your phone, go to the thing.
This is seriously a crap.
Put the volume down on it, and then you'll be able to see it. Yeah.
By the way.
What up, man?
Why is Lala dressed like Eddie Vedder?
Hold on. Let me see who this Lala person is.
That's pretty good, actually.
It's kind of true.
Yeah, she's got better hair, though.
Yeah.
I can't see Lala. Oh shit! Holy fuck! I almost.
Wait
fucked
till
up
you
this shit.
see her.
Oh, Paul, how you doing, bro?
I'm hanging in, man. We were just talking about that rally that happened in New York because Patrick got attacked there. I was there and saw a bunch of Antifa flailing, whining, and egg throwing, but I didn't see him get attacked.
I wish I could have made that.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Like it was funny because it was very musical. They had like 3 or 4 musical acts, and Graves was supposed to play, and he was like, "Oh, can you go instead of me?" I was like, "Oh, okay." So I'm like, "Well, I don't know what I'm doing." And then that girl Kara, who was organizing it, was like, "Can you just film it and put it on Radio Deadly?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, whatever you want." So I mean, but I thought the way to do these things, I think, is to have entertainment and music and cool stuff happening, and not just like one lawyer after the other speaking. Because especially in 90-degree heat with no shade, that shit gets tedious.
You can't have that's what I have a problem with some of these events. I just came back from one. I'm not going to say which one, and the good thing is that I've been to many.
CPAC.
They usually fucking they're like, hey, we got this rally going. And it's like fucking speaker back to back. And
yeah.
I can't listen to one speaker anymore.
Right.
Not even one.
Definitely
I don't
not.
wanna hear anything.
And not 75 of them either.
Back to
Fuck
back.
me running.
The worst one I've ever been to was when Milo did the Straight Pride Parade, because the Straight Pride Parade was awesome. We had a ball. We had a lot of fun. And then they go, all right, we're going to have some speakers and Milo's going to like headline. And they think it's like Madison Square Garden where like headlining means something when most of us are trying to choke in a piss for like 3 hours. And they put up, no shit, 30 people, including a guy who did, count them, 4 karaoke-style AC/DC covers, where I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Like, why is he doing AC/DC right now? And then after the first song, I'm like, oh, okay, that was kind of weird.
I'm surprised that hermit left his fucking house to go to somewhere.
Who?
Milo.
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't leave his house.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he don't.
Do you want to? Oh, is this where you want to fucking do this right now? Is this
him?
the hill you want to die on?
I mean, I'll trash him. I don't give a fuck.
You want to talk? Wait, well, I mean, listen. Hold
trashing
on. Let me think about this for a
I
second.
love Milo, though.
Huh?
I'm just kidding. This guy's like, look at me.
Well,
I love Milo.
So
you hear me?
Paul
Yeah, I love
knows Milo. You know Milo.
Yeah.
You guys both have your perspectives on this. Let's break it down. What the fuck is going on with this? Does he have homosexual,
I'll start.
pent up aggression towards
you guys fucking get over with?
I think it is pent up aggression towards me. I think it's pent up. Here's the problem.
Aggression.
I think, I think it's more than
Best
that.
kind.
I think that there's a lot of people with pent up aggression towards Milo because he has no supporters left. I don't know if I have no idea like how Paul's doing with him right now. I'm surprised that he hasn't fucked over Paul.
But we're still friends.
Fucking Stone. Fucking he shit on Stone.
What?
He did?
Yeah, he fucking completely fucking shit on Stone and put him in a fucking territory where he's not supposed to be in. He stole money from fucking Chadwick. He stole money from stole money from me. Stole money from Breitbart. I mean, the fucking trail's long.
Well, you definitely met Milo. No, but
That's
fucking,
awesome.
you know what it is. I can't account for who owes who money. That's none of my business, and I just don't know about it. So whoever's saying what deal they had with Milo, that's between them. But I knew that he was shitting on you for a while. But the thing, and I kept like kind of laughing, like, well, why are you giving him shit? And I almost feel bad letting the cat out of the bag. Milo gets into these like characters, and then he forgets that it's an act sometimes.
Like a WWF dude. It's all
yes,
character.
he gets into like this. He becomes the Macho Man Randy Savage, and then after a while, it crosses a line where he just doesn't come back, and he's like, "Yeah, fuck that guy." And I'm like, "I thought you were just fucking with him. Like I thought this was like a big funny thing we were all doing." And he's just like, "Oh, that motherfucker," and I'm like. But I don't know. I think
actually,
Milo,
guys, that's actually. I'm sorry, but we'll go right back to your thing here. But that's my point earlier that I fucking lost because I was high and I called him retarded. I really what I was trying to talk about with that whole politics is wrestling thing was that Brad Chadford is like the heel. He's like the guy, in the wrestling match that you guys love to hate. He's that same kind of person. I don't know what he's doing right now, but he's got pictures of you up right now. He's not in the screen. He's trolling. He's always trolling and being a scum. Always. They're morally reprehensible people.
I'm just putting it's just
liberals.
a picture of I thought,
and then he had the picture of Paul,
Is that the one that-
circulating
did you
as
take
well.
That picture?
I like that picture.
Did you take that picture?
Well, all right, can we go back to
These are my photos.
Hold on.
There you go.
Oh. Where could we find these pictures, by the way? What's your website?
OnlyFans.com is usually.
He's
OnlyFans?
horrible at marketing.
Yes, OnlyFans.
I actually do have.
All
an
right, let me go to
account.
OnlyFans. Let me see what's
do have
on
an
here.
/
Where do you go, Paul?
Lala, what is your OnlyFans account?
Is this still
Let me
going?
just look
Am
this
I the
up.
only one
What
with
are you
an
doing to
OnlyFans
this?
here?
Did you
I
fuck
haven't
with this?
touched that, dude.
That's real.
Really?
I haven't touched that. Can
I
you
don't
guys hear
have
me?
an OnlyFans. I just have a shit posting meme account.
Oh,
So-
god damn it. Oh,
On
yeah.
OnlyFans?
You did tell us all about this. It was pretty
Am
great.
I the only one with OnlyFans in here?
No,
Oh.
she has an OnlyFans, but she just does like memes and shit posts and
No,
somehow
I
gets
don't.
money for it.
Oh, I show my
I
dick for
don't
money.
have an OnlyFans. I have free memes available for everybody. I don't charge.
I'm supposed to hate you, Enrique.
I know.
Stop being so goddamn lovable.
Why are you
Motherfucker.
supposed to hate each other?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I just always hear like,
People always-
Enrique this or, not from Milo, by the way, but like that, he was a Fed, he's this. And then I was like, well, I actually heard Enrique's story and you guys are doing the same thing that always happens to us, which is you're believing what the New York Times tells you about
Did
Enrique.
you see this?
rather than
Hey,
listen
Max,
to it.
did you see this?
What are you doing?
Then you're provoking.
What?
I'm not provoking anything.
Did you see that?
Why are you playing this in the middle of a fucking podcast?
Why are you throwing water at me?
What a bunch of little fags.
Did you
Why are you
mute the
throwing
fucking
shit at me? Don't touch me, man. Don't touch me.
I play it again because it is so good.
I don't
my
want to
audio
touch your
still on?
umbrella. I wish you would stop putting it in my face.
Who's behind you with the taser?
Get out for what?
I don't think
I'm just a goddamn journalist.
No, it's the
What
water that got on my
What do you mean a
microphone.
threat?
your audio's off.
Guys,
retard.
seriously, I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm a fucking liberal who voted for Biden. I just want to shoot some fucking video.
Oh, does your vagina itch when you vote
Stay
for
in this
Biden?
shit. Keep it on.
Get the fuck out.
No, I will not get the fuck out.
Trump supporters, that's what the problem is.
Yeah, because you know what? They're people too. I don't have to like it. I don't have to like what they want to do. Seriously. No, I'm not going to get out.
Fuck your stupid ass President Biden, too.
Can you imagine what some automatic fire would do right now? It would just clear all that soy right out.
I don't know what the purpose of that bell is, but
Well, you'll never get
you know.
past those umbrellas.
What's wrong with you?
How will we get? They disappeared.
What's that?
Fuck out.
No.
Fuck out of here, little bro.
Nope. not getting the fuck out of here. You're gonna have to make me get the fuck out of here.
The problem with Antifa is they're not even real anarchists.
Suckers to try and get me out of here.
If you dare, that's a provocation. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
How?
I like the giant land whale.
I want you out of here, but
You're not gonna get me out of here.
I'm not gonna put my
It's a free country, baby.
I'm not trying to
Look
put
at those big
Okay.
titties.
But then I'm gonna stay here and we're gonna see who gets tired faster. And it ain't gonna be me.
Now, see, my thing is you picking fights now. That's what you're doing.
What's that?
You're picking fights now.
No,
shut
I'm
up.
saying I'll stand here.
Charging
I'll
people with
stand here.
umbrellas.
What
is
they're
a
doing
big
right now
fight.
is keeping you away from everybody that doesn't want you near.
Yeah, but nobody's allowed to do that, so I'm just gonna walk right past you. You can kiss my skinny, hairy, white Irish ass.
There we go.
See, now you're provoking. When would you put your hands on somebody?
Only
No,
reason
I'm
why I
not
like
putting my
this
hands on anybody. I want to walk.
It's time
Only
for you to
reason.
Nope, it's not gonna be time for me to leave. I'm walking straight.
Dude,
past
look at that
you.
guy in his anime fucking face mask with little Japanese attire.
No, fuck this shit. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Don't do it. Don't.
I'm just walking past you.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Stop. Out. Stop. Out. Stop.
What is it? Is this what country am I in right now?
You're in a country where if we don't want to have anything to do with you, we don't have to.
You don't have to. You can just let me walk right past. You can just move aside. I want to walk over there, sir.
I'll walk you. I'll walk you. You want to walk around?
Thank you.
I'll walk you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, sir.
Where's the latest here?
Oh, I got me something.
Buns.
Whoa, buns.
His hair is like.
I know that guy's hilarious. So you guys saw it now. Oh, what the fuck?
That is the best picture of Pickles ever. That's phenomenal.
I mean,
Great picture of Pickles.
I have no idea who that is. That's honestly not even me. I don't even know who the fuck.
Special needs Pickles.
A doppelganger of some kind.
Collect them all. My name is Pickles.
How could you be mad at this photographer person?
So is that illegal substances you're smoking?
In all fairness, I think somebody spun a pinwheel in front of him and he was mesmerized.
Hey, can I smoke?
No? Help yourself.
Come on, everybody, let's
Smoke him if you got him, Enrique.
Yeah, so because I really want to get back to like just trashing on him, but let's okay, Patrick, come on back on the screen because I want to play a video.
You call him by his real name?
Right now. We were talking about it before. We were talking about a lot of different stuff. You know, life is a circle. We were talking about how things have changed politically, right? Things have switched around, flipped around, right? And I used to be into punk rock as you were as well, right? And we were talking about punk rock, and I know Paul's into punk. Lala, are you into punk? I know you're not, right? You've never been into punk rock.
She's making a face.
What is punk? Where's the line?
What is punk?
Listen, I'm in the same boat as she is. I have no idea what the fuck.
Sing Yellow Lead better.
Well,
like is NoFX
Jeremy.
punk?
Do you guys know who the Bouncing Souls is?
Hell yeah, I know them personally.
Okay, yeah. Well, I was actually gonna interview him at one
Dude,
point.
They just played Boston 2 weeks ago, man, and
those are
the
awesome
show
group
actually
of guys.
sold out.
Well, look at this right
The show
here.
actually sold out.
Look at
because
this right
people want to go to shows so badly.
Bouncing souls, no one could beat us. We drink beer and wear Adidas.
Do you wear masks when you go out in public?
Hold on. We'll ask that question in one second.
Over my vagina.
Daryl's a
Bobby,
really good
watch
old
this.
friend of ours, and it's probably best to let him introduce himself.
Oh no!
Besides being a good old friend of ours. I
Oh,
think
Pete, what are you
that's the
doing?
Important part for us, but he's done so much, and
Oh,
since
Greg,
we've
George,
known
get
him-
off there, motherfucker.
Let's talk about how long we've known Daryl first.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
This,
Ew.
for everyone who doesn't know.
It doesn't do that.
I'll give you an idea of how y'all. I mean, y'all weren't even signed yet. Y'all were the first punk band, first punk show I ever went to.
Wow, that's cool.
It was
Where was that?
April of 1990.
Oh my God!
My Nissan got repossessed that day,
Oh man!
and I was upset.
Nobody talks to him.
So,
He just sits
or
in the
somewhere,
corner,
no, 2 days
nods his
before.
head.
So me,
Everybody else is getting like
my boy,
laid and trash.
Tory Lloyd,
This
he
is
said
the
that
guy
y'all
that
playing
was.
over
Hold
at,
on, let me get
there
out of
was
this
a
because
show,
it's just
rather,
such a
there was show
shitty version
over
right now.
at-
But
Can we just get all the?
This makes me sad.
We should get Antifa
Makes
laid.
you
That's my
sad.
goal.
Yeah, for sure.
So this is the guy that was at the front lines right there with Brad Chadford.
So here's the thing,
Daryl.
though. Here's the thing.
What is his name? Daryl Lamont Jenkins. What's his
Daryl
name?
Lamont Jenkins. So the thing is, like, my friend Lauren that I went to high school with, that I played in some bands with back in the day, she's been friends with him for like 30 years, right? Since we were like, 15 years old, right? So she's been involved with, all this kind of like left-wing stuff, like not even left-wing, but like just anarchist kind of stuff. And so is he. So I met him a bunch of times back when I was in high school or whatever, but I haven't seen him in like 25 years. So when I went up and when he started yelling at me, I knew who he was because he's a 450-pound black man. It's a little difficult.
Is he the fat nigga that fucking just sits in the corner?
You can't say that word. Only half of that word.
Whoa.
Only half it. Those were my ears.
The fat nigga that sits in the corner.
I didn't say that word.
He sits in the corner?
Yeah, he sits in the corner.
So-
He doesn't, like, everybody's fucking getting laid and fucking partying.
Yeah,
Oh,
just
that-
on the
not
slut.
getting laid.
That is what's going on because Patrick was telling me some weird shit like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the
Weren't
thing
you
is,
saying
like,
that
he didn't recognize me.
about your friend Lauren, that he wanted to bang her or something like that? You were telling me.
Oh yeah. This
the
is
ass.
like 3 weeks ago. He wanted to bang her. So I haven't seen him since like the late 90s or whatever, right? Since before I left, before I went away and joined the Navy, and like, but I met him a bunch of times before that. So he doesn't remember me because it's been a long time. But he's kind of a hard guy to forget because he looks like a truck.
Fat.
So I mean, it's very
He is a
easy
truck.
to remember him. Yeah, and he was part of Antifa back then, and this is the difference between like the Antifa that like Enrique and Bobby and you guys would know.
You see
They're
why
all,
we
like,
hate
young-
them, right?
They're all young kids who
Now
got
you understand,
activated by,
right?
like,
It's 'cause they're
Donald
black,
Trump,
right?
Now you fucking understand, right?
No, but what I'm saying is the Antifa kids that we know, like now,
can make fun of them in a second.
were like activated by Trump. But Daryl has been in this for like 30 years. Like he's different.
Just look at
He's-
him.
He's like, yeah. Oh, of course, yeah.
Have you seen your cock, sir, in 30 years?
Yeah, Antifa is definitely Trump's fault. It's not the fault of like people like Bernie Sanders or Hillary or AOC.
No,
or anybody like
I'm
that.
saying
They're
Antifa's
activated.
existed way longer before Trump, and
They were
Daryl
frozen
is, like,
in carbonite,
original.
and then Trump hit a button, and Antifa came out. It wasn't a bunch of people who were butthurt that they lost an election they thought they were going to win, and they decided to burn things down. Even before that, when Obama was president, when Black Lives Matter started,
look, Daryl was into Antifa back in 1992. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know
so
the
it's
Sharps.
not, like-
The Sharpies are the same fucking things, and the Sharpies are pieces of shit too. So are the straight edge motherfuckers.
Yeah, because I was a traditional skinhead, for my whole I mean, from the time I was 16
Breaking
until
news.
That's some nerd
until the time I was like 25. Like, you know what I mean? No, it's not
It's a
breaking news.
what?
Everybody knows.
No, I
that.
know.
Yeah.
Like the whole
I like Pantera
so,
too.
I mean, like,
like
It's some nerd shit.
you know,
yeah.
I grew up.
but the Sharps,
in all this.
the Sharps are dickheads, man. Like
Sharps.
traditional
Yeah.
skins, like
Fucking Sharps.
were real skinheads. And,
The
and
oi
Nazis
punk
are
guys
scumbags,
are the
and Sharps
traditional
are almost
skins.
as bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Now tell us about the time you were the roadie for Screwdriver.
I'm on it. Where's that?
in your refrigerator.
The traditional skins became like the oi punk guys, and then the Sharpies are just assholes.
Well, Gavin
I have
McInnes.
a Cocksparrow fucking tattoo, man. Like
That's fucking great. I interviewed Cocksparrow, and I also
No, you
interviewed.
didn't.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
That's awesome, Bobby. I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No.
Yeah, I interviewed them in New York City. Listen, I also interviewed Gavin McInnes in his home, and I asked him about this. Your theory about the Proud Boys being based on. What did you say it was
said
based
it was
on?
mod, which is a lie. Yeah, he was wrong about
You
that.
thought it was
I'll tell you
based
why,
on the
but go ahead.
skins, but he said no. He said it was based on the mod.
Kill a dolphin.
Whatever.
He
that
said it
is.
was based on mod, but the thing, the reason why that's ridiculous
'Cause he's
is
older.
No, it's not. It's not because me and him are almost the same age.
What
but
do you think, Paul?
The reason that's ridiculous is that mods always want to be cooler than every other kid in their gang, right? So like you don't wear the same shirt, you wear a better shirt. Like I want the Fred Perry that's got like the new colors, the ones that other people don't have. I want a better looking girlfriend. I don't want to wear the same clothes as the other guy. Like there's no such thing as a mod crew that would all walk around wearing the same shirt. Never would that happen.
No, that's true.
It could never happen.
Dude, why do you know the inner mind of all this?
No, he does have a point. But Gavin, I think, was saying like it was. And he even said the traditional like 1960s white power skinheads mixed with the mods was sort of where he was coming from, and why the Fred Perry was even picked was because it's like this working class guy trying to look like a upper class fucking guy type.
Bro,
vibe.
I'm down with the Fred Perry being picked, but I don't understand why you only wear the one color, man. There's so many cool Fred Perrys. Like, come on, man. Why just wear the one color?
We have the international chairman of the Proud Boys in the house, and we're sitting
want
here talking
Enrique
about
to tell
Proud
me
Boys.
why.
I have no
only
idea.
wearing
I can't
one
get
color.
into this conversation because I have no idea about this nerd.
You're the least
My
fucking.
God.
You should not have become the international chairman. You know nothing about punk rock.
I'm not-
You're black.
No.
Fuck you.
Listen, this is all nerd shit. When you're a kid and you join, you're like, oh, let's fucking wear this fucking.
Black and yellow, bro, forever. Black and yellow.
Like I understand hooligans more.
Fact is, we're big Steelers fans, and
Go
that's where
Steelers.
we are.
Go Steelers.
Yes, the motherfucking Alf. What's up? Shout out to the motherfucking Alf.
Shout out to the Steel Curtain.
Hey, no. Where are
Did
you
he just
going,
leave?
Patrick?
He left us.
I wanted to
Leave
ask
the
you.
Steelers?
I wanted to ask you about fucking though specifically about Bouncing Souls. What do you think about Paul? What do you think about the Bouncing Souls doing that, man? I actually was trying to interview the lead singer there.
Greg?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's punk in general has completely been taken over. It's totally liberal.
Well, that's there you go.
Look at that. All
I
he's
like
showing
that one, actually.
all his parries. He has a shitload of parries.
I got a shitload of parries too.
You do all different ones.
One of them. And
I don't like
There's a lot of
pastel.
variety.
He gifted me a fucking badass. Parry.
What the fuck,
There's
dude?
a lot of variety.
Yeah, I don't like pastel colors.
Look at
so
that.
That one's kind of cool.
See,
Ooh,
it's
la
that
la.
thing like where Patrick like redeems himself at these weird times, like the way that he spoke to
Cocksucker.
Antifa.
Look at your
That's
giant
cool.
hat.
I like that.
Here's-
I would
look at
rock
his
that.
hat.
This is my favorite one now.
Yeah, that's a nice solid looking one. Yeah.
Can we do black and rainbow colors?
Oh, is that green? Forest green?
Yeah, it's
oh, it's
green.
fucking great.
Oh,
Nice.
I would rock that too. And
And
that one,
This is
that's
the
the
greatest
one
is a fancy
straight from
one. That's
BK.
cool.
Check out BK. He'll get you guys
Whoa, Jesus, look at that.
Yeah,
set
you're
up
just
with that.
Creating
It's
competition.
a vintage.
You're like just promoting everybody's shit.
Whatever, it's fine. Because maybe we'll all work together someday.
No, man.
And you'll
The
remember.
bouncing.
What are you guys showing? Like, what are you guys showing right now?
I'm
He was
sorry.
showing us his Fred
Did we
Perry
get off-
shirt
did we get off
polos
topic?
to prove that he was in the skinhead
listen,
scene back
I
in the
wanna
day.
fucking-
No, I'm just saying I'm just saying there's a wide variety of
just
Fred
sit here and
Perrys
talk
that
shit
you
about
can choose
others.
from.
I want
You don't have to.
We gotta talk about Antifa, man. We gotta break this
No,
down.
man. Fucking Bouncing Souls are great dudes. I've never had a
We gotta
bad
break
experience.
down
They're-
Antifa.
They're the most humble fucking guys you'll ever meet. But the thing with the punk scene is the default mode is, oh, somebody's screaming anti-racist. Well, that's us too, because we tried so hard
Like
in the
that?
90s and succeeded in kicking all the white power guys out.
Listen,
And now everyone's like, hey, make sure everyone knows we're not the white power guys. And they're old
Guys,
school like
guys,
that.
quiet.
Oh, okay.
What are you,
Well,
what-
then
you
just
just quiet.
You just
quiet.
said, I don't
What
know
are you
if the
saying?
mic picked you up. You just said, oh, they just started going after liberals. Well, they've always done that. I mean, they've gone after Brad. Brad, you remember when you were in Portland and like the bike incident?
Yeah.
Yeah. They beat, or maybe it's just Brad. Just everybody hates Brad.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. It's funny because I'm gonna do a video tomorrow. I'm gonna show right-wing lunatic ladies screaming at me on January 6th outside the Capitol, and then show
calling
the
Antifa?
left-wing lunatics screaming at me outside of at Foley Square last weekend. It's no different. It's just, it depends on where you happen to be at the time. I, for some reason, seem to draw the ire of everybody. I don't
Maybe
know
it's
why.
you.
So wait,
How
Maybe
dare you,
have
Brad?
one of those faces.
Maybe it's me.
let's
Maybe
all agree on something. What the fuck just happened? What is that? What's that in
Sorry.
my ear?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. Like
was
there's
that?
boomers on both sides, right? And example, on January 6th, I know a photographer, a friend of mine, that she's a left winger, but she's just a fucking photographer. You know what I'm saying? And she's in the heat of the moment.
exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I know. And so she's like just taking pictures, and like somebody just calls her out and says she's Antifa, right, in one of the videos. And then InfoWars just runs with it. They're like, this is fucking solid proof that this is Antifa. And some dude just called her out. And I'm like, bro, like,
Yeah, it's got.
how are
nothing to
you,
do with it.
like, what are you basing it off of? Do you know this lady? Are you sure? that she is. If anything, she would be pointing more towards us because she's always around us taking pictures. Because I'm such a handsome son of a bitch that she.
Yes, you are. Ooh.
Like the camera.
Why do Cubans always
Milk
say bro?
chocolate.
It's a Miami thing.
Okay. Milk chocolate. That's great.
So,
By the way,
Everybody's
I'm a little
bro.
tired lately of people liking Miami. I think I'm done with Miami.
You should go around Memorial Day weekend and that'll change your opinion real quickly.
Well, maybe, but I'm tired of every basic bitch on Instagram going to Miami and acting like she's in the fucking Bahamas and being like, Miami! I'm like, you're in a shithole.
I mean, they're not really in Miami. They're in South Beach.
It
depends on where you are.
It's the beginning of the tropics, actually. If you really understand it, La Florida,
Oh, you Florida motherfucker.
the original Spain. I mean, New
He's
Spain.
gonna tell me this thing. That
Dude, you guys don't know anything.
I had to listen to this shit for 3 hours.
As a
It's the
Floridian,
beginning of the
I
tropics.
hate Miami.
Yeah, I hate Miami. And I think that every person not from Miami who goes to Miami thinks that they're in like Vegas or something. And it's
But
like,
as a Texan, I love Miami.
Correct people here about Miami.
Lala, where are you from in Florida, though?
St. Pete.
All right.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh, okay.
maybe she can get away with that comment, but other people can't. Because when they come here, they go to fucking downtown. They go to South. That's not.
Are you?
Miami.
Oh, are you in Miami?
Yeah, I'm in the city. Though.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't.
Last time I went to Florida was earlier this year, and I went to spring training at Fort Myers where the Red Sox play because who gives a fuck about anything else? You know.
A lot of people go there.
Shots
from up
fired
by him.
Who gives a fuck about the Red Sox?
It's a horrible place.
Oh,
I don't know.
They all
That
go
team that
down to-
keeps winning the World Series. Most people.
They all go to Fort Myers, a shitty place.
he called you a bitch.
I used to
every
live
day.
in Boston for 3 years.
I
The
don't watch
only
ball
reason why
sports.
they care so much about sports is because like there's really nothing else to do there. So.
Hey, Paul, is that banner behind you say don't give up the ship?
Or it's because we keep it. Where did you live in
Hell
Boston?
yes. I love that banner, bro.
I love
Nice
that
banner.
Boston, Brighton, and Jamaica
Now your
Plain.
hat. Look, right there,
I lived in Brighton too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Watertown right now.
Oh yeah.
I am sitting right here in Watertown.
Move.
I'm over in Watertown
Jesus.
myself. What's your address?
You're not in Watertown.
Just say that.
I'm in Watertown. I want to come see you.
Guys, listen. Let's stay on track because we're gonna probably wind down for a second. But I did want to talk about this guy, Daryl. Jenkins here. This guy is a total scum. Hold on, let me play this.
Hold
really
on,
quick.
before you play.
Let me
that,
play this.
So
please.
before fucking Brad, were you the one that recorded that interview? Not interview. It was that little spat between me and Daryl Lamont Jenkins in D.C.
No, I did not.
Were you there?
That was not me. No, I don't think I was. Nope.
You didn't go to the demand free speech thing in D.C.?
I did, but I don't think I recorded
Let's
that.
get your take on him, Enrique. Your run-ins.
They did I think they did like a documentary where he was like the main point of interest. And they used him as like a source to describe the Proud Boys or whatever. But just judging by the conversation that I've had with him, plus what you guys are talking about, the guy has nothing else to do in life. He's a fucking fat dude that always just wants to fit in. And this is the only crowd, because remember, like, they take in anybody.
Anybody.
They take in anybody, and they give this guy a voice so he feels like he has some type of fucking power. Part of the group. He's been a fucking loser his entire life.
That's so sad.
Punk
Maybe
rock
he
used
could
to
get
be
a
good,
job
though.
breastfeeding zoo animals.
Dude,
Don't take my job.
Like to just be if you're a kid and you're Antifa, I understand. You're like, you want to be counterculture, you want to be cool, you're fighting the system. Like, you're a 53-year-old fucking obese piece of shit.
Not for long.
Dude, like, do something better with your life. He goes everywhere. He like travels everywhere. I guarantee you, he looks like one of those dudes that have one of those fucking piece of shit Corollas, those 1993 Corollas, and like the seat's blown the fuck out.
There's duct tape holding the body together at some point.
And like he's driving across the fucking country to save it.
Well, I said I was on InfoWars this morning. I was on Harrison's show this morning, and I said I wasn't worried that Daryl was going to mess with me because I'm not a box of Snickers.
I was on InfoWars.
That Alex Jones himself?
No, it was Harrison Smith. No,
Alex Jones at least
I'm
looks like
I'm
he
not
took
cool
a
enough
box.
to be
Don't
on
you
that.
hate Harrison
Enrique,
Smith? You always talk
all the
shit
money
about
raising
Brad
and make
might be
a
able to
armored
do-
vehicle like Alex Jones has.
Can you bring any of you two bring him on your podcast and have me on?
Who?
Can you ask him?
Who?
What?
Daryl.
he'll never.
Oh my God! I mean, I would love to. I was asking him. He said that he's gonna.
I know he'll
talk
because likely not to do it, but
Look,
he might talk. Listen.
We'll do it on Radio Deadly.
Stop.
Fuck
Layla,
Bobby Pickles.
Lala talked about it earlier. She knew somebody running basically as like a dino, Democrat name only, and that's what we got to do. By the way, so let's have Patrick go in there and get him on the podcast. I think he'll do it with Patrick.
Yeah,
this isn't going to happen.
And then you got to let us in on that.
Like BBC tried to
because
do
he was such a dick to me.
Let us loomer him on your podcast.
No, because he was such a dick to me. I don't have a problem saying this, but my friend Lauren, who I grew up with, went to high school with, he's been trying to bang her for 30 years, and she's not having it ever. And so a couple of weeks ago, he was like really getting kind of like aggressive as somebody that size can get.
I have consent?
She's like, man, this isn't happening. You need to get the F over it. You know what I mean? So she basically kind of tossed him out the house. So like this is what his situation is.
8 minutes to find his dick.
But I think he's dying.
So he's a mess.
Diabetes?
He's a mess.
No, he's like, I think he has like some type of.
I think we should adopt him. Put him under.
Can I play this really quick?
Deceased.
Well, he'll be missed.
All right, let me play this really quick, man. Let me play this really quick. Hold on.
What's this?
His life is worth
this right here. This shit about racist. What does he say? Hold on.
8 minutes long.
No, I'm not gonna. Just the beginning.
Are you accusing me of being a white supremacist? I'm accusing you of being a racist. Yes, I am. Okay, good. Yes, Have a nice day, buddy. Will somebody please take this guy out of here? You punk.
That was the 2010 CPAC
Breitbart?
conference. I went to that CPAC conference. It wasn't that fun. That was the founder of Breitbart News, Andrew Breitbart, in a confrontation
Rachel
with
Maddow
Daryl
looks like my
Lamont
friend
Jenkins.
Dan.
Daryl Lamont Jenkins has made it a
ANTIFA
personal
tank.
crusade to monitor and expose and
He did
honestly to
all the
annoy
cocaine in
white
America.
supremacists all over the country. For more than a decade, he has aggravated our nation's white nationalists and white supremacists, in part by just showing who they are. He goes to their conferences, he puts pictures of them online, he asks them questions. He's been doing this since well before the rise of Donald Trump and the Republican Party.
Soon he will die.
But the rise of Donald Trump and the Republican Party also means this year that following America's white supremacists and white nationalists around means following them to the Republican convention, including the founder of a white nationalist think tank and journal who hung around the RNC wearing a sign that said, "Want to talk to a racist?" But because Daryl Lamont Jenkins has been tracking these guys for so long and trying to disrupt and embarrass them for so long, these guys know him on sight.
I got it.
Mr. Jenkins is his name.
You know what?
All right, let me stop it then because
You knew I was coming.
our fearless leader has had an epiphany. What?
I got it.
Enlighten us, Enrique.
And that's just
like
not
I'm
something black
analyzing-
people name their children. That also means like an idea.
Analyzing who this guy is, judging by, all the videos I've seen, he's like the left-wing black fat version of Milo.
Is he gay? He looks like a faggot.
No, it's true.
I thought Milo was the fat black version of Milo.
Well, I mean, this.
Come on, you're smiling because you got love for Milo in your heart still.
Mm-hmm.
I know you do.
Oh no, I do. I have lots of love for him.
Tell your face.
But he just goes around trying to fucking provoke people, and that's basically all this guy has ever done. Like, can you think of something like awesome that Daryl has done?
No.
I've looked him up. I've looked up. He has a whole Wikipedia page, and I'm like, there's nothing real.
What has he done? What has he done?
He's got a verified Twitter account.
He's ate a lot of food.
What Loomer does is what he used to do. He just confronts people. He gets them in their zone. Or now he doesn't even do it right now.
So he
now
used to do
in DC.
loomering.
In DC, he came to our side, and whatever. People were like fucking calling him all fucking sorts of names, but nobody was touching him. So I told him, hey, what if you walk me to your side and we do the same thing? He's like, oh, I can't guarantee your safety.
Yeah, he's a real badass like that.
Yeah, no, I would do it. I'd fucking go.
No, I know,
just
but
to
he thinks Antifa is like the world's toughest gang. That when I was talking to him outside the deplorable, that's the impression I got from him, that he felt like he's invincible, walking with this like revolutionary army, and he doesn't see how anyone else sees Antifa. Like normal people, not Rachel Maddow, but like regular people just go, "Who are these little bitches?" Like,
what do you
crying
think
in the
about him
street?
saying that to Breitbart like that?
Has he ever gone to take down a statue? Right? Has
don't
he
know.
ever?
He's as big as a statue.
That's a little dig at that fucking dude that just became retarded because a statue fucking fell on him. But has he ever taken down a statue?
I don't think you could blame the statue on that.
No, I'm not. The Confederacy won on that one, definitely.
Yeah, he was already retarded before the statue hit him in the head.
The ghost of the
Now he's
Confederacy
going like,
won
it
on
was the
South Road again.
statue. It's like, sure it was, buddy.
Mm-hmm. So
Yeah,
like,
but I don't know. I know Daryl Lamont Jenkins. The only thing I know for sure is he definitely likes ribs, because that's what we talked about. And that, I took one look at him. I said, that guy likes ribs. I don't know what about him made me think that, but immediately when I started talking about all the different sauces I like and whatnot, that's when he lit up. He was like, all right, let's talk about ribs.
Brad,
And good
pop
for
back
him.
on. Where'd you go?
He doesn't talk.
I'm here,
Here's
man.
Another thing. So
Are you
You
here?
could also tell a man's
Our dicks are
character-
all out.
Why
also
why
tell a
was
man's
this
character
guy
when he doesn't talk about family?
why was this guy at the front of the lines not allowing Brad to walk through? And what were they doing? They were just making sure that you could not get through to the protest? They were
I don't know,
hip-
but the guy whose photo I'm showing right now suggested I had an inappropriate relationship with my mother on January 6th.
Yeah.
Well, it happens.
So that happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Was
I
You
mean,
didn't take him up on it, did you?
He looks a little saucy.
Yeah. This
Trying to
guy is.
change
I don't know what this
the-
guy's name is, but this guy is
Probably Earl or Ted.
He's a salty one. You could tell. He's
I'm
salty.
Earl, you motherfucker.
All right, I guess we've
Well,
exhausted the topic at this point.
No, well,
then.
the thing that Antifa likes to do, to answer your question, is they want to control you, and they like no matter what you're doing. So even if Brad, Patrick, O'Reilly, whatever, is walking down the street, they want to be able to block him and say, we got him to turn around. And in their minds, that makes them tough, and it's a huge victory because you wouldn't haul off and like knock a girl's teeth out that day. They're like, we won. Yeah, you intimidated him, because that's what they get off on. Because obviously, if you just take one look at these people, and if you've been close enough to smell them, they have no fucking control over their own lives. So they think that it's cool if we could drive people over here. And if you don't play ball with them, they get violent, and it's a 12-on-1 attack. And then they act like they're these badasses. And it's like, yeah, man, the only thing stopping you from getting fucking concussed is the restraint of the good people that you're trying to fuck with. And that's a fact. Like, for example, the salty old guy who told you to go fuck your mother, I wouldn't fight him. I just have a feeling. I just have a hunch. So even if he's being belligerent and being a total asshole, I have a feeling he
was
knows
only
how to-
kidding with me. He was only kidding. I didn't take it personally.
Either way, I have a feeling that guy knows how to back some shit up. When some
Sure, I'm
skinny
sure
girl,
he does. I'm sure. he
yeah,
does.
when a skinny girl in a beret is like screaming till her face turns red, like I'm supposed to be scared. I hate to fucking break their confidence, but I've been yelled at before. This is no new shit to me. I don't go when people scream in my face. I don't go like, oh god, loud noises. Like it's like I don't know. Are we gonna fight or not? Like what are you doing?
Well, I mean,
'Cause
that
if you're
guy
just gonna
said
make
something
noise, I'm
about
gonna
my
keep walking.
mother. That guy said something about my mother, and I
Dude,
responded
listen,
with
shut the
something
fuck
to
up.
effect of the
Nobody
fact that
gives-
my
nobody
mother
gives
at
a
least
fuck
is
about this.
alive, which obviously couldn't be possible
mother
with him
does.
because he's 106. So
Yeah, that's true.
and he actually just laughed it off and was like, "Hey, man, no big deal."
Listen,
So it's like people with a sense of humor. I can deal with.
Nobody
It's no-
cares
it's no
about
big
this. Patrick, what is next for you, man? Does this change your opinion about Antifa at all?
I picture her.
No, because
one.
this is like the third time I've been like assaulted by Antifa. I mean, you think that this is any different than the last time? It's not. It's not.
I don't
No,
think
it's
Brad's
not
ever-
different. I don't know. I'll do what I want. I'll go where I want, and I'll shoot what I want, and I'll say what I want. And
Yeah.
whether I decide to do that like often or rarely or not at all is nobody's fucking business but mine.
This nigga's
go for
What
it.
is he? Hold on.
And
All right,
thank
all right,
God.
all right. What is international chairman of the Proud Boys Enrique Terrio's opinion of this? What are you saying?
It's a fucking commercial break every time I talk.
Sorry, but what are you saying about your opinion on Mr. Patrick?
I think
here?
he's a fucking contrarian. I think that the only reason that he's not conservative because he doesn't see that it's cool. It's a hipster thing.
Punk is the new.
He's like,
I think
can go
Republican.
anywhere,
I agree. The way he
It's
says
like, he's a
cocksucker
fucking
has
right-winger.
conservative written all over it.
He's a fucking right winger, dude. He just
I
likes
agree.
pissing people off.
Yeah. Oh my God, a reverse Hunter S. Thompson.
Yeah, you know what? This is funny
Actually
because
really
we're going to
accurate,
get into
Jesus.
some weird kind of shit right now, but I'm saying that what you're doing is the exact opposite of what you're saying that because you know that it isn't true. Like
No.
I'm a liberal, a straight up liberal.
I don't
And
think so.
you can't accept that. You can't accept it.
I can't. I'm
You
not.
know what I
gonna
mean? Like
accept
none of
it
you
because
guys
it's not
can. I
true.
don't know why you can't.
Like,
Just
they
get it.
Are you pro gun?
Okay, this is what pisses me off because none
No.
of you guys can. You guys can't. It's like you're just grouping us all together, assuming that we're doing that to you.
She is correct.
I don't care if you're a liberal. I mean, I think that most liberals are complete idiots, even if they have a different
Also
view
correct.
of me. Like, if you have a different view of me, that's not what makes me think that. It's just like open your eyes and see what it is. It's not about right or left. It's literally just like, do you have any common sense?
The reason I
Those are
make
the
these
lyrics to
comments
an
is
Andy
because I know
DeFranco.
Bobby and I know Enrique. I don't know you, so I'm not lumping you into
Are you
this
fucking
stuff.
mansplaining?
I'm just
now?
saying I know these two assholes, so I get to make comments about them. I'm not throwing this on you, so I should have been clearer about that. I'm sorry.
How dare
What
you?
about me? Are you throwing it on me?
How
I have
dare
nipples,
you.
Patrick.
Fuck you, but sorry.
Can you milk me?
You want to milk me, fucker?
Are you threatening me?
All right.
Anyway, so Patrick called Enrique a fucking a mother-eating pussy fairy boy, and I think Enrique is just going to let him walk on that, and I think it's weird.
Wait, when did this happen while I wasn't here?
I don't think I did that at
he
all.
shouted that. He said Enrique likes to eat his mother's pussy.
I know, I heard it.
and he
Yeah,
had
I
fairy
definitely
wings
didn't say that.
bursting out of him, and I was like, "Well, Enrique's a good dude." Like,
I mean,
like, why would you say that about Enrique? I thought you're liberal. And
Because
he
he's
said,
angry
Screw
because
that
he
Hey,
didn't
homo.
Bobby,
beat the
can
shit out
I
of him
plug a
twice.
T-shirt that I'm never
Yes,
gonna
sir.
sell?
Yes,
I'm
sir.
gonna buy it.
Plug
Whatever T-shirt you're plugging,
And
I'm gonna
gonna
buy it
let
right now on
fucking,
PayPal.
Stupid Enrique plug his shit too.
So this
Plug
is Sebastian
T-shirts
Gorka, and it says "Crazy
.com.
Kooks and Conspiracy Theorists."
Crazy
Horrible.
Coons?
Nobody gives a fuck about that guy.
Who the hell is that person?
It's Gorka. Nobody gives a
Sebastian
I
fuck.
don't like
Gorka.
Gorka.
It's hilarious
He's an
that he
idiot.
knows who he is.
See, that's why
He's
I'm
a
telling you he's
I
fucking
just
right
picked one of
He
these.
lives
Well, he did
in-
made a comment about like
rent-free.
Hillary being dead, and I thought that was kind of weird.
Not yet.
He said that Infowars was all conspiracy kooks, cranks and conspiracy kooks and whatnot. So I just made a T-shirt with his stupid face on there,
Nice.
and I thought it would be funny. So it's just a joke. It was a one-off shirt. It's not like we don't sell these.
His logic is completely fucked up and skewed.
By the way,
he's a ridiculous idiot.
Where could people see
Yours.
your awesome picture of me from Foley Square?
Right.
Oh, well, I will send you
Pinterest?
an awesome picture of you from Foley Square, and you can do
Get out of the
with
way.
it what you will.
I'm going to Photoshop myself making muscles.
Nice. Look, first
yeah.
of all, this Michael Graves thing. Can we
Yeah.
talk about this for a second?
Whatever you want to talk about.
All right, Bobby, you like Michael Graves,
Yeah,
right? He's a
yeah,
nice
yeah,
guy.
yeah, yeah. Of course.
You've had him on your show before.
Yes.
So is Enrique.
Okay. Sure.
Ha-
Michael Graves can really sing. He's a good singer.
Yes, he
man.
can.
No two ways about
Kills
that.
it.
Right? We
We're not
understand
gonna
this,
talk
right?
shit about Michael Graves now.
Yeah. He always does.
I'm not.
That
Contrarian.
Misfit, Misfits record that he made, American Psycho, should be urinated on and blown up as fast as possible. It is
What
the
about the
worst
other Misfits
goddamn
record he made?
punk rock record in the history of punk rock records.
It's not a punk rock record.
Yeah,
not a
well,
punk rock.
you're not kidding. It
No,
sure
it's
isn't.
not. His contemporaries are more just like the
It's not a
alternative grunge
Misfits
scene.
record.
It's
not a
I've
Misfits.
said before, like the only problem with Michael Graves' Misfits was they called it the Misfits. It was the same thing with the Jerry
Yeah,
Only
yeah.
Misfits. where it's like if you just had it as another band, no one would be like, but it's not the Misfits. It's like, well, who gives a shit? If you just take it for what it is, it has 50% of the original Misfits or people who were in that era in it. And if you just take it for what it is.
Yeah, but Glenn was the Misfits. Look, that's like,
at that
that's just
time,
ridiculous.
Glenn
They're
was
gonna have to have a bitch festival about it. Like, you may like this group of Misfits, or these are the guys, or I like.
No, man, I love Glenn. Man, he's one of my favorite singer songwriters who's ever lived.
Music culture. The other day, I found out what's the band with the fucking leather
Taylor Swift
and with the zipper.
Slipknot. He died.
Slipknot.
A guy died today. The drummer died today. Slipknot.
Yeah, I didn't know that it was like a whole bunch of fucking dudes.
It is a bunch of dudes from Iowa, of all places.
I thought it was like the same 5 dudes.
No, it's 9 guys. Well, it's 8 now. They're hiring.
Yeah, the crown jewel of Roadrunner Records. But fucking, what was I going to say? No, dude, Michael as a human being is fucking impeccable. As a singer, his talent is undeniable.
Wait.
It
is. Of course, he can sing, man. I'm not saying.
Hold on, you guys are dating, Paul.
Here, dude.
He's
talking
talking
about
about
I talked
Graves.
to you. Weren't you in a fight with Graves?
Oh, you missed out on a lot. Bobby brought us together, and after a 10-year feud, me and Michael work together. We're like good friends and
lovers.
Because Michael literally was like all the dumb. Yeah, I'm sucking his dick because because he actually fucking of all the people that have like wronged me, and he wasn't exceptional in what he did. He was just kind of being a dick when he didn't have to be. But he fucking sought me out and fucking gave me an apology on Bobby's podcast, which I did not expect. I thought we were coming on to fight for some reason. And I was like, you know what, dude? Fuck it, man. Why are we fighting? Like, that was big of you. Like, I always thought we're two good dudes. We agree on most things, including music. There's no reason. And I was a fan of yours. I'm like, why are we fighting? And Bobby brought it all together. And then I started talking to Michael. Now I'm producing his show on Censored TV, Radio Deadly, every Thursday.
I am the man. I bring people together.
Yeah, Bobby fucking fixed that, and it wasn't like an unfixable, like, fuck this guy, but I just figured that guy's going to be a motherfucker to me for the rest of my life, and when he brought him up, I said, listen, I respect what Michael does as a singer and as a person, but, or as a conservative, I think he had balls to come out and do everything he did, but me and him are never going to be friends, and fucking then Bobby brought me on the show, and me and Michael are friends now. So everything's
crazy,
cool.
right?
But yes, me and Michael had a problem, and now I'm sitting here defending Dig Up Her Bones and the entire American Psycho album. Not to mention the famous Monster.
Listen, I know you don't want. Listen, quiet guys. I know you guys don't want to dork out on you don't know all that about music, but I love punk rock. But fuck you anyway. So. What do you want to talk about?
Listen, last time that you invited me on your show, right? It was to talk to fucking what are those fucking those miscreants fucking dudes?
Oh yeah,
the Goombot twins.
The
ISUP, the fucking Israelites.
The ISUPK.
Oh god, those guys are entertaining.
Oh, I remember that.
I'm here trying to dog on the fucking Israelites, and then I got the fucking rabbi in here talking scripture, and I had to shut the fuck up for 20 minutes.
It's the same kind of thing. We don't want to do that.
Fuck.
We don't want to do that.
The people that are watching.
Lala's laugh was a little
care
anti-Semitic-y.
About
I want to hear Enrique Tarrio. I want to hear
What is
Lala.
Lala? What is she working on?
Have a little conversation now because
about what?
About something.
Okay, what does Lala
Anything.
do?
Lala, what's your art project you have in your hand with all the sparkles? What is that?
Okay. Well, okay.
No,
so
get over. Just listen. Just listen.
I'll answer Enrique first. So Bobby and I met in Tampa when at the Trumparilla thing.
Trumparilla.
Dude.
And I told him I had a podcast, which I just do right here in my kitchen. It's no big deal. But yeah, we've been talking.
Is it a cooking show?
No, I just talk about either spiritual, it's just me. I interview people. I had the one of the Waco survivors on. I do
I want
this random topics, but they're all semi-interesting. And then, I just started this new business. You asked me about my cup, so
yes, let me see it. Let's show us your sparkly cup. Unicorn time.
This one is a custom order.
Whoa!
I like that.
I paid $50
from Enrique. Did he order that?
What is that? Is that the
Put it on
That's a capital with
1776
some cool
shop.
with Roots.
It looks
It's like the deep state.
Yeah, the deep
Yeah,
state.
it is.
Okay, can you
You
make
got
me
it
one?
with the blood of tyrants.
Each one has 5 grams
Wait,
of blood.
can you make me one?
Ooh.
Oh, look
Yeah,
at
of
that!
course.
Look at that one.
Oh,
I'm not
that
sure
one
what
says Aaron
oh
at
my
the
God,
bottom.
it's a pet
Holy
based snake.
shit,
That's
I
amazing.
love that one.
Tell Aaron he's fucking awesome. We love you, Aaron.
Wow.
Don't try to.
You're making those?
Wait, let's say don't tread on
I
memes.
sent you
Look
all
at
the
look at it. It says
pictures
don't
and
tread on
didn't say
memes.
See how I bring
anything.
people
Look
together?
at that. It says don't tread on memes. That's
You
hysterical.
know what we should do?
How are
Listen,
you-
me
listen,
and you,
now, I
we
thought
should
she was
right
in-
now on
right-
live stream.
Uh-huh.
We should say we're going to be business partners.
I
It doesn't
Okay.
matter that
don't
I have
need
the
to
shop
do it.
here.
Hold up.
And
Look
you
at
have the
this
shop
Let me
there.
answer. Let me.
That one's cool. Oh my God, is that Trump and Ivanka?
So
Or Melania? Sorry, Melania.
Melania.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Melania.
Not
Sorry.
Ivanka,
you do
Jesus
interesting
Christ.
shit.
Call me Max.
How did he convince you to get on this show with these three other degenerates? How did that
How
happen?
dare you?
Four degenerates.
How did he convince you?
I really don't know. I was just bored. And...
Can you make
See,
me a
people get
cup
on
where
your show
I'm
'cause they're
nude
bored.
riding a
People get on my
winged
show 'cause they
tiger
wanna
holding
get
the
on my
American flag and a sword?
You can.
Hearing some feedback.
Yes, you have my number, so just text me. I'll make you.
I do not.
Yes, you do. We're in a group chat.
Hey,
Where?
Okay, so wait.
And then this one was the one that was in my hand.
Answer Bobby's question.
Sparkling. That's cool.
Ah,
The Trump letter. It's got the Trump signature.
that's cool. It has
The Trump
glitter.
signature right there. That's very,
seal. I
fashionable.
like it.
Okay, now, Enrique, say your thoughts on this.
On what?
All this.
The cups.
I want a fucking cup.
I want to fuck. Yes.
And I don't know why.
I would like to pay for Enrique's cup. I'm dead serious. Enrique, you pick out your cup. Bobby will make sure. I'm serious. I will pay for his cup.
Why am I getting all the feedback?
I don't know. Why are you
Where
getting
is that
feedback?
coming
I hear an echo on your end. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Well, either way, I'd pay $75 for one of those cups.
That's just about how much they run for. So.
Phone's close to his mic.
Oh. Well, then I'd pay even more.
No, that's a good price.
That was his door.
Brad, is that you?
Because, dude, like, I just started this business like last week, and I'm already like booming. Like, business is booming.
Are you an Etsy?
No, I just started it. Like, I was telling you guys, I have a meme page.
Yeah, she's good.
And
Wait, what's your meme page?
I just-
I'm typing it right now. Seriously, what is your meme page?
Lala beams, like a beam of light with a Z. So, like, I don't know if you like. Do you guys do the Proud Boys like Pepe?
Fuck
Yes.
yes,
We
you
love
do.
pimping.
Okay,
Yes,
so
yes.
Pimping
yes.
ain't
Look at
easy,
this
but it
one.
sure
I
is
love
fun.
that
All
one.
beams is not loading. I must
I
have
love
typed in
it.
wrong.
That's fucking awesome.
they're like having a pool party, and look at Trump like handing
just
them
put it down.
popcorn.
Yeah, there you
It's on
go.
Telegram, but I can't see.
Lala beams. LALABEAMZ.
I'll send you a message.
Yes.
Beam like a beam of light. Z, yeah, on Instagram.
Oh,
Okay, yeah, but you're on
fucking going to
Telegram too,
www.
Would you guys like would you guys
www.lalabeams.com.
chill the fuck out about trying to slide up in Lala's DMs and just
I'm
relax
taken. I'm a
and
spoken man.
Finish the podcast first for crying out loud.
Okay, wait, but you
Jesus
brought something
Christ.
up.
Yo, bitch, I'll buy a
Bring
cup
that up.
from
Bring
you.
that up again. Bring that up again.
What?
What you said. No, what
I'll
you
send you-
what you said.
About partnership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, this bitch got mad cups.
If you want to get all serious on this,
Okay, I'll fucking
I'm
say it right
down.
here live.
what?
I've been telling you for the past year. I've been telling you, all right, move your shit down to Miami. We got a big ass place, okay. We
Lot
build
of
the fucking
crime.
studio, a lot of crime, right? we build a lot of fucking hate, and we build a brand. And I said that the brand should be called, at least at the joint
Proud
venture
Boys.
side- no, Scum and Villainy.
I like it. I'm in.
I like it. Of scum.
I'll do it. I mean, whatever we call it. I
Are
don't
you
even care.
Dutch?
I am Dutch, yes.
Am I Deutsch?
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's
If you ain't Dutch, you ain't much. That's what I always say.
No,
You ain't
did
Dutch,
you
you don't get
follow me?
touched.
Is your name Dutch 8888?
No, I'm
We have 88 on
MAXX.
their fucking head.
Maybe it's somebody else.
We don't have Instagram, by the way.
I just sent you a message.
Oh,
So I'm going to leave it up
Exactly.
to you guys in the comments. What do you think? Do you guys think that we should merge? I mean, should I give up the place here in West Palm Beach?
This place is a
Fuck
fucking
no,
dump,
no, bullshit.
dude.
You keep this place.
This place
I
is a
will
fucking
move to
dump.
West Palm Beach and live in your bedroom.
How much does that cost?
Will
You
you?
can pay me whatever you want.
Dude, are you ready, Paul, to get the fuck out of New York?
It costs $50 on
I have another room.
Paul, I have places for you. Seriously, you can be his
Paul, I
butler.
have another room.
Hey, you got to
Yeah.
see this guy. No, he doesn't. Bob,
You can be Bobby's butler, huh?
Oh, he's lying.
The butler. You guys don't know about
There's a
that.
fucking room in the back with a bunk bed. That's where he sleeps.
Well,
Project
I'll tell you
Mayhem.
this.
Let's kick it off.
Let me say this also about what I discovered about myself at the rally, and now that the chairman of the Proud Boys is on the line, I think it's perfect for him. So I met it's the Hellgate chapter of New York Proud Boys.
Yes.
Good group of guys.
Yep.
Randy.
Good group of dudes. I
Leonidas.
didn't know one of these motherfuckers, and they didn't know me. And I'm sitting there going, dude, I'm like one of the founding members. And they're just like, you are? Who are you? And they're all guys who've been there for like, I don't know how long. And I'm like, dude,
they've been there a long
chapter
time.
isn't even like my people that I knew back in the day. So I know more people in the fucking Florida chapters than I do in the New York chapters now. It's crazy.
Randy's a good dude. He's
I just
he's
realized that
actually-
you were in West Palm though. Like, how far is that even from Miami?
Close.
there.
Listen, the good thing about West Palm is you can go to Miami and go
It's
into the
White
madness,
Palm Beach.
and then you can leave and come back to West Palm.
Not West Palm.
About
Beach,
an hour
White
away.
Palm Beach. Listen, all
Settle
the
on Tampa.
all the self-hating Cubans move out of Miami. I'll tell you exactly what goes on.
No, we don't.
Yes, they do.
All you fucking honkies.
And they move here because they want to
fucking
get out
go
of
to
Miami.
South Beach.
It's the same thing
We're
as
going to
up
South
there,
Beach.
Gonna get
Paul.
shredded, bang some
How
whores,
people
bro.
are in New York
nobody
City
goes
and they
to
want to
fucking
go out
South
to
Beach, you
they want to go out to Jersey
Only
or
people that go
Connecticut.
to fucking South
Same
Beach
exact
are
shit.
Canadians.
Same
Are there
exact
mad bitches out there?
There are mad bitches, but they're
there's
usually
a
in
lot
Jupiter.
of good-looking
They're all fake,
women here.
dude.
And at my
They're all
house.
fake. Their asses are
If
done,
you
their
go
tits are
do
done.
whatever it is, any kind of those apps, those those app things, if you do those app dating things in some area like fucking Ohio,
OnlyFans?
for instance, and then you go do it in Miami, and just look at what comes up.
Dude, Tinder in
No,
Miami is
it's-
like next level. Like you just feel like a piece of shit. You could have a six pack and you're like, I'm garbage. I'm gonna go kill myself.
No, this is
Go
what I
down to
learned
West
about.
Virginia
This is what I
and
learned
do one
about
of those
myself
things.
when I travel. I am a New York, New Jersey, whatever. I'm a New Jersey 6. I'm a everywhere else 11.
You're sick.
Like when I go to Butler, Pennsylvania, I am the toast of the fucking town.
Well, that's because
for
you're in
some
Butler,
reason.
Pennsylvania. It's like Las Vegas,
What
New
the
Mexico.
hell is in Butler, Pennsylvania?
Apparently,
Michael Graves show
a
2
stud.
weeks ago, where every girl who I passed was like, "Yo, you the male stripper? You come with us? You hanging with us tonight?"
So did you have a fun? You had a fun night?
So the
I had a
places,
very good night
so
in
you're
Butler,
saying
PA.
the places that are probably more drug infested are more likely to call you an 11.
Yes. When I go to Opelousas, Louisiana, I am the king. They fuck everywhere I go. They roll out the red carpet for me. Oh,
I
they
love
me.
Louisiana, bro. Love it.
Oh, I love Louisiana. And the women there all love me. Like, I'll go to a party and every girl is like making a line to talk to me. And I'm like,
Dude,
this is so
Paul,
fucking
let me
weird.
know next time you go to Louisiana,
How
bro.
long are you dreaming for?
I will. We should fucking do Louisiana.
I actually have
My
to go to
friend has
Mississippi
crawfish
to
from
go
Palm.
see
When's the next time? Please, can we go to Louisiana? Can we
Pete
please?
Peters.
Yeah.
Pete Peters is living in fucking Mississippi now. So
Yes, he
That's
is.
very
I
close.
just talked to him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did we lose Lala?
We lost
did.
Lala.
Lala,
I
she
guess
left us.
the
Well, then we
internet-
got to cancel the show. This show just got way ugly.
We're fucking
We
done.
got 2 hours and 21 minutes. We're approaching Rogan time frame right now. That happens every time we do a panel
Okay,
with you
everybody
idiots.
start pull up.
And every time,
man.
honestly, I do a podcast with
I gotta
Paul.
go get laid.
Paul, dude, every time I do a podcast with you, we just talk for hours. You know?
I'm
Not
gonna destroy
every
Bobby Pickles'
time.
bathroom. in a
Not
couple
every
minutes.
time, Bobby. When you had the weird hippie guy on, and it was like a fucking car crash.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Where we just kept asking him things, and he just kept like kind of staring and not answering the question. There she is, and we fucking that was a little brutal. But the problem is this: me and Bobby have shit to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
What was
right.
the weird hippie guy about though? What was
When are you gonna start talking about
We
it?
have shit to talk about. We have stuff to fucking edit and direct. Look at that art that Paul did. It was so much better than anything a stupid fucking Boston Irishman could do. Definitely.
Think I shut up, man. No, his video
100%.
actually had content. Mine was just a bunch of music and pictures. His video actually had some cool happening.
I was making money designing graphics when you were still sucking your mother's dick. Okay, so I don't want to hear shit from you
Dude, that's
about anything.
You always say the same fucking things.
Yeah, well, I'll say some new stuff. Give me something. Give me
Irish.
something. Come on.
Hairy butthole.
Nah, you're spent. You've been on, InfoWars. You started with that. How many interviews did you do today, Brad? Patrick?
I don't know. Like this, I just talked to Harrison this morning, and then National File this afternoon, and then tonight. So just three.
By the way, so at the Foley Square thing, there was a guy from the New York Post walking around asking people questions, and I played my favorite game with liberal journalists, where I just ask them questions back until they look at me like I'm crazy and leave. Like they'll walk up to me and just. He said to me, "So, are you here for the rally?" And I'm like holding a camera and shit, and I'm like, "Yeah, I guess so." And he's like,
I'm here for fucking cotton candy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like,
weren't you supposed to go to that rally?
I was supposed to go.
And he said, I'm from the New York Post. Like, I was supposed to go, shit, I didn't know Bono was here. And then he fucking was like, so why do you think people are talking about Ashley Babbitt now and acting like Ashley Babbitt is this martyr? And I just, every time I'm like, well, why do you think? And he goes, well, I think it's because of Trump's rhetoric. And I went, maybe her being shot had something to do with it, you think? And he was like, well, yeah, she did die. I'm like, well, that's vaguely important. I'm like, so why do you think people are concerned about that? And he was like, and he started just looking at his shoes and going, I don't know, and trying to walk away. And I just kept going, hold on 1 second. Do you know the name of the guy who killed George Floyd? And he was like, yes, I do. And tried to walk away. I go, hold up. Do you know the name of the guy who killed Ashley Babbitt? And he was like, no. And I'm like, maybe that has something to do with it.
The easiest way to flush this stupid argument is to say, I don't agree with police brutality, and I don't give a damn who the victim is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter to me who got hurt. It matters to me that there's police brutality. So I don't care if it's George Floyd or Ashley Babbitt. It's wrong. It's wrong.
You had some reprehensible opinions when you were texting to me on the way to New York, going through fucking Bridgeport.
Because you're a reprehensible person. So
you are. He
I'm
has
obviously
you there.
So you wanted to say, what did you want to say? Let me fucking quote you, bro. Talking about Ashley Babbitt. This is pretty fucked.
Yeah.
You said,
she had a
you
dick.
said, do you know how much of a fuck up you need to be to spend 14 years in the Air Force and end up a senior airman? And I said, to whom are you referring? And he said, she must have been a retard. I said, oh, Ashley, you piece of shit. And he said, it's truth. I said, red pill today reached out to her, you mentally ill buffoon. Wait, what? Anyway, I showed you the T-shirt that we're making, the Ashley Babbitt shirt, and you
which is really
actually
funny,
said it was really
that's
good.
That's a really good T-shirt. But yeah, you know how much of a moron you have to be to spend 14 years and only make E4? I made E5 in 3 years. I mean, that's hilarious.
Maybe it's because she was worried about her.
Joe Biggs was a staff sergeant, and he got out in 10. He was in E6 and he got out in 10. I mean, this is just ridiculous.
How much boots did you have to lick to get that?
He would have made a lot more rank had he been medically allowed to stay.
How many bathrooms did you have to clean to get that far?
Did anyone in the equipment room ever send you to get a prick E7?
I think this is where, the insert liberal complain about women's rights.
Oh, that's cool.
Rhetoric's supposed to come in.
No, look, I think Ashley Babbitt should not have been shot. And the person who shot, we should know his name, and he should go to trial, and he should be charged with murder, as far as I'm concerned. But that doesn't. I can say
who
that.
wants some of these fucking bad ass shirts? Do you want to see it? Did you see it?
I already saw the shirt.
All right,
I saw it.
I'd pay $50 for one.
You'd pay $50 for one of those,
Bobby. Where do you get the balls to charge $40 for that T-shirt,
dude? You know how I get the balls? Do you want me to answer this? Because I know my market. That's why.
No, you know why he? Hey, listen. You know why he charges $40 for a T-shirt? Because he used to charge $20, and then I charged $28, and then he raised it to $28, and now he thinks he could get away with it.
It's spy versus spy. I don't know if you guys understand me and
Tario. Somebody spends $40 on that
thinks-
shirt, they should throw themselves down the stairs.
He
right
thinks he
afterwards.
makes better shirts than I do, and he doesn't.
I'm wearing one of Bobby Pickles' finest shirts.
Me too.
Yeah, that he got from my
he
fucking
gave it to you, didn't
website,
he?
dude.
I actually
Got that shirt.
He did not give it to me. I actually gave him money for it.
It's such a good shirt.
Listen,
because he steals my fucking design.
I've stole some, and I've always been honest about it.
That doesn't make
excuse
it.
me,
That doesn't change it, dude.
Excuse me, Proud
It's
Boys
Spy
magazine
versus
came up
Spy.
with the rooster design for the Proud Boys, and everyone
See,
stole
There's a
it.
Proud Boy
versus
magazine.
Spies.
Seriously,
There used to be.
This is me. This is me and Henry Tarrio's fucking
new logo, Spy versus
no.
Spy.
This, hey,
Spy
my
versus
company-
Spy.
you
is
just
more
tried
like-
to
Spy
do the
versus
thing.
Spy.
You just
My company was called Spy Surveillance because of the Cuban cartoon.
not because of that. Because of that,
Because of the Cuban cartoon.
dude. I love that fucking cartoon.
Look, she's
Who
making a new
grew up
cup.
loving that cartoon?
I did. I love that cartoon.
I love that
I thought
cartoon.
it was because
Did
you were
you know-
camping and
Did you
spying
know
on
it was
other
a
people.
Cuban immigrant?
Did you know that was
No, other
created
Proud
by?
Boys. Look, I actually kind of like this one. It's the Northam face.
Hold on. Let's see what he's. What is it?
Hold on, bring it up.
The Northam.
Northam face.
So now you're just trying to. Everybody's just trying to show their shirts.
Well, what a great time.
Lala, did you make any
I
shirts?
make fucking cool shirts, and
No.
I'm just wearing a plain.
I know. I was kind of disappointed when I saw that shirt today. I was like, I thought it'd be something better.
Spy
for this
versus
cool
Spy is.
meeting. Enrique goes to this cool meeting
Hold on,
and he
guys.
wears a regular white shirt. I was like, damn it,
I
Enrique.
have this chest tattoo.
Yeah, it says.
1 second, Paul.
Yeah,
Spy versus
I
Spy.
don't sell any of my shirts. I just make one-offs. It's just
Really
fun.
quick, guys.
You know what I
Really.
mean?
How do you
quick.
make
We're gonna
one-offs? Is there a
destruct-
website
I wanna
you use?
deconstruct this. Deconstruct this.
Yeah.
Spy versus Spy is a wordless comic strip published in Mad Magazine. Oh, I didn't realize it.
We all know who the hell this is.
It
What are you
features
talking about
two
this?
agents
We're
involved
really
in
reaching if we're
stereotypical.
explaining what Spy versus Spy.
I know, right? I agree with that.
Some people don't know it because what about the what about all the millennials?
10-year-olds?
Do you think they know?
You got like 3 viewers.
I don't know.
Come on,
I don't
man.
think I know.
Hey, to the 3 viewers.
Lala
here,
doesn't
Spy versus
know.
Spies?
Lala, you
Two of
don't
them
know.
are my girls. 2 of them are my
All
girls.
the viewers are sitting on this panel right now.
All right, political history. The thing is, it was created by this dude, Prohijas,
Who nobody cares.
and he was a Cuban immigrant. Is that right?
Immigrant, yes.
Yeah, and he.
Yeah.
Why do you think that he came up with
Oliver
Oh my
that?
God,
Darcy.
Marcy Darcy. Oh my God, look at this shirt he has. Dude, your shirts are too
Is that how
Oliver
Cubans act in business?
Marcy
and shit?
Darcy.
CNN.
I gotta know if
Yes,
I'm gonna
Oliver Darcy.
Oh
a
my
potential
God.
business partner. Are you
from
gonna?
Married with
Like it's
Children.
gonna be.
Oh my God.
I'm the one with the fucking with the fucking bomb.
You're the black one. I'm the white one.
and you're the other one with the fucking knife. And we're constantly gonna fucking throw bombs and knives at each other.
No, come on.
I love it, dude. It's
Constantly gonna steal your.
I would buy it. I mean,
internal competition that will make the business fucking go
why don't
crazy.
you guys just have location 1,
I
location
mean, that would
2?
be retarded.
Scum and villainy.
I think that's nice. I like Scum and
And
Villain.
then just redo the Spy versus Spy thing.
I love it.
On my website, I started selling Enrique Torrio did nothing wrong T-shirts, and I also sell Enrique Torrio did something wrong T-shirts, so
Both
I get the
sides.
whole audience.
Both sides.
Well, apparently you probably sell more of the Enrique Tarrio did everything wrong T-shirts.
It's
like
about
that.
even. Zero's a very even number.
I'm
But
probably like the most hated person in America.
What about Gavin?
Close.
I knew
What
that.
about Gavin?
Well, Gavin.
Gavin?
Gavin's a look. Hold up. I'm gonna. Take
Oh, that's my boss you're talking about.
I'm gonna take another jab right here, but it's not a Gavin. So Gavin, we all know is a piece of shit.
Yes.
He's a
How
good
dare
person,
you.
but he's a piece of shit.
Yes.
How is it? How do you get that piece of shit, that level of piece of shit, and you get fired by that level of piece of shit?
Being
I don't
a
know.
big
How
piece of
bad
shit.
must you be?
Oh, you're talking
Bad
about
of a
Milo
person.
again.
How bad of a
Gavin
person
defends Native Americans
must you be to
and
get fired
children.
from Gavin's show?
Because his wife's Native
A
American,
show
right?
that
Yeah,
he
I'm not
puts-
going to go on record talking shit about Gavin.
He puts.
I like
Dylan-
I like. Listen, I miss
I'm not going
Gavin.
to go
I
on
miss
record
more. I wish
talking
see more
shit
of
about
him.
Milo.
He shows his balls on his fucking live stream, and you still get fired.
Who doesn't?
How were his
Who
balls?
doesn't
Were they
show their
nice?
balls from time to time? I'm showing my balls right now. I've
Lala,
never
show
worn
your
pants
balls.
during Bobby Pickles show.
Look, you want to see how much of a piece of shit Bobby is? So he has 3 shirts displayed right here, and 2 of them are my designs.
No way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I confirm that.
That's not true.
When you
This
yes,
should have
it
been the
is.
2-hour podcast, just comparing T-shirt designs.
Your T-shirts are gayer than my T-shirts.
Good artist
man.
copy, great artist steal.
Yeah, and you steal from me all the time.
No. Yes, I
This
do.
is the same fight he had with Milo.
Yes, I do. Yes,
Yes, I do. Oh my God, Enrique, have you? All right, this is the last thing, and then we'll stop.
Is it Spy versus Spy
This
trivia?
is the last thing. Last thing. Hold on. Yeah. Did you see this? Oh my God, I gotta. show you.
YouTube?
Hold on
No.
a sec. Yeah. Well, just keep talking for a second. But I'm gonna bring something up.
Yeah,
You're
I'll
gonna.
just keep shitting on
Now,
you.
You're gonna
Enrique,
have-
I'll just ask you to defend Milo real quick. Who screwed you over? Gay Milo or straight Milo? Just answer that.
Damn, you're right. Oh,
Yeah.
Straight Milo screwed me over.
Checkmate.
Straight Milo.
You know what?
One of those things exist.
By the way, Milo's bigger than you think he is. Milo looks small.
That is also true.
Milo's such a big dude.
I can't.
Milo-
Like, I get the troll, but I can't believe that there's actual. Like I sit there and his little followers come into my chat every once in a while, and like they simp for him so much. And the first thing that they fucking say is, "Well, he repented."
Yeah, he repented.
Like people actually believe it. You get me? Like I get the troll, so I don't fuck with it. I don't even hit him up for it.
Well,
I
Enrique,
get the troll, but
you've been in the
people
public
that
eye
believe
for
it.
a while.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so you know that, and I've seen this with me, and I'm not fucking remotely famous, but anytime I do some shit in public, there's a couple people who get what you're doing, and a bunch of other people who reappropriate whatever you're doing for their
really
own purposes.
high in his following.
I have a good idea for a
It's a
T-shirt.
very high ratio. Like I could bullshit. Like I bullshitted. Here, I'll admit it on Bobby Pickles' show. I bullshitted a fucking reporter that I sell Black Lives Matter shirts.
That was great. I saw that, by the way. I saw that.
Became a fucking
Dude, I knew you were bullshitting. I knew you were bullshitting.
But you totally
Became a
should.
giant Wall Street Journal piece.
Bro, I am so
Right?
happy that you're admitting this right now, and I knew you're bullshitting. That's the one thing I would not. And I have done. I printed some crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody has their line.
But like everybody on our side, like all my followers were like, "All right, this guy," not without even me telling
I guess
them. They're
I
like,
would
"Oh,
do
he's
it. I
bullshitting."
guess I would do it.
Can we make
Like
a new
his
shirt?
followers literally believe that he's not sucking dicks right now.
Well, can we make a shirt that says "Make
dude.
Milo
Not
gay
true,
again"?
Enrique.
I
That's
want
what
to
you're
make
saying.
Milo gay
All
again shirt.
about
I didn't fucking. I don't.
That was all a
black-
troll.
That was all a troll. Get the fuck
Oh,
out of
come
here.
on.
You don't think-
Straight as a board.
A curved wartboard from Home Depot on sale.
Hey, the other day I saw him building a deck and drinking a Meisterbrow. I mean, come on.
So how?
Take a
Let's
picture.
rate this podcast.
You're so not
how
gay.
was this episode? Was this good or what? Huh, Paul?
I think this is great. I think this is one of the best episodes in the history of the Bobby Pickles podcast for sure.
Which is not saying much.
It's pretty good. Why is everybody dogging me like that, man? That's not
Yeah, how come
nice.
everyone's looking at their shoes and looking sad
He's
like,
like,
you just asked, like, hey, who wants to fucking molest a kid with me? And everyone's just like, Bobby, no.
The best one is when Milo and Bobby did an interview, and Milo just roast Bobby the entire time, and Bobby tried to keep control of it, and Milo just fucking him up. Is
That's not
amazing.
true. I kept control.
Oh no way! Go watch that podcast. The first 20
darling,
minutes
as a heterosexual, I have to tell you, that beard
exactly-
is just not working for you. And you have to lose at least 30 pounds. I'm telling you this. I'm telling you, this is how you get pussy. I bring it in by the truckloads. Why do you think I moved to Miami?
Right. He
Cuban ladies.
immediately starts talking about, your whatever you do, how you fucking wear your
He
hair,
literally moved back to Miami
what you're
because somebody
wearing.
offered him a
No,
place.
but
He's
my
a good
point
s-
is this. I know
good in
Milo.
Miami. It
I
sounds
love
like a
Milo,
Miami
and I
person.
get what
He's not a
his
Miami person.
shtick is. I get that he does trolly
He has
shit.
a dude with an
And
apartment
every
where he doesn't
sycophant,
get to pay
because
for it.
conservatives get a lot of weird sycophants, just like liberals and just like rock stars, and they turn it into like no, I take Milo's word for everything. And it's like, his whole bit, his whole thing with his Milo character is he fucks with you. That's his thing.
Classic.
Oh, I get
Like,
it.
and
I
if you-
understand it
you-
completely.
You don't seem happy
But
about it.
Oh no, hold up. Listen, I don't take it. I really don't take it to heart. I really do enjoy those like Friday nights where it's my Telegram channel versus his Telegram channel. But I got a little trick up my sleeve.
Tell us.
soon. I don't think he's gonna like it very much.
Is it a black dick? Because I might like it.
Milo.
No, I'm not gonna. Oh no. Everything I do is legal.
Look at Paul.
Everything I do is legal, but it is gonna be a lot of fun. I'll tell you that.
Well, no,
Sticking
don't.
up for
I'll put it
Milo.
this way: don't hurt Milo while he still owes me money.
No. I'm not gonna hurt him. He's
How much does he owe you?
I just
Money.
About a mortgage
So,
payment
All right,
worth?
everybody
Hold
move
up.
to Florida. Come on, and then
let me talk about how I feel about this podcast. So I didn't see it before, but obviously since I'm here now, it is a very good podcast. But I'm only judging it by the Bobby Pickles podcast thing. If you were to put my podcast in there, I mean, it doesn't score very
The War
well.
Boys.
It might be at like a 50% level of my worst episode, which was probably the episode you were on.
Are you rating me higher?
The episode that I had you on it's probably like a 50%.
Sorry, I'm not a math person. It was
More
English
like the
major.
whore boys because they sell their man.
Yeah, my worst
money.
podcast was Bobby on my show, and this one's like half of it. But
I think the one you had me on was not bad.
It wasn't bad.
And I was on that as well.
He was on that.
Oh, am
as
I the
well.
only one here who's never been invited to do War Boys? Oh,
I
that's
think
interesting.
it's
get out,
actually
Paul.
called
Me
the
too.
FBLE
They wouldn't let me on there.
podcast.
Bro, if you had Paul
there's
on,
two
that
war
would be,
boys that are
everybody will love that.
currently that are currently
The FBI podcast?
Paul will be doing the majority of the talking.
It basically
That's what I do, motherfucker. Why did you invite me
Hand me
on?
that
To
weed,
sit
sir.
quietly like we're in class?
Paul, why have they not put you in front of the camera? Why do they always keep you in the back? You know.
Have you seen
Someone
that
doesn't
face?
watch Radio Deadly every week.
No. I know. But like, you know, like Gavin. Why doesn't Gavin realize you're a genius? Does he keep you
Because
around just to
it's-
steal ideas from you?
because it's easier to.
Is that really why?
Gavin only stole the idea of naming his show "Get Off My Lawn" from me.
I love
for
that
the
name. By the way.
record.
That's a great name.
Well, wait,
great
hold
name.
up.
Thank you. I
Hold up.
came
I
up with
said
that
this on
shit.
my podcast.
100%.
You probably came up with the name. I came up with the fucking idea of making his own fucking network and bringing.
You
other
probably
people
did come
on.
up with that. I didn't say do that,
He
but
does
he said,
that.
what should I name my
he
show?
gets
I said, "Get
ideas
Off My
from other
Lawn."
people and does them.
Yeah.
And then 2 months
should be
later,
open
he's
to
giving a
format that.
monologue
Though,
about how
that's-
he came up with
That's
this
being
brilliant
tuned
idea. And I
into
was
the
like,
universe.
Yeah, it's great. I just
Really?
don't know why he didn't do that to begin with. Like he got fired and he had like a sad face on for like a week. And I called him and I'm like, hey, why don't you start your own network and then bring people on, even if they don't have a following, bring people on and build them up. You know, because Gavin, Gavin came from somewhere else. But like people that started their podcasts, they
Cuba.
start from zero, you know, and they build it up. So
like
get
Bobby's.
those zeros, put them on your fucking show. If people watch them, they watch them. If they don't watch them, they don't watch them, and that's it.
Just do it.
He
Don't
you know,
try
has a-
to.
He has a nice little lineup on his side right now, which is cool. And you know, even like Joe Biggs being on the network, I thought Joe did a tremendous fucking show.
Yeah, he did.
And Jim Goad is a guy who like a lot of people don't know
to get
him,
him on.
but he's fucking crushing it.
I love that
Crushing
dude.
it on
I love his
TV.
writing. His writing is fucking awesome.
And there was somebody recently fired from the censored.tv staff, wasn't there?
I think a few people were fired. Not me. Old Paul made the cut. So far, until this fucking airs.
Yeah, because you took my
but-
idea to do the punk rock podcast. You know, I mean, speaking of people that steal intellectual property. And by the way, Taria right here took the American supremacist thing. I'm pretty sure I said that to you first.
No, you didn't.
Well, I
think I did.
did.
No, you didn't. I guarantee.
In all
you.
fairness, I only stole your idea to do that because I found out how much shit you stole from Enrique, and he said it was okay. So I went ahead and said, "Oh, so I can take one from him."
Oh, let me play this really quick. This is hilarious. Spy versus.
Is this the Spy versus Spy video you're gonna watch? Make us watch. Actually, this is kind of cool. I've seen this.
Just watch this. Watch this.
19 seconds.
Look, I saw this T-shirt in Florida last year that I thought was really apropos. It said Trump 2020 because fuck you twice. Yeah. And I thought, yes, there's something about that that's really interesting. And
I'm allowing you to do this.
Oh my God! Look at this, Mickey. Look at this.
Where the fuck is it? Dude? No, I'm gonna go grab.
Oh, it's right there.
What's going on?
They're right in the back. They're right in the back to the left.
They're near the garbage pile where they belong.
Right in the back to the left, all the way to the left corner, right there.
I'm gonna take my
Everyone
Trump
is just
2020
leaving the
shirt.
show. Should I leave?
No.
Goodbye.
Is everyone just walking away?
Listen, but your internet up in New Jersey.
Yeah, you got some.
Definitely taking a fucking toll.
Oh my God, he's got the whole bitch.
Check it out.
Nice titties.
All right, tell everybody. I don't care. With Spy versus Spy.
Was it Scum and Villainy? I think it's a great name. I would seriously buy the shit out of your stuff. That's awesome. Wait, hold on. Adjust your
Hey,
titties.
so check
Wait, you're a
this
little too
out.
low. You're a little too low. You're a little too low.
What?
Gotta come up more. Hold on.
Up a little bit.
Hold on.
Up a little
I
bit.
got you. I got you. I got you.
Up.
I got you. I got you. Here we go.
Oh, there you go.
All right, so this shirt right here, this shirt right here, I fucking made this thing, right? And then Bobby steals it.
You stole
And he was
American
so happy-
supremacist.
He was so
from-
happy that faggot fucking Jordan Peterson.
Hey, I like Jordan Peterson. Kiss my ass.
Okay, but let's be honest though. Where do you think that person bought that shirt? Be honest.
Where did you think what?
That person bought that shirt for him to see it.
Probably
Radio
from my
Deadly
fucking
Guy.
website.
Motherfucking
I
Fat
guarantee you it's
Enzos.
my website, dude.
Fat Enzos.
My website sells a lot more than your
Listen.
website.
I knew you wanted to get into
Oh,
this.
he said your website sucks.
Bro, no, I don't think so.
Race war. Race war.
I don't think you
fucking website sucks dick.
it came from this shop. They
It
saw
did not come from this
Yes,
shop, dude.
yes,
I guarantee you,
I guarantee
in the first month that I had this shirt,
You guys are talking
I
about
sold more
some
shirts than
obscure
you ever
reference.
have.
Dude,
of this shirt.
I'm gonna make sure they fuck
I
after the
stole
podcast is
your
over.
idea, and that shirt that I stole and printed was seen by Jordan Peterson. That is the point of this whole fucking thing.
There's literally
Bobby says only losers and drag queens shop at your store. What do you say?
Shop at my store.
Yeah.
Just because
No, fucking boomers shop at his store, dude.
Oh
No, that's not true. And
Yeah,
if
that
you
is
go
true.
to
No, that's true.
proudenzo.com and you type in 1776.sucks, type it all out. All right? Do it all in caps if you
think
want.
I have anything on my
That will
fucking
give you
site that says
10%
Bobby
off.
Pickles?
Huh?
You think I have anything on my site that says Bobby Pickles? You have something on your site that refers to my site.
It says 1776.sucks, though. It's not.
Doesn't matter.
It's not in the algorithm.
We know who you mean, Bobby.
I know you're
We know who you
An
mean.
even faster way to get to Bobby's site
You're
is
right.
go to
48 laws of
officialmichaelgraves.com.
So, listen, I'm not going to be.
48 laws of power. Law
I'm not
going to
be a jerk.
Never
Oh,
outshine the
you,
master.
oh, wow. Wow. I'm going to show 1776.shop here.
I got
Everybody
Federal
go
Disney
check it
website.
out. Boom.
Make sure you support Bobby
they
by
came
buying
up,
shirts
They
here.
came up with that idea. I'll go ahead and
Okay,
say
yeah,
it on the
but
record. But you know what?
Are you trying to
I've
plug
given ideas
You're
to
plugging
him.
you. You're being plugged
Trust
right now.
He's plugging me.
You're being
I've
plugged.
given fucking a shitload of ideas, even if he doesn't want to fucking admit it. It's true, and that's how creativity works. By the way, ladies and gentlemen,
So
it works
I
like
like
that.
So if you're gonna plug,
You know?
plug my
Right?
website,
Paul,
Wait, noblelead.us.
People
Noblelead.us.
hear shit. Your friends, you say something, you fucking, you know. Gavin McGinnis listens to you say, "Get off my lawn." He takes it. He steals it.
wish I
No,
had
he
the
doesn't
ability to-
attribute it to you. He doesn't give a fuck.
Can you
Fuck
plug
you.
his new?
Who the fuck
Wait,
am
wait.
I?
Exactly, Lala.
I'm like a
what do you-
genie. They
what do you
just
think
rub the
about
Can we
this?
bottle.
plug-
I come
can
up
we
with
plug his
fucking
new
brilliance
website?
and gold.
Come on, do his new website. That's
Lala, what do you
Noble-
think about this?
That's Noble's new website. No, like it's pretty cool.
I have
Go
my business
nobleleads.us.
cards. Do you
Just
have
show the
business
people.
cards?
Oh,
Do you have-
cool. Yeah,
He does. He does.
Oh my
you
God,
can
he
also
wants,
go
to, he
to
wants to do American Psycho.
lalacups.com.
Speaking of American Psycho.
Oh, I thought it was the
Get
same.
your own custom cup.
But listen,
Handmade by
Bobby, you should go to
Lala
his website.
herself.
Show the people. Show the 4 viewers.
This is true.
Where to go. No, on the damn browser, bro. Pull up the browser. Nobleleads.us.
Yeah, just
No,
plug my
nice.
actual.
Oh,
Just for a
okay.
second, give him a plug. Come on.
Noble.
Do you guys
Noble
sell any
lead.
pimp cups by Lala on there? Because I'll
We
go
do.
there.
We're about to.
I don't know. Lala really does.
Can't find
make one
server.
of those
Wait.
cups.
Noble. Oh no, make it.
I'm looking for a good cup to drink cough
Noble
syrup
lead.
out of.
Hold on.
Sorry, it's my
You
fault.
said leads.
Sorry, it's my fault. It's my fault.
Let me know, buddy.
Oh, there we go. Look at
I
that.
want
looks good.
codeine and cough syrup with some Sprite, and I'm gonna make. I
That
call
looks
it
really
the
good.
Trayvon Martin.
Check it
And I'm
out.
gonna.
Look at that. Who's that fine-looking
Yeah.
mamma jam on the
That's
front?
badass colors.
I like his plate
High-end,
carrier.
of course.
5'11".
That's
Thank you
me.
very much.
That's me.
Ooh.
Simple.
It's got his
website.
contacts. Yeah, but
Put
that's
it
what I need.
together immediately. It took him
Wait.
2 seconds.
Where do I find his
And,
Instagram?
you know.
Right here. Where are the nudes? Right here. Does you have a link to your OnlyFans on there as well?
Where'd you get the name
haven't
Noble Lead?
Where did I get it?
Yeah. From video games, because you're a video game dork. But you don't like music dork shit. But you like
Yeah.
fucking being a stupid ass real dork.
Yeah,
a
he called you a
nerd who
queer.
plays video games. Come on, answer the question.
Where did I
Spy.
get? This is a problem with this microphone that I can't hear you.
So take one headphone off like this.
Yeah, I don't have to do that on my setup.
Well, you know,
I
you have
can
a,
hear
We're gonna
him
figure
on
it out
mine.
after. I got the same setup as you. I bought that.
You don't have to figure it out. You just got to plug it in right here. That's what this is for.
It's not.
It is. I guarantee you.
Watch,
it is.
watch. I'll show you.
No, don't do it now.
I know.
After the show, I guarantee you I'll make this work.
All right, we're gonna stop now. We got
Lala's like,
14,
great.
13 minutes till we hit Joe Rogan time. 3 hours.
let's not do that. Let's not repeat.
All right. So let's do plugs.
We have to stop before 3 hours.
I'm going to say that Bobby won the podcast war just because he's had Paul Bazile on several fucking times.
Okay, Paul, I'll bring you on.
Oh, will it? No, come on. You don't. Oh, please. I'll hop on there, carry that fucking show on my back like I always do, and
My
just
show is
marching
actually a
across
lot
this
more
country.
exciting. We get
It's
into
great.
the nitty-grittiest things.
Let's
I've never been
get
invited
gritty.
to Noble.
Yeah.
Why do you
Let's talk about.
You gotta talk
Let's
shit.
talk about the best way to eat pussy for 3.5 hours. I'll fucking. Do
You know
it.
what the best way to eat pussy is?
Give her your credit card.
You gotta.
If you have to eat pussy for 3.5 hours, you're not doing it right, boss.
If the legs aren't shaking, she ain't bacon.
I just said. Listen, I didn't say that. I said that the best way to eat pussy is. I didn't say the 3 hour thing.
It sure sounds like
Listen,
3 hours.
Hey guys,
doing it
wait,
for
hold on,
3.5
hold on. There's
hours,
a fucking
you done
woman
fucked
in this
up.
podcast.
Yeah, he said
Right, you guys, we have a women. We have
Stop being a pig,
let's
you
be
chauvinist
you know,
a-holes.
Yeah. Let's not be male chauvinists. We're
Western chauvinists.
Western chauvinists.
Oh shit, is Lala still here? How you
Yes.
doing?
Hey, all right. What about the Cuban stuff that's going on? Tell me about that really quick.
Missile
We've been
crisis.
protesting. Me and the chapter have been protesting for like the past 2 weeks. Bro, it's fucking live, dude. It's live. And like
close.
The funny part is like in the beginning, the little fucking left-wingers thought that they could show up and like not be like they could protest with us, and they get kicked out every time. So there's certain people that aren't like, they just won't show their face, which one is the producer for Cocaine Cowboys, which is Billy Corbin.
He's down there?
He talks shit about the Cuban thing, and he never shows up. Somebody invited him. He's like, no, thanks. Of course he doesn't show up because he would get fucking trashed, okay? The mayor of Miami can't show up to, like, the main protests. She has to make, like, her own thing.
Why?
Antifa, BLM, anything left-wing, just don't show up or shut the fuck up.
Why is that?
He came with a fucking Biden sign, and by the time the police had to escort him out because he was gonna get fucked up.
Well, you know what they started saying about Cuba? This is the amazing spin that the left fucking has on everything. They started going, well, it's just proof of how free Cuba is that they're protesting. There's protests, that means they're free.
Fucking
and they're probably
That's not what real liberals are saying. That's not
What do you think
Well,
about
I'll
it,
tell you
Brad?
what real liberals are
liberal
saying,
I've
which is
seen
even
is
Let's
saying-
ask the commies
I'll
on the
tell you what
panel.
real liberals are saying, which is fucking
Rolls his
just
eyes.
as retarded.
Jesus. Poor Brad.
Right? They're
No,
like,
the real liberals are saying that they want vaccines.
That's funny as hell. I thought it was so funny. about
Tell
that.
us what the liberals think.
The liberals are fucking going ahead and they're like, oh, that's why we need to end the embargo. No, you idiot. Because
all our fault
that's what
communism doesn't
that's
work. I forgot.
what'll give them the fucking edge. If we lift the embargo, we're gonna give the government more cash, and that gap is far between government.
Do you mind if I have an opinion on this particular matter?
We'll allow it.
Go ahead, white boy.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
I think
for
that
real.
doing the same thing for 60 years that doesn't work and expecting it to change tomorrow is the definition of insanity and absolute stupidity.
But are you
I
talking
think-
Not our
about
country.
Wait, but are you talking about the
you
US
gonna let
government?
me talk or not, motherfucker?
Are you talking about the
Let
US
me
government?
finish my damn sentence. I didn't interrupt you.
Are you talking
What
about
I'm
the U.S.
saying
government,
is-
though?
I'm saying I would like to finish my sentences. All.
Yeah, but I that's what I want to know. The context of it is: are you talking about the past 60 years of the U.S. government, or the past 60 years
Of the U.S. government
Okay.
embargo. I'm
All
saying it's an idiotic policy, right? Now we can discuss
Contrary.
modification of the policy, or we can discuss complete eradication of the policy. These are things that we can have a conversation about, except that people get so crazy about it immediately when you say, hey, we're gonna think about talking about something different about Cuba. We get some wild ass people saying absolutely nothing. You can't change anything. You have to keep doing the dumb shit that doesn't work, that never worked. Has our embargo in Cuba, and this is a rhetorical question, so I know the answer and I don't expect you to answer it. Has our embargo in Cuba freed the Cuban people? Of course it hasn't. Of course it hasn't. That's ridiculous. How long do we have to do the same damn thing? How long do I have to stub my foot on the fucking coffee table before I'm like, maybe I should walk around it?
That's
You
true.
know what I mean? This
he
is-
has
this
a
is
point.
bullshit.
Points given, 100%. Points
He doesn't
given.
have a point. The
He
thing
does.
is, the thing
You
is he's
give
wording
them
it-
Fords and Apple phones and Nikes, and they will get rid of communism.
Sucking
All
American
right,
dick.
let's listen
No,
to a
listen,
Cuban
no,
American. His
no.
point
Hold up.
carries more weight
Brad
than
just
yours.
said
It
Enrique's
sounds-
a wide nose having, sucking up all the white man's air, eating all the white man's chicken, and doesn't know shit about Cuba. Go,
All
Enrique.
right,
you're-
listen,
you're
hold
close.
up. Do you know why?
I was just
the-
saying Enrique is idealistic, but not realistic. I wasn't saying.
I
he's
am.
a
I'm
Uncle
actually.
Tom.
I'm actually very realistic, and the problem with you're conflating two things to make your point right? Which is one,
Okay.
trying
He does this
to
a lot.
tell me, hey, well, we can have this conversation. Just because you're shutting me out on this doesn't mean I'm wrong, and then you're forcing your opinion at the same time.
I'm not forcing my opinion. I'm just giving my opinion.
No, I'm not telling you that you're forcing it on me, but you're persuading the audience into thinking it's a good idea because the other thing didn't work. Well, here's the truth. Financing a government that's going to oppress its people anyways, no matter how much Nikes or iPads or iPhones they have, is just not going to work. You want me to tell you what'll work in Cuba? Okay?
Sure.
And maybe it's a little bit imperialistic of me. I'm just telling you what'll work. Not that I agree with doing this, but
slavery.
No. So
we tried that.
So you get American weapons. You send them over to a third world country in South America, another country.
Belize.
Sorry, not third world country, but another country in South America, right?
Syria.
You transfer them into Cuba, all right? And then you give them a game plan. You tell them that they need to take out the radio stations, the TV station, the bridges.
We could just
They
do that
need
with
to
drones.
Destroy the asphalt on
tonight.
You're
on
describing Afghanistan right now, Enrique.
That's
I
true.
am. I am.
No
Arming the
way
rebels.
in hell.
Arming
No,
the
no
rebels.
way,
It's the
no
only
day.
way to do it.
Never happening again.
It seems like you've given this some thought.
No.
Oh, I have given it a lot of
Now, can we,
No.
as the Proud
Yeah.
Boys,
No.
fly in there on helicopters and
You can't.
actually
I can.
be like the Rough Riders?
You can
kinda
do it
thing?
once.
You want to fix Cuba in fucking 2 seconds? Take the
Why
Coast Guard.
can't we
Take
be
the
the
Coast
Rough
Guard out
Riders
of the way.
such
dude
thing.
right now?
You want
Why?
to fix Cuba in
There's
2
no
seconds?
such thing.
Take the Coast Guard out of the
But
way.
why, Enrique?
I am not of the
Would you join
opinion
the
that
Rough
we can
Riders?
fix this thing shortly. What I'm
Guns
saying
fix-
is
fix
you-
everything.
you open up the economy slowly because the cure for communism is capitalism. That is the fact of the
Yeah,
matter.
but you can't do it with
We
an
can
oppressive
do
government
that.
in there.
Listen to him.
It's not going to happen in a
Give North
week.
Koreans
It's not going to
iPhones,
happen in
they're
a
gonna
year.
be fucking
It's happen in
North
2-3 years for sure.
Dude, you're a black-pilled Republican, you stupid bastard. Fuck you.
Imperial.
I'm a goddamn. I'm a fucking capitalist
in the case
Democrat.
of the.
No,
but
he's
here's-
not.
Here,
No,
here's,
he's
I never heard of that.
here's where the theatrics of your argument come in. You're comparing.
I don't mean to be theatrical.
It
Enrique.
is
I'm really
theatrical
seriously
because you're
trying
saying.
to have a
no, I get it, but I mean this is my theatrics. So
Okay.
you're comparing it to the Middle East when it's not the same issue. These are people that are.
It's not the same, but it's slightly.
Yeah,
it's
but you're
similar.
saying.
I mean,
but
Jesus.
you're saying it doesn't work because it's been tried in another country before. It doesn't mean it's not going to work here. Because I wouldn't let the Biden administration do this, by the way. I wouldn't want the Biden administration to do this at all because I feel like they're going to fuck it up. I feel like somebody better.
I
don't
think
know
if we
Trump
honestly, if we lifted the embargo and started trading with them, there would be a revolution, and and they would figure it out themselves real quick, and it would end up being a government that we could deal with way better than we could deal with the Castro regime or the communists.
So you're kind of
because it
agreeing
won't
with
be
me.
communist anymore.
You're kind of agreeing with me, but you're just changing.
I want to open it up. I want to open it up and let them make their own decisions.
Can I have an Airbnb in Havana? That's what I want.
Cuba, like the
Two
fucking-
friends are
You
having a
cannot
heated
put
agreement.
Cuba in
No, it's not heated. I'm not. I just dog
not-
on him every once in a while, but I do respect his point. But the problem is, it's not the same. The Middle East is not the same as the Caribbean. The island.
I'm not
is
saying
in
it's
close
exactly the same.
proximity.
I'm not saying.
No,
I understand.
The island is in close proximity. We have more control. The logistics of supplies or supply runs aren't any different. Now I'm going to make an unrealistic approach to fixing Cuba. You want to fix Cuba? Well, America, the left-wing American government seems to have a problem with Proud Boys, and the Cuban government, the Cuban people seem to have a problem with.
We're
the
not
Cuban
going to do a
government.
military thing. It's not gonna happen.
Let the Proud Boys give the Proud Boys a bunch of guns and give them a bunch of boats, and we could live.
Or we
I
could
have my
just
own
switch.
boats and my own
Rough
guns.
Riders.
We could separate. We could separate
Because they'd end up
we could
shooting
balkanize
themselves.
this
That's
shit.
why.
Can we be like patriotfront.us?
Yeah.
I have a
It would be
totally
the gang
different
that
take
should-
on Cuba. I have a totally different take. I
ahead.
don't think it exists, and
It's
I've seen
imaginary.
very
You think it's
little
like
proof
CGI?
that it's an actual country.
Hashtag Cuba's
and
fake.
no one. I mean, I don't know anybody who's ever been to Cuba. Never seen Cuba.
I've had a
and
Cuban
I think that
sandwich.
they made it up. Why do we think that there's a Cuba?
I'm going to
'Cause
walk away for a
scientists
second, but I
told
can
us?
still hear you.
No. Let's. I mean, we're at 2 hours and 57 minutes.
Listen,
Yeah, Rogan.
you want to fix Cuba? Give a group that are capitalists
Taliban?
guns.
Okay.
That's it. That's how you fix it. Give them a shit
Like
ton
the
of guns.
furry convention.
That's how they had the revolution the first time.
I mean, the revolution.
Yeah,
the first time
the
was,
so-called
What if we just
revolution
airdrop
was very small
guns
plant.
in
It
general,
basically
like
had very
just
small
fully
team
loaded
that went in there.
Uzis everywhere?
It was a very small team that went in there and took out small providences and then turned those people into rebels. And then by the time they got a quarter way down the island, they already had enough. Their revolutionary force was so big that there was no stopping it. Batista wasn't going to be able to stop it. Period.
It's kind of like
no Cuba, you sheeple.
Listen, it's kind of like the billionaire Ray Dalio, who is the CEO of Bridgewater Associates. Whenever he weighs anybody's opinion, he asks them their background and shit like that, like where are you coming from on this opinion and stuff. I would weigh Enrique's opinion over, fucking Patrick Reilly.
The funny part is
who
that he
gets
can hear us
beat up by Antifa members in Foley Park over the weekend.
Everywhere he goes, he gets to beat the shit out. Fucking Antifa beats the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Who's this?
Brad.
This guy is an idiot.
Oh.
The liberal.
Mr.
I like Brad.
he's
but
not
I think he had a good
idiot,
idea.
man.
I think he left.
Don't
Yeah.
call him that.
Well, you're basically a liberal too.
Me?
Who?
Yeah.
Why am I a fucking
You're
liberal?
you're very liberal.
Dude, I'm from Texas. It's illegal for me to be a liberal.
All right, first of all, look.
That's not true. I've been to Austin.
Fuck Austin. That's not part
you're-
of Texas. That's a goddamn place we're going to annex and send it to Cuba. I'm from El Paso del Norte, goddammit.
Enrique, I can't figure out if you're advocating a policy that hasn't worked over the last 60 years or if you're advocating a policy that hasn't worked in the Middle East over the last 20 years. But either way, it's a jacked up ass policy.
You want me to tell you where it worked?
Pinochet?
You want me to tell you where it
Pinochet.
worked? Chile.
Preach, brother.
Sure, I would
Chile.
love to. Oh, Jesus Christ. Chile?
Yeah, Chile. It
Yeah,
worked.
that place is rocking and rolling.
Spicy.
I mean, it's not rock and rolling anymore because the person that was in power, fucking, the people.
Chile's
went
a
back to their
goddamn
left wing.
disaster zone.
No, it wasn't.
You want to look at Chile as a success? I know
1973,
you
the
had
Chilean
your,
coup.
the kids.
Yeah.
I know you had the guy's
I had his
grandson on
nephew.
your show the other day.
I had his nephew, and I'm going to have his grandson on the show. But the Chilean coup was a grand success. Chile
I've been to Valparaiso, and I can tell you, it's a fucking hell.
Did you go before 1988?
Are you sure it wasn't Baltimore?
No, it was way worse than Baltimore. It was way worse.
That's
than
impossible. I've been to Baltimore.
No.
Hold up, guys. Hold up. One at a time.
I went to Chile in 2001, and I'm telling you, it was one of the worst places I've ever been in my life.
In 1973, when he took power, to the point that in 1988, he raised the life expectancy rate of the Chileans by almost fucking 12 years. The economy was fucking booming, okay? And it lasted all the way through 2001, where it took a fucking dump because another left-wing government started pushing pro-union policies and grew the fucking unions. They started taxing the people more, and now we're in
I was there in
2021.
April of 2001, and I can tell you that it was a goddamn hellhole at the time.
I mean, it is.
So
still,
I'm just telling you,
it is. Listen, you're still talking about South America. but
Valparaiso
Chile-
is a disaster
Chile-
zone. It
Chile
was
turned.
then, it still is now.
Chile
If
was
you
the
believe the
poorest
official story.
in 19
in 2000.
Here, I got all the statistics on this. In the mid 1950s, Chile was literally the poorest country in South America, and in 1983, it became the most prosperous country in South America, even rivaling that of Venezuela, even with all their oil and all their shit.
Well, they're kicking ass
Chilean
now.
coup by the CIA. I'm sorry, it worked.
And
Yeah.
I
Hey, look.
agree with him because he knows.
Will
I
you
don't
come
know
on my
anything about
podcast
Chile,
and talk about all of that?
What? I'm sorry?
Will you come on my podcast and talk about all of that? I've been wanting to do an episode on this.
Yeah, Bobby, give her my number.
Brought to you by
White
Club.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there's no
Oh, I'm
mango?
so jealous.
Oh, I mean, watch this really quick. Just watch this.
Oh,
really.
Jesus Christ.
Is
Do we
Chile
have
the
to?
place with all the llamas?
No, that's Nicaragua.
No. That's Andy.
That's a bad word. We don't use that word
I
on
said
Bobby's
Nicaragua.
Argentina.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Paul, what's your favorite Clash record?
Clash.
Sandinista.
Probably no. You know what? Sandinista's probably it. I was gonna say no. I like fucking. I happen to like live albums.
I like how scary looking.
So I'm a weird person to ask that because I normally are like,
No,
oh yeah,
that's cool.
Kiss Alive is
That
the
was
greatest fucking Kiss record or whatever. So
yeah.
I would have to.
I
lean
did
towards-
something.
Guys, I'm
something
gonna
different
take this over right now. Boom. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this shit.
The guy in yellow is terrifying. Tank is so huge.
Grab the fucking mic.
I tried something different right now.
I'm gonna kill you.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
I wanna just play this. Captain's a fucking man.
About to be passing out some 4th degrees. What are you saying to us? I don't speak Espanol.
I tried a different.
This is all my video footage.
Were you gray, man?
For those of us who don't hablar Espanol.
It's way too loud. Turn it down a little bit.
See here, you can control those things without controlling.
I think Enrique called that guy a donkey fucker.
He called you a donkey.
All right, I'll stop it. That's when it's pretty captivating shit, you know. Us guineas know how to fucking direct.
You're welcome.
So
that's what we do.
Yeah,
that's what we do.
But you told me
That's what we
something
do.
right there. You told me something that I found offensive right now. You said you came down like a bitch. So here's a story behind what just happened there. So I'm about to speak to all these people, and like some left wingers are telling me to get off. That they're calling me a supremacist, right? Because my shirt says American supremacist, and obviously they can't read very well.
I gave you the idea.
So I was gonna stay up there, and usually that would be the case that I stay up there, and I'm like, fuck you, you can't do nothing. But you know what? I decided to do something different this time. I decided to come down. You saw me waving my finger at him, and I'm telling these 3 guys, I'm like, why don't you fucking just stay right there, and I'm gonna come down there. And as I'm coming down the ladder, I'm fucking calling them over. Come here, let's talk. So when I get there, they start backing away. I grab this motherfucker by his shirt, and I start pulling him my way, and he pulls the other way, and that's when the cops showed up.
What were they talking about? All that Spanish.
So he was calling me a supremacist.
Lala, do you understand it?
I just was grabbing a beer, so I didn't watch it, but I understand Spanish. I just can't speak it.
Yeah.
Poquito español.
What was happening?
Basically, they were calling me a supremacist. So I went down there to really fucking knock their teeth out.
Why were they saying that to you?
Limpia.
Huh?
Why were fellow Cubans saying that to you?
Okay, so not all Cubans are made equally, although most Cubans are made very, very well, I'd say.
Cuban supremacists?
Right wing, we're actually the biggest right wing Republican voting bloc in the United States, even more so than
Gringos.
White. I forgot what it is. Tradesmen, like people that
White
have
workers?
a trade.
White trade.
And that's a lot.
More Republican.
Definitely a lot.
So we're a
me.
bigger Republican voting bloc by percentage than those people. But there are a few people that come in, right, that are Biden supporters, liberals, right? Biden supporting liberals, which is different. And the first thing that they want to do is cause a fucking scene. Because usually, like, if I see a liberal, I usually won't say anything, but they want to say something. We pulled out the Trump fucking one flag, and the first thing, and it's funny because all my enemies look the same, and all my enemies are just as ugly as the previous.
As Bobby? Oh.
That I was talking about. So this bitch with a fucking Karen haircut, right? It's a fucking chick, blonde, Karen haircut, is like, why would you bring that out here? Those people over there are fighting for the freedom of Cuba, and you're over here hating on our democracy. And dude, I was about to say something because I'm not a person to fucking shut the fuck up. I didn't get a chance to. It was like a pack of wolves just jumped on her. She had to leave.
I believe that was Louis Anderson.
Ew.
Well, this just goes back to the whole beginning of the whole show, talking about this encounter that Brad had with the Antifa people. People on the left, a lot of them, and I would equate them with the left. I don't know. I guess not, but they are morally bankrupt. They don't have like that line that they won't cross because of like maybe they believe in God.
Look at his shirt. Look at his hat he's got up there.
Like you saw it
Great
in
hat.
her that the flag was bothering her. Us waving it was bothering her. So she
got
felt the
triggered
need
and wanted to cross
say
that line.
something.
You said nothing. You just walked away like a nice person, or does everyone
That's it. The wolf pack already fucking. I tore her up. I walked away like I fucking was walking
just
away
smile?
from an explosion.
The black man took you down, Karen. Sorry.
Sorry.
All right, listen. We started this off. Lala, you actually said you didn't want to be on past your bedtime, right? Something like that.
Well, the only reason why I said that was because I needed to work on my business, but I'm doing it simultaneously.
Break out your cups. Come on.
All right, good.
Seriously, I want to pay for Enrique. I want to pay for your cup. Tell Lala what you want. It's on me. A hooroo.
All right, let's
I've already made shout to her. She knows.
When I reach out to her.
Yeah, make something fucking ridiculous.
Let's get out of
I
here.
need something ridiculous.
I'm done with this
I need it to be as
conversation.
ridiculous as possible.
Fuck all you guys.
What I learned today is what Enrique always says: rape solves everything.
We should end it right there. Can't get any better.
I guess it's.
Can I get that in a shirt? I worked on my pro-abortion thing. Rape solves everything. And the back says, "Can I get a sandwich?"
You guys are the.
Well, that's going to be on the Fat Enzo site soon.
Oh, joy.
Paul's section.
He's gonna steal that idea and put it on a shirt.
No, I can't wait till this is reported on BuzzFeed. Like, a fellow Proud Boy has confirmed that Henry Torrio says that rape solves everything. Does
You're
he?
going to be worse than Roush.
Dude, I could. So wait, before
God.
you start closing the show, it is so ridiculous. The media is so fucking ridiculous. I remember I was on a date, and
How fat was she?
Yeah, no.
How many zeros
that night
behind her?
I was. And
how fat
so
was she?
I
So
tell
fat.
her
She's so
I was
fat.
telling her, she's like, "Oh man, the media always has you on or whatever," and I'm like, "I bet I can make front page tomorrow by just one post."
I wish I was there.
Right? So what I wrote, like, let me see if I could write something triggering, and it wasn't even that good, to be honest. It was something along the lines of, I think it was during the Iran thing. Remember when Iran spoofed our emails? The Iranian government spoofed our emails?
So clever.
Yeah.
So I
using
said,
my website.
Trump should, using your website, by the way.
Yeah.
Trump should drop a Moab on Iran, and he should etch the Proud Boy names on it and turn the place into glass.
Proper
It was just
Western
something like
chauvinist.
just simple like that. Newsweek, that was like at 11 o'clock at night. Newsweek had it on their front page at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Wow.
Nice. And then that girl turned to you after the day before and said, "That was a good one, Enrique. Is this your first time, Paul? Suck my tit. Blue soda come out. I'm your new
Suck
mama."
my tit, blue soda. Listen, I would date a fat chick if she had blue sodas coming out of her tits. That'd be amazing.
I love blue soda.
Like
That's why I
blue-
moved
is
to the
this
hood. There's
blueberry?
blue soda
This is
fucking
why,
everywhere.
listen, now I'm going to give
Grape
you
drink?
podcast advice. This is why when you run it
What
for
is
this
blue
long,
soda even?
you see, now she's asking about blue soda. Now we're going to talk about blue soda too. That's why you don't let it run this long, because then we get into these fucking...
What's blue soda?
We've got plenty of blow.
We have. I have. I'll get back on there.
By the way,
You
it's
got
the
the
first
beef
thing
tips?
Lala said in 35 minutes. She's like, "What's blue soda?"
She's
It's like,
working.
"Oh, now we have to go another hour."
She's working at the same time.
Blue soda, I will tell you, youngins.
Fuck it, I don't care.
And back in my day,
Well,
our
guys-
soda was blue.
Do you want me to close it up?
I had a great time.
Enrique's
Let's
busy.
get
Enrique?
Brad Chadford's opinion. Brad,
Dog,
should we
it was
stop?
Great talking to you,
Should we stop?
Brad. Very
No,
good conversation.
I'll
The
wear
last
you
time we were on
motherfuckers
here,
out
we
all
had,
night long.
like,
I like Brad. He seems smarter than me. I'm kind of scared.
Bobby, the last time you were on
Don't
here, you
ever
said it was
give
the
him that.
longest one. It
Gonna
was
be
like
honest.
4
Spade's a
hours.
spade.
We did one for 4 hours.
And you
Last
know
time
what?
we had a panel, yeah.
We
Oh my god.
we haven't even started talking about the shape of the Earth. So, but
Well,
Oh my
obviously
God,
it's a
it's
big
flat
disc.
Earth.
It's a big disc.
There
Everyone knows
is no
that.
Cuba.
Cuba is
No,
bullshit.
Enrique can't do it. He can't. You don't
They
have it
keep
in
all the
you
ice
don't have
walls
anything
near
to do
Cuba.
to go another
The
hour.
Earth is
No,
dick
it-
shaped. We
I
agree.
don't care. I just need cigarettes, so if I go across the street, I'm good.
You totally done? Yeah.
I only had 2 cigarettes.
Hey, how do I get on your panel? What do I have to do? Like suck your dick? Again?
Do I have to suck your dick?
So
I will.
Bobby, if I decide to, if I put a topic out, can we extend the broadcast?
This guy wants to
talk
get-
about
I'll
that
keep
particular
going.
topic.
Just can
Is
I
it
go
blue
get some
soda?
cigarettes? Is it a
Arrested.
good topic that I would chime in on? Or are you gonna go back?
Yeah,
to the
once you
fucking
go
punk rock
go
bullshit?
do your thing,
He's
Enrique,
gonna-
and we'll wait for you.
He's going to cross the line.
All right, good.
We'll sit here
Let's
quietly
cross-
till
let's cross
Enrique
the line.
gets back.
It's not open over there.
What, the gas station?
Yeah.
That's closed.
It's closed.
What kind of fucking city is this?
Dude.
We're West Palm Beach, man.
It's
Why don't
not
you go
a
back to
city,
Miami, you
because
crazy
you don't
party
live in
boy.
a state
Nicaragua.
that has city.
It's definitely closed.
I went down to Tampa a couple of years ago for a Roger Stone event, and they were like, "Oh yeah, it's Trigger
You'd
City,"
have to
and I was
drive-
like, "Where are you hiding the city? Like, is there a city here? Because I can't see one. I don't know where one might be. You know,
Poor Roger.
you must be hiding it really well."
What are you saying that Tampa's not a city?
Yeah, I'm saying there aren't any cities in Florida because there aren't any cities in Florida.
How is West Palm Beach not a city?
What makes a
Having
city
hockey
to
team
you?
does not make you a
What-
city.
Listen, this is
Like
that
actual,
snooty-
like people and buildings that go
Say,
higher.
I
than,
think
I
like
don't know,
St.
50
Pete is
feet.
more of a city than Tampa, to be honest. But we have like the beach and stuff, so like we don't really focus on cities that much in the normal.
We have
Okay,
both
so tell me-
skyscrapers with people
Cincinnati's
and the
not a
beach.
city.
I actually like Boston. It's clean.
Connecticut's not a state.
They clean up the trash.
It would be nice if they designed their streets to look like a fucking grid instead of like a
Yeah,
spider
but I
web of
kind of that's
semicircles.
like
Atlanta,
that gives it
same thing.
charm,
Same
you
thing,
know.
Atlanta,
Like
spider
people used to
webs.
ride
big
horse
dig.
buggies on those streets. That's why it looks like that.
I know, but I don't
Forget-
care what horses used to be on the street. I have to drive there, and it's a nightmare.
I like it.
You know, it's funny
Like,
because
make
you
a
guys love
fucking-
to talk about. You guys love to talk about Paul Revere and the freedom and the Patriots and all that stuff. Well, we kind of started that shit, didn't we?
Yeah, and now look at you,
That doesn't mean
fucking
you're-
giving a shit about like God knows what liberals care about abortion.
That doesn't mean
killing
making
babies and
3
stuff.
lefts on Benjamin Franklin Road fucking
Okay.
works for anyone.
Okay.
Do you want me to go over there?
I'd like to ask you a question to start this
You
little,
can come over
little
here for a
discussion
second.
about. So you can talk about
And you
this for
can
a while.
watch.
About killing
What do you
babies?
think a
You can
liberal?
control it. No.
What do you think a liberal is, and what do you think a liberal thinks? Like, in
I-
just your opinion. Your opinion.
I think that most liberals, and I'm talking about people in my age group and younger.
Do you mind if I ask how old you are? You
I'm
don't have to
31.
answer if you don't want to.
Oh my god.
31.
I'm 31, so like a lot of my friends,
Great skin for
or
31.
not friends. I wouldn't say friends. I would say like when I go on my personal Instagram page and I scroll through and I see all of like the girls that are my age and younger that are posting like black fucking squares and rainbow fucking flags. That shit is completely programmed in their mind that they don't even know or care. And then when I was living in Boston during the 2016 elections, they were marching for women. And I was like, what the fuck? Like just voting for a lady just because she has a vagina? That's bizarre. And the feminist movement, the pro-choice, the civil rights issues that they think is prominent. And that to me is like what I see in my age group and below, that all they care about. And they don't understand how like simple economics works. Like if people were to pay for like their college, for example, where that money comes from, like it just magically appears. So most liberals that I'm talking about, like you seem to be semi-educated on your opinions. A lot of your education or like the facts that you're using to back up your opinions are like just wrong. So it's not really necessarily like, but that's kind of how the machine works. But I think that most of the time it's just like purely emotional. I think that as someone who was pro-choice most of my life, that even the idea, or did I say, yeah, I was pro-choice most of my life. So even the idea of being pro-choice and having this even be an argument is something that is corrupt on the deepest level of our society. So I don't think that we should be like arguing about something like this. I don't think that we should be even talking about killing babies. I don't think that there should be people out there on the streets celebrating abortions. It's a super disgusting and solemn like experience that should be only purely limited to like rape and like super
Incest.
fucking like isolated
Incest.
Yeah.
Like if she doesn't have a really
Or
good job.
if the kid's legitimately going to be kind of having a hard life, if he's going to be on a whole bunch of machines and shit, it's not a life.
I just think it shows what kind of sick society that we live in, that's even an argument that's on the table.
They have post-birth abortions. What do they call those? When the baby's already born and they decide to kill it? What the hell is that?
No, there's the third trimester abortion is called partial birth abortion.
Give Plan B to every 13-year-old
And then they were
girl.
actually talking about post-birth abortions, which is psychotic.
Yes. Give Plan B to every 13-year-old girl.
That was on the
and call it a
table
day.
a few years ago.
If you're 13 years old, you can have Plan B. That will solve a lot of the problems right there. And then condoms and proper straight sex education.
I don't believe in condoms.
I'm just saying, at least for starters, at least as a guy, condoms make you last longer.
Well, I don't
Maybe
know
3
about
seconds.
that.
3 seconds.
I don't know. Condoms are
But
for
that's why I
losers.
asked you specifically, what are the things that matter to you? Because like when they talk about like human rights issues and civil rights issues or whatever, but then they don't give a shit about like the border crisis that's happening right now and like how that affects Americans
here's the
or
thing.
even the people
Here-
that are coming across the border.
Yeah.
It's
I
all
mean,
just fake. It's all
just
manufactured ideals.
No, I mean, so to rebut, like, what you were just saying, or to respond to what you were just saying, I think your position on abortion is perfectly reasonable. It's not my position on abortion. It's just I totally understand why you come to that conclusion, why you feel the way that you do. I get it, right? I grew up in a very Christian household.
I'm not Christian.
I don't. Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying that I grew up in a
Did you
Christian
just
household.
assume her religion?
And
how dare you?
I'm saying that it's none of my business what your religion is. I'm just saying mine. My parents definitely disagree with abortion. My wife,
Catholic, Irish
very
Catholic.
much disagrees with abortion. Right? She's a nurse. She will not participate in any abortive procedures or anything like that. We disagree on this particular position, right? I understand why you disagree with abortion. It's not wrong. Like, in my opinion, I get why you feel that
Bro,
it's
pop
wrong.
the clutch.
I just take a different position. So I don't think of you as like a bad person or wrong or crazy or whatever because you disagree with me on this particular position. I just disagree with you on that. I would hope that we can do that. Disagree with each other.
That's my point. And like, take the politics out of it, though. My point is that
I've already taken the politics out.
the
of it
fact
because
that
I'm
this
just saying
is
I
even a
think you're a
conversation that
decent
we're
person.
casually talking about killing babies. That's my point. That's a casual
But
discussion.
but that we're not.
So I
because-
don't understand
because
it
you
anymore.
think
Once
it's
you cross the other side.
see you're talking you see it as killing babies, but I don't see it as killing babies. I see it as
See what I mean when I say like it's just like it's like your facts are just not facts.
It is killing babies, even if it's
It's
okay.
literally
that's it.
killing
Look,
babies.
man, that's how you feel about it. But
It's
I
not
don't
how
think
I
you're
feel.
a bad person.
It's a fact. That's what it is.
Okay.
That's literally.
I think you're going to take back
the
that you're not a crazy
determination of a
person
baby that's
comment.
alive.
His logic
I'm not
is totally
gonna do
flawed.
that.
I
I'm
always
not gonna
say
do
it.
that. I'm not gonna
Lala's
do
about to spit the razor out of her mouth and go ham.
Well, that's
Puerto
okay.
Rican? Are you Puerto
Look,
Rican?
It's just a fact.
I mean,
Are you Puerto
this
Rican?
isn't the first time I've had this conversation, and it won't be the last.
I mean,
I'm
it's
just saying.
not like something that's debatable. It is a fact. That is what we're talking
I understand
about.
that you feel that way. I understand
It's
that you
not
feel
a
that way. I
feeling.
disagree with you strongly. I
It's not a
disagree with you strongly,
feeling.
but I
It's
don't
just
think that it makes you like a crazy person or a bad
This
person.
is what I'm
because you
talking about when
disagree
you're
with me.
talking
I just
about
think you
it's-
disagree with me.
All based on emotions. These are your emotions, even though it's a
They're
fact.
not. Do I seem emotional to you?
You're
I'm not
arguing the
emotional.
science.
Can we talk about blue soda?
Right-leaning Democrat.
You're arguing the
Who
science.
told you about the science? Scientists
Blue
from
soda.
Germany?
Drinking blue soda.
It's
No,
just
look,
a fact, dude. That's it.
I'm telling you. I disagree with you on this particular point, but I understand why you feel that way, and I don't think you're crazy or wrong or a lunatic or whatever because you think that way. So this is how we can get to where we need to be. Like I can respect your opinion without agreeing with it. You know what I mean? Like that. I think that's something we ought to be able to do, right?
At the end of the day, we both get attacked.
I don't care.
Antifa.
Yeah, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, but you're
fascist.
You're wrong though. Like because what I'm telling you is a fact.
Sure. I know you think I'm
that
wrong.
It's not a fact, even though it is. It's really just like black or white.
Is her son? Hold on. Let me moderate this a second.
See, that's the problem.
Wait.
It's not black or white.
Hold on.
Yes, it is.
So,
it's a baby that you killed.
Can people hear me?
Wait. Let Enrique talk.
Hold up,
a second, guys.
So let me moderate this for a second. So are you, Brad? This is what I'm trying to understand, right? Are you saying that her science is wrong, or you're saying that her opinion is wrong?
It's just an opinion. I think this is a subjective matter. Yeah.
Okay, and where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line?
I would draw the line at personally. I would draw the line at when a baby is viable. That's where I would go. I don't support.
I mean, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know what viable means.
I don't support like partial birth and partial birth abortion. I don't support that at all. Not at all.
Okay.
So yeah, I would say, but what states like Mississippi and Texas are trying to do right now is like actually outlaw abortion before a woman even knows she's pregnant at like 6 weeks, which is ridiculous because I mean then there is no point. Then you're effectively making abortion illegal, which is not that violates Roe versus Wade, and we can understand that. And the Supreme Court will write that down.
Hold on, but let me challenge that a second. So you're saying let's just say for a second because like you use Roe v. Wade as like I guess like you're a measuring stick at some point in the conversation. So let's just say, and I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen. But like let's just say Republicans are successful in overturning Roe v. Wade. Would your measuring stick change there because the Supreme Court changes it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, lawfully it would have to. Lawfully it would have to.
He goes.
You know
I said this earlier. He goes right along with whatever the narrative is, the mainstream narrative, whatever the thing is.
No, but look, I go along with
I've
the law
assessed
of the
him,
land.
dude. He's a. Oh my god. Just
Psychologist Pickles
yes.
has assessed you.
Yes, I've assessed him fully. I mean,
But
haven't you?
I'm just trying to figure out what you base your measuring stick on. Is it science? I know it's not religion. Is it science? Is it law? Because like,
I would like the law. Here's I can explain this to you very easily. I would like the law, meaning the Supreme Court, to base their opinion on science. But if they don't, I don't have any choice. They're the guys who get to make the law, because that's how we wrote the Constitution.
Okay,
so I don't get to decide.
I'll agree to that.
Now we're getting somewhere.
I may not like it.
So
I may not like it.
But you said
but
something.
I just have to live with it.
But you said something, but you didn't clear it out. You said that you would prefer that the Supreme Court's decision is based on science. So where do you draw the line in science where you're like the difference between abortion and murder? And you said something, but maybe I didn't understand. Maybe that was my mistake. But you said when a fetus is viable. What is that?
I think viability is where the Supreme Court can actually make that decision.
But
that's up to them.
Where's it up to you in the science that you've seen?
I actually don't.
Is it
heart?
Because that sounds to me like you're a heartbeat guy.
Any children?
No. I think
that's a great question. Great question. Great question.
This is a question not for me. This is a question for scientists. This is not a question for me.
Yeah, but
No, this is
but
a
hold
Not a
on.
question.
Would it be like, okay? How about in your opinion? Would it be viable if that fetus? I'm going to call it fetus right now, which I usually don't do, but just for argument's sake, are you a heartbeat guy then? Like, would you consider?
No, I wouldn't say, because I don't think that everything with a heartbeat is viable.
What about a beat-off guy?
That's what I understand. That's what I understand in conversations with my family members who are medical professionals. That that's not necessarily viable. Now down the road, when you get into the second, third trimester, it's a different argument, obviously. So this is a nuanced thing. It's not like
I'm just going by popular opinions here. There's different.
Yeah, but I don't care about popular opinion. I'm just
I know, but I'm saying as far as like the popular opinion goes, there's the zero tolerance policy. There's actually below that. There's people.
Yeah, there are.
And I know these
people
that are like
life
condoms.
begins
birth
at
control
erection.
is abortion.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's accurate.
Listen,
you are. There are people who think.
But like the more popular ones would be, at the moment that you find out that the woman's pregnant, at heartbeat, at the first trimester, at the second trimester, and at the third trimester.
First trimester.
Like those are the more, I guess, mainstream ones.
I'm sorry, I'm
from
putting
both
you on
sides.
the spot right now, dude, because we're talking about it right now. But one of Milo's charges is that you had your.
Yeah, that I attempted abortion.
Can I say? I'm sorry.
I mean, now here, perfect on that spectrum, right?
Mm-hmm.
On that spectrum where I would lie, where he's accusing me of abortion and killing my baby, would be Plan B.
You said you tried to bite the fetus out of your girlfriend.
Yeah, no, that's going to be the next thing that he says. But Plan B
Paul's
to
done way
me,
worse.
Plan B to me is not abortion.
I always
Sorry.
keep coat hangers around just in case.
Yeah,
I have to put on my coat on the hanger.
Well, blue soda is really a raspberry flavor.
I love blue soda. It's my favorite thing
Great
possible.
podcast.
It's great.
This is one of the things
Blue Mountain Dew is really
Does anybody
excellent.
here? Does anybody
Very
here?
refreshing.
Does
Blue
anybody
raspberry.
here think that Plan B is abortion?
No, I think Plan B is a smart decision. And again, there is nuance there if you are super
Well,
religious, which I'm not.
here I'll
That's on
tell you.
social media.
My BM.
No, seriously.
No, I don't want to share
Enrique.
it on social media.
Get Plan B to-
Plan B
My
is abortion.
BM.
I'm a serial
To
killer.
say.
Wait, I'm going to hear Miss Beams. Tell us.
None of my opinions are based on a religious background per se. I'm more philosophical, and I do believe in many religions, but I just think what my point is that on a societal level, I don't think that this debate should even be a thing. Period. I think that we've gotten so far away from good values that the fact that we have to argue about when the right time to kill the baby is fucked up. That's
agree.
my point.
I agree. I'm Catholic. I don't give a fuck.
You're not
I just
Catholic.
All right.
stupidly stick right to that.
So here I'll make a controversial topic.
Is it about rape being the best?
on
Something?
this.
Everything?
And something that
Rape
something
solves
that I always
everything. I
hear-
want that shirt. Seriously.
Something that I always hear these nerdy ethno-Nash dudes bring up. They're partially right, but in the context that they're using it, they're completely wrong and retarded. So in order to sustain society, the number is 2.5, right? You have to procreate 2.5 people.
I
for
agree with
every
that.
Person,
I agree with that.
Right?
Get to fucking folks.
So
This
today,
Jewish dude told me that one time when I was living in New York.
I mean,
City.
here's-
He had to have 3.
So that's
33% chance that your kid turns out good and they could take care of you later on in life is much better odds than having 1, having 2.
Well,
Isn't that crazy?
of course, but
Max-
I mean, the Jewish.
Okay, you say Max.
Here's the thing with that. Like all those
got
cultures,
that
all those cultures have that belief.
I have 3 kids.
You know, they seem to like the white dudes seem to be like, oh, we need to have 2.5 white kids, or else they're going to eradicate our race. Well, the Jews also think the same thing, and
All of them or just a couple?
No, not all of them.
Okay, just make
But
sure.
Other cultures really.
The Jews.
Well, here the white. When you're talking about white people too, the people that have those beliefs is a very small percentage of people. I had this argument today with somebody with like one of these fucking ethno-nationalists, and they're like, oh, well, white people started this country and did it. I'm like, oh, what is that? And he was talking about my degeneracy, because I am a degenerate. Okay. And I'm like, what are you talking about, white people? Are you talking about the white people that fucking that are swingers and cuck their fucking wives? Are those the same ones?
What if you're a stud that were bold? Is that okay?
Leave Roger Stone out of this.
I think for Roger it's a sexual preference, but we'll leave Roger out of this. But I just think that people use those arguments to like their benefit, just like, and this is where I'm tying it into like the abortion argument. It's not a game, like to like fuck around with this, and we're talking about it, I think, at an educational level, but people use this to fucking gain power on other people, like they've done to me, like they've done to other people, and then they use this.
I think honestly, I think the abortion argument is, in some cases, not all, but in some cases, it is an effort to control women.
I agree with that. Absolutely.
This is not an option for you because I want to make sure that sex with me is basically a fucking
Are you a male feminist?
This is the end, right?
I hate that argument.
This is the what?
No, I'm not saying. Look, I'm not saying everybody.
Especially when over 50% of women are pro-life. It's really hard to make the argument that it's about men controlling women and that's that. Then 100% of men would be against it.
I
and
didn't
100%
say
of
it
women
was
would be
that.
for it.
I didn't say that's that, Paul. I said I think it for some people is an effort to control people, and there are people who agree with that. I mean,
I think
I'm
most
not saying
people-
it's everybody, and I'm not saying it's you. I'm just saying it's some people.
I think most people do it to argue. I'll be honest with you. I think most people do it as an argument point, just to fucking get a +1 on somebody.
I take a scientific approach to it. I don't take a religious approach.
Like women should have a choice to kill their babies.
Well, but my
I'm
approach
just
to it
saying
is
it's a
purely
sociological thing with
dropping
men.
fire
I think
on
it's
them
a
nonstop.
desire to have control, and I
And
don't think it's
and
everybody. I
as
just
backwards
think
is
it's a
my
lot of
point.
it.
Because I'm so sick of white liberals fighting the fucking battles for black people, for victim feminism.
White
like, oh
guilt's
my
a
god,
I'm not doing that though. I'm
As
just
a
saying
first-
there are some
Let's
people.
go back to the
first generation
1950s, please.
Latin woman that has never felt like a victim in my entire fucking life. All of
I
y'all
didn't
can
say you
fuck
should.
right off. I hate it.
Call him a
It's
honky.
so
I didn't
boring.
say you should. I didn't say you should. I'm just saying there are some people.
Are you Puerto
some
Rican?
people-
I'm Panamanian and Venezuelan.
Okay.
I knew it.
Okay.
Look, I'm just saying there are some people. I never
Panamanian.
said it was
She's a
everybody
Latin
or
mutt.
whatever.
A lot.
A Latin mutt, but they're already mutts anyway. It doesn't matter. They're the whole.
I knew that was
I'm
gonna
Mexican.
say
I'm
something.
actually Native American, and you know what? You know what though?
What?
I am American supremacist.
I'm
You're
American.
more American.
Oh,
She bought a
Jesus,
T-shirt just
Jesus.
now.
You and every day are the most
1776.shop,
American
folks.
Nobody
I'm
else
Native
in this show
American.
mentioned your
My
t-shirts.
ancestors got killed and migrated out. That's where my Panamanian ancestors
The
came from.
conquistadors.
And
Fuck
then-
So
the
did mine. I'm
Indians.
Sicilian.
And yeah, that's what
I'm
I'm
sorry to
saying. It's
hear
like
that.
we all have these stories. We all have these stories. Like no one owes anyone anything. All we owe to each other is to be good fucking people. And
I never
humanity
suggested you did.
I'm not
I don't-
talking to you. I'm just talking in
That's a
general.
guilty
I'm
conscience.
saying humanity over manufactured separation
Fuck off, Henry.
and racism. It's all manufactured. All of these conversations are manufactured that we're having.
Space isn't real.
Lala gained
Where's
50
the
pounds.
soda?
She's going to win Enrique's heart.
Oh God.
Lala, what do you
Hey,
mean?
Paul, let me
Lala
ask
gains
you
50
something.
pounds, you'll
This is
win
a
Enrique's heart.
serious question.
Listen, don't listen
Paul,
to
let
Paul.
me
Lala.
ask you a serious
Don't
question.
listen to
right?
Paul. Always listen to
No.
Paul.
What?
Let me ask you a serious question, Paul.
Yeah.
If your family is from Sicily, but I lived there for a couple of years, who's more Sicilian, me or you?
Well,
That's crazy to say that.
I'll say that by saying the argument is about ancestry because that's the argument black people make today. It's the argument Latino people make today, that my ancestors went through this, even though they didn't go through it. I've never made
But
the
I
argument
could walk
that
around
I
in
was
Sicily and I
oppressed.
know where to go.
Well,
and
no,
I
don't. I'm an
understand
American.
things.
But I'm saying, like, if we're going to go trace
Paul,
our lineages,
So am I more
500 years
Sicilian
ago.
than you?
Paul, you don't have any
I would
cousins
say
over there.
that I
You don't
am
have
more
any
Sicilian than
Cugini.
you.
What? Not
You don't have
according
any
to 23andMe,
Cugini?
you're not. What happened?
You don't have any Cugini?
In the fridge.
No, well, that's cousins, plural for cousin. You don't have any cousins over, in the motherland, really?
I don't know those dumb motherfuckers who didn't leave that horrible place.
Well, you probably do. You probably do. I'm sure you do.
You guys seen True Romance, where it talks about where Sicilians
Everybody
are
who's in
You gotta
America
go over
now
there.
is here because wherever they're from sucked anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So why talk about where you're from and be like, I'm Italian, I have Italian pride. It's like, I'm American.
Well, then
I only
why
know
do we
American.
say that? Well, hold on a second. Then why do we say that about being American?
Well, because
I agree
I'm
with
from
that.
here. I like the laws. I like the Constitution. I know what it looks like. I know the streets of America.
No, but you just reverse yourself, because if you think about it, if you like, well, I don't care about being whatever.
You know why?
Because
Because
who cares?
people-
Here,
because it's
okay,
my
hold on.
ancestry.
I want
You
to talk
guys
for
are
1 second.
obsessed with being American.
Guys,
See, this
I
is a
want to
good
talk.
one.
I want to talk about something.
No, it's
really
not.
quick, please. Let me have the floor. I've been thinking about
Okay.
this, pondering this idea. It's true. Like, we are the last of. All right, so like my grandparents were like 100% whatever they were, wherever their backgrounds were from Europe, and like I'm a European mutt, but they were 100% people, right? And then they got together, and then like my parents were like half breeds, and then now I'm a mutt, but I'm 100% European. You know what I'm saying? I think that this is the last generation of 100% European.
Bobby is 4% Dodge Dart.
And then we become. Hey, listen. But then we start mixing now. We start mixing with Latins. We start mixing with black, and now it's going to become.
Aren't we all from Africa?
No, but here's the crazy thing. This is what we learned from 23andMe. That everybody's like, wait, I'm 5% Chinese. I'm 5% African. I'm whatever. It means that everybody's been fucking everybody for forever, and there's no such thing as like racial purity. This thing of like, no, we only fucked people from Sweden for 10 billion years. It's like, that's not the way life
Like
is ever.
if you
fucking
know
worked.
that Italy was the first melting pot area.
Hold on.
It was a melting pot because of rape.
I'm gonna add this fucking thing right here. With as degenerate as society is now, like people actually think that back then in those days that there was less degeneracy. Like
That's preposterous.
Like they're like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna slay this piece of pussy because it's not white. Like bullshit, dude. Don't
These
fucking
morons
lie to
think
me.
nobody ever got a blowjob before 1962.
Don't lie to me. Come on, bro.
Not only were people getting blowjobs, they're getting blowjobs before toilet paper.
Yo,
which
my
is
kid
fucking nuts.
here. Look,
That's
here's
disgusting.
the perfect fucking thing. So my kid, you see how fucking
Oh my
black
God, I love that
you see
you're
how
talking
black this is right here.
You're the blackest man I've ever met, Enrique.
So my kid is
Blacker than the
whiter.
keys on a
It is
piano.
whiter than fucking Brad, right? He has
Makes me
blonde
sick.
hair and he has blue eyes.
It's honestly just like
you sure it's
they
your
said
kid?
in the Vice show
I took
that
a
he was
DNA
in
test.
as well.
So
Oops.
Remember when the guy said that he was white passing in the Vice show?
yeah. So well, here's a perfect example of that. Yeah, I remember that.
White
So-
passing. Jesus.
So that kid now gets to grow up and be like, oh, I'm Aryan race. My fucking family never fucking race mixed. Blah 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 blah. And he can pull that off, and he could lie, and then in the next generation, by the time you know it, everybody forgets that somebody mud sharked in the family.
Yeah, of course.
Who's the family mud
that's been
shark?
going on for fucking forever.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Where
That's why I think-
they literally
How many-
go 10,000 years ago, you were Indonesian. It's like, wait, what? Like when did my family migrate from Indonesia to Spain? Like it doesn't
How many
seem to make
dads?
sense.
How
But
many
somehow
dads
we
raise
do
kids
it.
that are not their own kids?
Well, if you do,
So my point is my Sicilianness, the point that me and Brad were talking about. that my Sicilianness has no effect on me. I don't wake up every morning and feel the pain of my ancestors and go, and if I don't, then nobody else fucking does either. So it's bullshit.
I was only fucking
like,
with you. You understand?
No, but when people are like, I feel the pain of the slaves, I'm like, really? Do you know that the Moors raped my fucking grandmothers? Over and over again. Do you know the French Vespers did the same fucking thing? Do you know that the Middle Easterners did the same fucking thing? The Greeks did the same thing, and the Vikings.
Oh, the Greeks.
Like, so it's
why
so
do black people have such a hard
I
time
don't
getting
feel
over everything?
Because they are manipulated.
It's not all.
They're the easiest to be manipulated and targeted, and they are made to seem like they have to, and then they want that paycheck. So if people dangle the reparations over their head, it's like,
my ISUBK member employee. I hate calling people employees. By the way,
that sounds racist. But
he works here at Fat Enzo, and we work together.
Is it the black Israelite?
Yeah,
he's a cool dude.
He just got back from a whole week.
That nigga's a spook.
He just got back from a whole week of like we do, like getting together. Everybody gets together. They all come from all different areas, and they all, but they went to Chicago. He said that he was there for 20 minutes, and he saw there was 4 women in the car dead, 4 dead bodies in the car.
Yeah, that's Chicago. Chicago's a shithole. Go to heyjackass.com. Serious website. Heyjackass.com has up to the date specs of people shot.
Shared that with
it's really sad.
Yeah.
Chicago, or as I call it, Little Haiti.
So what's the right wing plan for fixing Chicago?
Give them more guns and better education.
I asked him. I go
round them up.
I go. Hey,
bring back the fathers.
Why do you think this is happening? Why do you think this is happening?
Forget about the why. He's asking, how do you fix it, dude?
No, but I'm asking.
The black Israelite,
and he's like, it's happening because of oppression. That's what he said.
How about there's lack of fathers?
So how do you fix it? How do you fix it?
Bring back the fathers.
Is the
he was talking about being poor.
Remove welfare,
white poor
but
people
help
don't
them
kill
other
themselves
ways.
like that, though.
White
poor people
incentivize them to get
they
jobs.
Kill themselves like that.
Dude, I live in the hood.
I know. I got my answer.
I live in the heart of darkness. And fucking, I'm telling you, nobody has a fucking dad. And the problem is women who I know who get pregnant proactively distance themselves from the father because they're like, well, I'll get less benefits. I won't qualify for Section 8
incentivized.
if I marry my man. So he goes and fucks everybody in town. And she fucking
Everyone knows black men don't cheat.
She stays in a Section 8 house. Now, here's the crazy thing. I have a house, right? A 2-family house. The house below me, I've seen it, is identical, right? It's empty. I pay rent on my fucking house. Section 8 pays for that house because they believe a girl is living there and my landlord fucking collects the money. So the landlord's all about it too because that means he gets his rent on the 1st every fucking day. So it's all this shit that it's not being carefully like, oh, you're a sick old lady who needs Section 8. It's literally like, oh, you're a 19-year-old girl. You applied for Section 8. Oh, you popped out a kid?
No.
Great, we'll give it to you. In the meantime, she's living with like her grandmother or something or has another apartment across town. It's the craziest system.
I don't think, but that's not, I don't think that's a solution.
So hold on a second, right? So, like I said, in Chicago, in 2016, 135,000 people voted for Donald Trump for president. In 2019, when they had an election for mayor, Lori Lightfoot won, and there were 14 candidates for president or for mayor, and 0 of them were Republicans, not a single one. So you can take your concerns and pound them up your fat asses. Because if you don't want to actually run and do something about the problem you're crying like a bitch about, you can just keep crying like a bitch about it.
Okay, wait, hold on. So I got a solution. I get what you're saying.
Run for mayor. Run for mayor. Get somebody to run for mayor. You won't do it.
You don't like Beetlejuice?
Hold up, because these are 2 different things. You're not going to run. You're not going to.
They're not.
You're not going to win, and you're not going to run for mayor. You're not going to run for mayor, and you're not going to win running as a Republican in that district. It's too far gone, right?
That's what I would just.
That's true.
Nobody's going to run. But you want to know how you fix a problem in Chicago? The same way. Obviously, it's not didn't have such a big problem, but here in Miami in the 90s, we had a huge problem with gang-related shootings, right? Which is most of those shootings happen because of that, right? It's turf wars. It's this guy stole this money from this drug dealer.
dealing.
This guy's hustling
It's
on the
epic.
street for this guy. And so we had a gang unit. The city of Miami poured all their fucking money into a gang unit that like literally grabbed these people and locked them up for life, right? Like literally
So
fucking
you're
just
talking
brought
about
up
the
the charges.
1993 crime bill that Joe Biden signed. That Joe Biden, put forth. The 1993
He's
crime
going
bill.
to disregard
Are
everything you just
talking
said.
about?
Are you going to tell me that
This is hilarious.
Are you going to make me agree?
It's a
Are you
Biden
going to Are you going to make me say that I agree with 1993 Biden? Yeah, I probably do. Because 1993 Biden is probably 2016 Trump. That's fine. You want me to tell you that
Enrique
liberals at one time
loves
had some
Democrats.
balls?
You heard it here first.
Fine.
So
But
you want the 1993 crime bill?
I want to get that
There you go.
1990 gang task force from City of Miami, and I want to fucking put them in Chicago, and I want to give them a little bit more power than the fucking cops have right now.
That's like what Rudy
Because they
Giuliani
will-
did to clean up New York. He
You
did shit
fucking
like that.
you take the gangs out, you're done, right? You got the mob that keeps things
Stop
at
and
least
frisk.
clean. They do their shit. They do their fucking
Bring
dirt.
back stop
But
and
at least the mob would care
Stop it,
about
Bob.
the community.
You never lived in a city in the first place. You don't know what the fuck.
So
you're talking about.
second,
Here it comes. Here it comes.
you got another mob, which is a mob of fucking. I'm not going to say the word on the podcast, but you
Jews. He's about to say Jews.
No.
Everyone, he said it.
No, I was going to say something equally as fucking offensive, but you got a gang of people that are brought up in this culture, right? And you need to eradicate it. And I'm not saying go in there and fucking with a flamethrower and fucking going ham. I'm saying put these motherfuckers in jail, put the leadership of these fucking people in jail, and destroy their fucking thing. Like the FBI is trying to do to us, where they're trying to fucking dismantle the Proud Boys.
I
Like
haven't heard
do
of
it to their fucking little gang.
Is that what they're trying to do?
That's it, dude. You want to fix it? Fucking take out all the little fucking warlords.
Well, here's the thing that you have to think about. Put yourself in the place of some of these people. And yeah, I agree with most of what Enrique said. But also, you could either get it, if you live in the hood, you could either get a job where you make $350 a week working $40 40 hours a week, or you could collect $300 a week in welfare and sell weed on the side and make $600-700 a week. So it's how easy
And that
it
is
to get
better
these
than having
benefits.
a job. That is better.
No, but it's now it's
I mean, it's part of the problem, I agree.
That's now just part
If
of
you
the
do the
fucking
math.
culture. And what ends up happening is you get a lot of people with a lot of fucking free time on their hands, nobody fucking keeping an eye on them, and then they go out and it's like, yeah, man, go sell Xan bars, man. You'll fucking make a fortune.
Hey, look, man. Look, all you got to do is run somebody for mayor, but you won't do it.
You know what? I would love
dare
to. but-
you
You
to
won't
do
do
it.
it, but you don't know the
won't
political
do it.
climate. You can't
Great.
do that.
That would
It's
be
like
great.
saying,
And
hey,
We live in a real
This
city,
is a joke.
Miami.
Any Republican who
This
runs in my
is
town,
a
I'd be
joke.
happy to fucking
The whole
support.
thing's a joke.
However,
Seriously,
Newark,
Paul,
which is
let
right
me
next,
break
it's right
this
next
down
door to
for
my
you.
house. We had a mayor in Newark called Sharp James. He held that fucking position like Pope, and he fucking robbed that city blind. And he's a Democrat, of course, and no one gave a fuck. And they ran a Republican against Cory Booker, who fucking became the mayor, and they just gave it to
the
him.
fact that you just say it like it's
Let me
so
tell you something.
simple like that just proves that
I'm
you
saying,
don't
I'm
understand.
saying, if you
doesn't.
really care, the RNC
Okay.
will put a whole bunch of money into it, and
No,
they'll
they
get
won't.
a good
No, they
candidate,
won't.
and
No, they
they'll
won't.
run.
They don't run. They don't give
Brad
money.
Chad.
But that's your problem. That's
No.
your problem.
No,
Stop
it's
crying.
not.
to me
Forgive him,
about it.
Father.
Now
He
you're
knows not what he
Now
does.
you can't pull out the libertarian card on me right now, dude. Don't pull the fucking libertarian card on me. You can't
Brad,
just
I'm
run.
not
That's
a
not how it
Libertarian, I'm a
works.
Democrat.
Yeah, but you just pulled the libertarian card. If
Ew!
you feel like this, then you can do it. You can start your own social media company. You can start your own bank.
Yeah,
You
but by the way,
can't.
we tried starting our
There's
own social
money in
media company.
politics. There's money in politics.
shut it down.
And the Republicans
The
will not
Republican
give
Party,
you money.
the Republican
They won't
Party
give you money,
would
dude. I'm
rather-
telling you, no.
The Republican
and you
Party
don't-
would
you don't
rather
understand
have
It's
how
unwinnable. It's
these
unwinnable.
messed up
Because
social-
It's
when you,
unwinnable,
when you
dude.
say it like that, you're just like, well, just do it. Just do it. Just do it. When I explained to you earlier that in a city like Detroit, he specifically could not run as a Republican because he knew he wouldn't ever get run. Because in the middle of all of this, not only is there voter fraud, which has been proven, which is much lower levels than just the president, that you think that they just are going to do that only. They have all of these systems. This is why I said
earlier that
how did Klasick do? Right?
What?
Yeah.
Klasick. Was it Kimberly Klasick?
Look, can I give you one example? Can you?
Well,
okay. Let's finish her point. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, you did interrupt me, so I lost my train of thought. But
I'm
what
sorry.
I was saying is that everything that you're saying is just proving more and more that you're not really understanding the gravity of the situation. Because even furthermore is all of the people that they are controlling and pandering to. That isn't just 2020 thing. They literally have this whole culture of how, like, what Biden said, like, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Like, he just said it out loud. That's been a thing. You know?
You think the American people are stupid? They can be told what to do?
We're in the middle of psychological warfare.
Like now you're getting into.
I don't think the American people are stupid.
Brad, you're getting into a subject that is extremely complex, and you're talking about elections. If you know, I don't know, have you ever lived in like a hood, like a bad neighborhood?
Yeah, of course. I grew up in one.
Okay, so you understand, because I did too.
I grew up in Providence, and I've lived in Dorchester most of my life. So yeah.
Okay, so I lived in Alapata, right? Here, that's kind of like the same thing down here.
Alapata.
So so the turf wars that happen there, politicians are in there, and there's houses like my house. Example, my house to all the politicians that run in my district is worth 400 votes every year. So they come and they pander to the people that come to my house. They leave extra flyers at my house, things like that.
That's weird because nobody comes to my neighborhood to talk about anything.
Because nobody wants to talk to you
about. My neighborhood votes.
Okay,
they ain't gonna vote. I mean, what are you crazy?
But that's the point. There you go.
That's ridiculous.
That's the point right there. So nobody in your neighborhood votes. So those houses still exist, right? Those pools still exist, right? So that's all they need to win. They need to win.
They don't need anything.
Pools.
They don't get anything either.
Hey, tell Brad.
These people don't.
They
vote.
don't. And Mayor Lightfoot would go in there. She doesn't even have to campaign. She goes to those little fucking houses. She goes to the ALFs, because down here, that's what it is. Those adult living facilities that have like 200 fucking old people that are dying. The politicians will come in here and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to give you more. They don't even talk about their real platform. They'll fucking sit here and they'll be like, oh yeah, we're going to give your medicines for free and your transport. And they'll do all of that. And all fucking 150, 200 of them are like, oh yeah, we're going to vote for this guy, this sweet old boy. Oh, he's so sweet. That's what they do in those neighborhoods. That's why money alone and votes don't win it.
Somebody retorts, Enrique, tell him about like when you were growing up and stuff in your house and your neighborhood and how you had people always congregating there talking politics.
I mean, I still do that. Every morning there's like 30 people in my house drinking coffee, talking about politics.
There's 30 people in your Honda talking fucking politics.
Yeah, dude. We call it La Wadsa, which is like the raft. And so my house is the house for my neighborhood. My house is a house you come to get the whole neighborhood to vote for you.
Right.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, but here's the thing too, and I like I said, I agree with you.
Brad's white bread neighborhood.
Part of it, when you say like you'll just run a Republican, if you talk to people on a ground level in the hood, most of the people I've ever spoken to, automatically they know vote Democrat. And when I say, well, why do you vote Democrat? Because they'll agree with me on most things I fucking say.
But they won't go vote.
Oh no, man, I always go for the Democrat. And it's like, why? And they always say the same thing. Well, that's the party like for us. That's for us. And when I say, what do you mean by for you? Do you think they like you? Do you think Joe Biden gives two fucks about you? They're like, well, no, but they give benefits and welfare, and they fucking give, like, they literally rattle off everything that's fucking them up.
I can't even tell you how irritating it is to me to listen to people tell me that, you're brainwashed, but I'm sick and tired of you being an elitist. How about I smack you in the fucking face? Like, you don't get to call me elitist and also say that I'm brainwashed.
Who called you an elitist?
I'm so sick of this shit, man. I really am. I'm tired of that. No,
Just say
you
something.
get right wingers.
Hey, Brad, shut up for 2 seconds.
Are elitist.
Brad, shut
All
up
the
for 2
left
seconds.
wingers are elitist, and we're sick and tired of them looking down on us. But we know better than them because they're just all brainwashed. Do you not see?
Was that the argument that I
Hey guys,
made? I'm
before
not
you
saying-
go, before anything, I gotta run. I love you guys. I will see you soon. I'll have you guys.
All right, man.
We could do this on
Peace.
my podcast. It'll be a lot more fun if it's on mine.
Yeah.
Won't be as gay.
I'll get Bobby to drive down.
We can make a trade.
I'll get Bobby to drive down on Friday, and we could bring Moonstomp. So one of my guys broke a $2,500 screen because I roasted him so hard on my fucking podcast that he fucking threw my microphone at one of my fucking widescreens.
Poor guy.
Wah, wah, wah.
Yeah.
That's what you get.
I'm actually proud of him. He has to pay it back. Man. Likewise, my brother.
All right.
to the
Peace
fire.
out.
Peace.
All right.
And go to fatenzo.com for all your Enrique Torrio merchandise.
Oh, you could follow me at noblelead.us. This is the Enrique Tarrio's show. Thank you for tuning in. You could catch us every day on fucking Rumble at Noble Lead.
Enrique Torrio, or as his friends call him, Henry. Fucking, yeah, man, I'm not talking to you on behalf of the right. I'm talking to you as a dude who lives in the hood and talks to people every fucking day. I'm not saying you're an elitist. I never said those words. I'm saying this is what I see from where I'm
totally
sitting.
Projecting. No one said any of
I didn't
those
say
words.
that. Like, I really was like racking my brain when you were saying that. Like, what the fuck did I say that you're gonna smack me in the mouth? And then you're like, I'm an elitist. I'm like, I didn't call you an elitist. I didn't even say Democrats are elitist, despite the fact that I think some are. I didn't say those fucking words. I'm saying Paul Bazile, Man Mountain Paul, who sits in the fucking hood and talks to motherfuckers on porches all the livelong day, has gathered data, and I am sharing this with you of what my opinion is to how to fix this and what the actual problem is. And Enrique
I think
saying,
I
well,
got a little heated. I think I got a little heated, and I apologize.
It happens, man. It's okay. I forgive you because you sex me up.
Thank you.
And fucking, I mean, you had to see Lala last time. Her eyes were bugging out of her fucking head. She was crazy. But what I'm saying is, like,
You haven't even seen you haven't
got
even
a
seen
little
me in
heated,
my
which
final
tends
form.
to happen, and I apologize. I apologize.
No,
Paul,
don't worry about
seriously,
it. I'm not asking for an apology
that.
either. I'm just
No, I know you
clarifying
weren't.
where I was coming from. And
I know you weren't.
that-
I know you weren't, but I'm just saying.
I'm saying that I fucking like Enrique is like, well, just get the task force in and lock them up, and it's like, okay, well, you have to have consequences. So I agree with that part of what he said. That part of the problem is I've gone to court in Newark Superior before for many, many offenses, and when I go, I'm like, well, I got this dumb little thing I have to clear up, and then somebody else will be like, yeah, you had cop killer bullets, you had this, you had that, and I'm like, oh my god, it's like 10 years, and then they're like, all right, you're going on probation, promise never to do this again, and I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Like, did they just let this gangbanger who's shooting a gun in broad daylight out? But with me, they're like, now we got to talk to you, Mr. Bazile. It's the craziest system I've ever seen. It's broken. It sucks. And part of the reason it sucks is because they vote in people who literally go, well, we're going to go easy on criminals because they know that at some point in their life, they need to be a criminal to get ahead. And they need to do that because they want to collect welfare because they feel like that's the only way. And part of it is, and I've had this conversation too, they go, no one else will hire me. I'm black. I'm like, are you out of your fucking mind? Like, I've run businesses before. I've hired plenty of black people off the street, like, who just come in. They seem like they want to do the job, but they are convinced that the evil, racist white world, that every boss is white and they hate their guts. And when I say, like, well, why do you think that? Oh, it's just how it is. And I'm like,
here's the thing,
what?
man.
It's horrible.
Like, let me break this down for you as best I can, right? And you may, you can chuck this, throw it away if you want, or take it for what it's worth. But my first job, right? I worked in Providence, Rhode Island. I grew up in Providence, right? So I worked at Tommy's Pizza, right, which was a really busy pizza shop, right around the corner from where I lived. Just line out the door on Friday nights. I mean, you want to get a delivery, you better get it early because this take forever, right? Mm-hmm. So we were busy as fuck. And I remember I got a job. I was there, I was like 15 or whatever. Tommy Jr., the guy who was the owner's son, was like, he baked on Friday nights, and he was a nut. I mean, he was an absolute bastard. Like, everyone hated working with him. And going in there on Friday night was a war zone. So he was all pissed off one night that we couldn't get enough help. And I was like, he's like, we got no applications. We got nobody. I was like, Tommy, you got a stack of applications out there. And he was like, yeah, but, you know, they're all, you know. They were black kids from the neighborhood, right? So he was like, and he just straight up said the word. I'm not going to say the word, but he said the word.
Does it
And
rhyme
I was
with
like,
Tigger?
He goes, I don't want any trouble. Now, mind you, the guy who was training me to be the cook upstairs to you know, move up to the next position had an ankle bracelet on because he just got out of the joint because he stabbed somebody like 10 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
But his name ended in a vowel. His name is Mickey D'Alessio. So it was okay. And I was like, I'm a kid. I don't know anything. I'm a dumbass. So I was just like, hey, Tommy, that's disgusting, man. F you about this. And he wanted to throw me out, but he knew he couldn't do it because he'd have to explain why he did it. And he'd have to say because I caught him saying the N-word, whatever. So he said, I'll never forget this. He said, you're a very fortunate young man. That was what he said. And we never talked about it again, and that was the end of it. And people say there's no such thing as systemic racism. I'm not saying that everybody is that jerk off that I worked for back in Providence in 1995, right? But I'm saying this stuff exists, and if you think it doesn't, you're out of your goddamn mind. You're crazy.
I don't think it exists as much.
What do you mean by this stuff?
It doesn't exist when
I mean exactly what I just said.
No, like that there are
Joe
some
Biden
people
saying
who are
white supremacy is the greatest
in the
issue
world.
to America. Can you guys hear me?
I mean, there are a lot of people like this. There are a lot
Joe
of people.
Biden said on Juneteenth that white supremacy was the greatest threat to America.
Yeah,
Not the open borders pouring in with all of the fentanyl and human trafficking and all that. I'm sorry. Yeah, there's fucking racist people out there. And guess what? All your little fucking protests and all of your little BLM and Antifa fucking umbrella bullshit is not going to change Mr. Providence's mind. They're always going to be racist. They're not going to give a shit about, all that's going to do is make them hate people more. So, yeah, it happens. And no matter how much you cry about it, people aren't going to change your mind. If anything, people make me more extremist by their bullshit. And I don't even consider myself.
So the answer is to not talk about it?
No, the answer, if you want a practical solution, and I'm not putting blame on you for this, because a lot of people would do the same exact thing, is to say, I'm not working for a fucking racist. Peace. Hire one of those other motherfuckers.
I was 16 years old.
No, I'm not putting. That's why I'm saying I'm not putting a blame on you.
Well, I'm the same as you,
and
my
it's not
friend.
something. I'm not even saying I would necessarily do that. But if somebody was crazy racist around me, I would absolutely be like, I don't feel I'm going to get another job. Like, and I'm not saying. What's that?
I say something. If someone is being racist around me, I say, hey, shut the fuck up or whatever. But it's also like,
I said it straight to his face.
I know, and I'm agreeing with you.
Wanted to fire me.
I would have done the same thing. But when
because he knew what would happen.
Right, but also that place isn't every place. And that place, I would even contend that is...
That place is almost every place that I grew up in the neighborhood I grew up in. That was totally normal.
But Dorchester is fucking ghetto.
It's very racist where you're from, though.
I've had fucking job interviews where they told me they're not going to hire me because I have tattoos, or I had long hair at the time. They said, I'm not going to hire you for that. And when I remember saying to a manager once, he's like, maybe if you cut your hair and covered all your tattoos. And I go, but I just told you I had like 5 years management experience. I have this. Are you really going to hire a person who's way less experienced than me?
You don't really think that that's equivalent.
It is equivalent because it's somebody who's basing something on something stupid because they think I must be a junkie, and I've been told that, like, you look like a junkie. And I'm like, I've never done, and this is true, I've never had a beer in my life. I've never had a drink. I've never smoked weed. I've never done anything like that. So I'm like, I've never had a drug, right? And they're like, well, you look like you have, and I don't want my customers to, like, I've had that. Now, I'm not saying that means it's all good. I'm saying that sucks too, but there are people who literally, if you're an ugly chick, won't hire you as a fucking waitress.
Exactly.
And I'm saying that, yeah, there's always going to be, and I don't even call them racist, crazy people. Because anytime I talk to one of these motherfuckers, I go, oh, you're a fucking nut job, is what you are. Any white nationalist guy who's ever tried to talk my fucking ear off, I've been like, oh, you're clearly like a cult member. Like you look like a Scientologist. Like your eyes are bugging and you're just like, yeah, man, Europe is and I'm just like, fuck Europe, dude. I don't give a shit if it slides into the ocean. I don't give a fuck about Europe. And they're just like, well, that's our ancestral home. And I'm like, oh, fuck off. Like, I have no interest in people like that. They're crazy. And most recently, I've been doing percentages in my head of how many people walking around do you think are crazy? I think I'm up to 86%. So I just think racism is another like mental illness fucking thing of dumb, crazy, insecure people who just, in their mind, they have this paranoia of like the black man or the white man because there's black places that won't hire fucking white people. I know because I live in a fucking black neighborhood where I will never get hired here, but it's, I'm like, whatever. It is what it is. I have a job. I have my own money. I don't need to go door to door here. But if I didn't have a car or whatever, that I would be in a bad fucking spot because, the first weekend I lived here, there was a woman pushing a baby carriage saying to my neighbor how she didn't like that white people were fucking moving into the neighborhood. And I was like, what the fuck? And you know what my neighbor said? Oh, don't worry. He's Spanish. And I'm not. But she was like, don't worry. I covered for you. Like, I'm like, that's still not okay. It's not like, oh, it's like, yeah. But she's racist. She's an asshole. Like, I don't go, well, that must be how everyone feels about me because I've made 1,000 friends in my neighborhood since. Everyone knows me. It's all good. Like, so systemic racism isn't like, hey, there's a guy or two or three guys or a neighborhood that just doesn't want to hire black people. It means like the government is actively sitting there going like, yeah, we have to do something about these blacks getting jobs, which I don't think is happening.
That existed too during like the whole fucking like Coke, like, the drug wars basically starting was that. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm saying that whining about it, white liberals today whining about it doesn't change it. It's like, yeah, the government is corrupt. Yeah, the government has always used black people as fucking pawns. The black people has the government. Well,
everyone's against corruption.
People as pawns, and the black people that they've used in this very specific way, they're still doing. In the way of Black Lives Matter, the organization. So if you were really on the black people's side, you would be against Antifa. You would be against Black Lives Matter. You'd be like, wow, that's fucked up. That's systemic racism.
In fairness, Antifa's definitely against him. They keep trying to fight him in the street.
Yeah, she don't know shit about me. She's got a big mouth. She don't know shit. Frankly, that's the fact.
Who, me? I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about in general. You take everything very personally to yourself. I'm talking about very broad and personal liberals who all want to fight against their
Well, I'm talking about broads and morons, and you're one of them. And I'm just saying that you don't know shit.
It's on now.
Okay, so you're personally attacking me for what?
No, I'm getting because you're a buffoon. You're a buffoon.
Called you a baboon.
I wish I could pretend like I was offended by a liberal who voted for Biden, but I'll just eat this shit up. Tell me more about why. Because did you just attack me because I'm a woman? I called
you a buffoon. No, I called you a buffoon.
They always show their true colors.
Yeah. Let's go.
They always do.
Why am I a buffoon?
Because you assumed a lot of nonsense
with what you said about systemic racism.
No. You assumed a lot about me politically, and I didn't tell you any of those things. And actually, anyone who does that would be a buffoon, in my opinion.
Actually, I didn't assume anything about you. One of the very first questions I specifically asked you was, "Why are you a liberal?"
You said, yeah, but see, and because you, because I'm a liberal, you assume that you know everything about me, but you don't, because that's a. Where are you going?
It tells us a lot.
I'm right here. I'm listening to you.
She's getting a cup.
Okay.
Listen.
Right. I'll
buddy
wait.
boy.
It
You
tells
can get
us a
offended
lot.
all of you want. You're the one who identifies
I'm not
as a
offended
liberal.
because I'm not offendable. I'm not an offendable person.
He did
so
in the
then
heat of the
Why
moment.
did you call me multiple names? That's what an offended person
Yeah,
does.
but that's well for you to get offended, not for me.
Not offended. Don't care.
Okay.
You can keep trying though.
I'm hearing,
So,
get off
what
my
do you
lawn,
know
you
about
filthy
me?
savage.
Because you think
Why are you
say I'm a
attacking me? Is
liberal.
my question. Because I
think you look at liberals as cartoon characters, as somebody that you can just say, hey, this is what I think about this person. It doesn't actually matter what this human being is.
The way you look at
what I think a liberal is. So what do you think a liberal is?
You asked me that question
Why
already,
do you think
and
that
I
that's the
specifically
same
answered
person
you.
Sure.
I'm not going
What's
to
that?
repeat myself. You already asked me this question, and I already answered you. And then we had a.
I don't think
30-minute
you
discussion.
have actually answered.
Actually, I did. So if you want to go and rewind this, I already said what I think a liberal is, and I never once put you in that category. I even specifically said
So what do you
I think a liberal is.
What do you think the difference between a liberal, the generic liberal, and me is?
Okay. I don't know you enough to say, and I've even actually made many distinctions when I was talking generally about liberals, because I personally don't put anyone in a box, just like I don't appreciate being put in a box just because I'm a Latina, just because I'm a woman, just because I am a fucking Trump supporter. So you are attacking the wrong fucking person. But I know that
I put you in a box of being a dummy,
and
not being any one of those things.
Liberals stand for. I thought you were supposed to be on the feminist side. Maybe you should attack one of the other boys here.
I didn't attack you for being a woman.
Liberals are hypocrites.
I made fun of you for being a dummy.
The Mexicans,
not for being a woman or a Latina
why am I
or
a dummy?
anything like that, but just
Why am I
being
a
ignorant.
dummy?
Because you're a woman.
Well, I think, Bobby, I didn't say that, and I didn't say that. So don't put that.
Why am I an ignorant?
And Bobby, he's laughing right now.
Do it. What is this?
I'm not provoking
This isn't
anything.
productive, Bobby.
He's about to call her a cocksucker.
Why are you throwing water at me?
This isn't.
Why are you throwing shit at me?
Because you got to remind people.
Don't touch me, man. Don't touch me.
No, you don't have to.
I don't have to do the whole
I don't
thing. I'm
wanna
not going to
touch
do the whole
your
thing.
umbrella. Stop putting
I'm
it
not
in
going
my
to do the
face.
whole thing.
Get out for what?
Remember, bro. Just remember.
Why? No, I want to know why am I a buffoon? Why am I ignorant?
Big lips.
I think that having such an extreme opinion about somebody because they disagree with
I
you on
don't
a
have
certain
an opinion
issue
on
is-
you. You are projecting on me that my opinion of you that doesn't exist is there, and you're calling me an idiot for an opinion that doesn't exist.
So you're saying that you don't think because I'm a pro-choice liberal and all that stuff, you don't think that I'm a jackass or whatever.
Well,
you didn't
like I said to you earlier-
express those opinions just a minute ago.
Like
you didn't
I
do
said
that,
to you
right?
earlier, very, very specifically, these aren't opinions that I'm talking to you about. We're talking about a baby. This is a fact.
Right.
You are basing all of this on your emotions, on your perception of said fact.
Okay.
Well,
Fine.
blue soda is
If you think that my opinions are based on, see, this is one of the things that drives me nuts about right wingers, and this doesn't only apply to you, right? If I have an opinion, it must be based on emotion, even though I can have an opinion completely.
Well, we're talking about a
devoid
very
of emotion.
specific fact.
Right. Well, I would argue that your opinions on abortion are based on emotion as well. Except
Well, they're not.
that
It's based
you
on the
don't
fact
accept
of a
that.
baby. And like I said
Right.
earlier,
See, this is
it
where
has
we're,
nothing to do with.
see, this is where we come to a problem right here.
Well, it
Right.
has nothing to
You
do
say
with
that
religion.
my opinion is based on emotion, and your opinion is based on facts,
Okay,
but that is not.
Here's where I differ
That
from
is
most
not reality.
right wingers. I am not a Bible thumper. I am just a philosopher at anything, and all of my opinions are based on things that I have
I
noticed.
don't know what that word was, but
She's
whatever.
a Philistine. It's like a really dirty person.
A Philistine? You mean like David hit her in the head
I'm a
with the rock?
philosopher. I'm a
Oh, there you go.
philosopher. So
Oh, philosopher.
when I think about
I couldn't understand it because you said it wrong 5 times in a row.
This is what
Okay,
leftists do.
Yeah, they
always
personally
attack
attack.
you.
I'm not a good
How you
pronunciation when I get
do the
paid.
message.
That was a bad word to
Pronunciator. Look, if you
mispronounce.
can't
Okay, so-
speak English, then we can't have an argument.
Okay,
'cause you're
so
foreign.
my family's first language is Spanish. Are you making fun of me for that? That seems kind of racist.
I'm making fun of you for not being able to speak.
Yeah, because my family's first language is Spanish, so I learned English from
I don't
people
care.
who speak. Okay, so you're making fun of me
gives a
for
shit?
my heritage and culture, so that seems kind of racist. Just
No, I'm making fun of you for your lack of ability to speak English.
due to my family being from not America.
No. You were born here, weren't you?
Yeah, and both of
You went
my
to high
family
school
were
in
learning
America?
English as I was growing up. You
I
piece
just
of
think
shit.
you should be able to speak English if you went to high school in America.
This is what they believe.
Wow, you're really standing from your values here.
They
sir.
harbor these things, and then they think
I'm just
everybody
saying
else thinks like them. That's why they act
If
like
you
they
went to
do.
high school in America, shouldn't you be able to speak English properly?
Okay, so let me ask you something. If someone went to high school in a lower privileged area that you're just complaining about in your little ghetto, would you make fun of them for saying a word incorrectly, or would that be considered racist?
Absolutely.
Because I grew up super fucking poor, and I didn't go to fucking high school.
What do I care?
Here.
What do I care? They went to the same school.
You
I
don't care
give a
because I'm
fuck.
not black, bitch, and you are fucking virtue
No.
signaling.
You didn't listen to what I just said. I said I
I'm
was agreeing with
brown
you.
though. I'm brown, but that's not good enough. That doesn't fit
cares?
in
I
the
don't give a
liberal fucking.
Nope.
What?
I'm gonna treat you. I'm gonna give you the same exact treatment that I would give everybody else, which is if you do not speak English properly, I am going to bust your balls.
Oh, liberals
I don't care
always
who you
do
are
that.
or where
Yeah,
you
yeah,
come
I
from.
know. So here's the thing, sweetie.
This is a
get
very
all of-
straight and even standard. Speak English or don't. But if you don't, I'm gonna make fun of you.
Sounds like a fucking, you sound like a right winger.
It's
I'm
very
fine with
even.
that.
Very even. It's an
Sounds
even
like
thing,
one.
right?
So,
I mean, I'm not-
besides my mispronunciation
no
of a word,
exceptions.
is there anything else you want to say about what I said, or are you just going to keep making fun of the one word that I said incorrectly?
No, I just want to bust your balls until you freak out. And you've already kind of done it. So it's just
sweetie.
easy to press your buttons.
Oh, okay, see, so this is my point. You're just proving my point more and more. You chose to attack the woman sitting on this panel because it was the easier punching bag,
No,
because you're the one
you
who
are
everyone is
obviously
attacking this
the
whole
easiest
entire
one to
time.
piss off because it's not
No,
easy to
I
piss any
see
He
of
does
these
it to
other
me
guys
too.
off.
He does it to me too.
No, it's okay, sweetie.
Yeah,
It's
no,
okay.
but Bobby.
I'm a little sad.
Yeah, but
It's okay.
you're
I don't
easy
really
to press
care.
the buttons for.
You got so mad over things that I said. You put
Now-
words in my mouth of my opinion on you, which I actually thought you were being pretty cool. I even agreed with what you said about systemic racism, and right after I said that is when you attacked me. So
Do you really think by now that I was really mad at anybody else? Like, do you think I was mad at any of you, or do you think that it might just be fun to play with you people?
I don't really care.
people.
All I know is that you personally attacked me on stupid ass shit. Like, you didn't even want to debate me or talk about anything that matters. You just attacked personal shit, which, oddly enough, is quintessentially fucking liberal. So I'm going to put you in that motherfucking box now. Yeah, I think you're a fucking dumbass.
He is.
That's cool. I appreciate that. I
Well,
appreciate
no.
that.
Are we done?
No, we have another hour. Now, I feel that the military is being used improperly in the Middle East. And I think we should all go around.
I personally think Cuba is a real country.
Bullshit! Never been proven by German scientists. But I mean, either way, I think we touched a lot of people today. And whoever got offended
I touched
by
myself
anyone,
several times today.
Listen, whoever got offended by anyone, I think the important takeaway from this is it wasn't me.
No, it wasn't.
And everyone knew I was the front runner. They're like, Paul's going to say something stupid again. No. I just sat here minding my business.
Mixing epoxy.
She is chemically dissecting a baby.
She's multitasking.
She has a fisting glove on, and she is ready for fucking action. Yeah. Either way, I think the epoxy is beautiful, and I don't care.
No, hold on a second. I don't understand what
you want. You want a cup?
I think it's wonderful that her family came here from Colombia and fought the good fight, and you know.
Are you talking to me?
No, I would never. Don't hurt
Venezuela me. And Panamanian.
What?
Venezuelan and Panamanian.
I don't speak Hebrew.
I know how to say one word in Hebrew.
Come on, motherfuckers! You glum fucking panel of motherfuckers! Jesus Christ!
I know.
I mean, it's been forever.
I have a sense of humor, Paul. Come on.
All these glum faces I'm looking at. Paul's throwing out gold, baby. Either way,
I think I've been to Israel before, and I can say one word in Hebrew.
Oh, don't say it if it starts with a K. I think the takeaway from this day is go to officialmichaelgraves.com and tune into Radio Deadly every Thursday on censored.tv, where you can see myself and I would say the greatest singer who ever sang for the Misfits or any band, Michael Graves.
Shut up.
Any band.
I knew that would fuck with you. It was like a fart just hit you. Like, that son of a bitch. Like, Michael Graves, great man, better singer. You can check him out. Radio Deadly every Thursday. Censored.tv.
Michael Graves is a very nice person who I like very much. But
good guy. Big dick.
Goddamn.
Mm-hmm.
Glenn Danzig is the only singer for the Misfits, and that's just it. So
what about Mike Hideous?
There's no two ways about it.
What about Jerry?
Yeah.
No
Jerry
more
sang
nerd
for the Misfits longer than Glenn.
I can't do that right now.
Well, either way, Henry Rollins is not the best singer for Black Flag.
Talking about Black Flag now?
Yes.
Talking about Black Flag?
I'll take Keith Morris any day, man. I'll take Keith Morris.
Des Cadena is Black Flag, so you can
Jesus.
whatever.
Not on the albums, he's not. Live, he's very good, but not on the album.
All right. Good night, motherfuckers. I'm out of here.
All right. Bye.
Adios. Come on. Where is it? Play.
There is no. We can't turn it off. We have to do this again.
Come on. Why is it not doing it? Oh my God.
Were you recording this whole time?
Yeah.
Or did you just want people to fight each other?
Dude, what the fuck? It is like stuck.
Was
dude.
this live?
Yeah, it's still there. It is.
Bobby Pickles Podcast. He always says that's me. With that look on his face, he'll talk about anything. Oh